aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get out my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay,
I'ma go hard for the win.
win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star.
Minggu kedua MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 tidak mengecewakan dan mengandungi drama, emosi dan gameplay yang padu. Tim Karakal tetap meneruskan rentak kemenangan dan membuktikan bahawa mereka dianggap sebagai All-Star Team.
Ke dalam base, adakah pasukan Karakal akan advance sekarang? Triple kill untuk Liga Esa. Jangan pandang rendah, Aulos dekat sini dan nampaknya Maniac Savage diberikan.
Alif mempersembahkan aksi The Great Escape dengan Lancelot-nya dan MLBB Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas SUHAZ Esports.
Bubble Force dan injector telah pun digunakan. Alif bakal menjadi mangsa buruan daripada pasukan SUHAZ dan itu.
Dengan Fanny Room yang mengejutkan dari Yums, Toda nampak bersedia untuk bangkit semula.
Unstoppable telah diberikan kepada The Arts keseorangan di antara 3-4 orang pasukan Toda. Yums keseorangan ini cuba untuk dapatkan kill, tapi nampaknya dia sendiri yang akan terkorban.
Juara bertahan tim SMG ditewaskan oleh Homeboys yang nampak gayanya tidak boleh dihentikan setakat ini.
Tanya Lezia cuba mencari Chibi shutdown, tetapi Crystal menjadi tumpuan untuk pasukan Homeboys. Tahniah saya ucapkan kepada pasukan Homeboys.
Tanpa membuang masa, mari kita mulakan minggu ketiga MPL Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 pada minggu yang ketiga, di mana dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan juga diraikan oleh Nescafe. Bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga Syamilo. Syamilo,
Ya.
tanpa penaja-penaja kita ni, MPL event kita ni tak ke mana.
Betul tu, tanpa juga sponsor dan juga kalau di MPL kalau tak ada wanita bersama kita agak tidak lengkap. Jadi kita dah ada Sleepy Godzilla kita ini dan bukan kita berdua saja.
Ya,
Kita akan
betul.
kenalkan kita kepada analis Adin dan juga Gideon selaku tetamu kita. Semuanya handsome. Apa tu? Gideon handsome.
Ya, smart.
Ni macam nak kita belanja something ke, puji-puji.
I know, right? Do they expect us to give them a jersey or something?
Betul. Tapi Sleepy Godzilla sebagai debut orang ni, kita tahu kita ada transfer season, tapi caster pun ataupun talent pun ada talent baru. Transfer window kan. So before kita start, Sleepy, apa perasaan you berada dekat pentas MPL sekarang?
Sebenarnya sangat excited and sangat nervous. Sebenarnya semalam macam tak boleh tidur tau. Sampai pukul 5 pagi aku dah macam, oh ya Allah, boleh ke tak ni? First time ni tengah ni jantung saya dudak.
Boleh rasa gegaran.
Boleh rasa
Dia
kan?
rasa gegaran.
Ha.
Kalau kita nak tanyalah apa pandangan daripada Sleepy Godzilla ni bila nampak stage, bila berjumpa dengan kita semua dan especially kalau jumpa Lafel, kita tahu macam mana Lafel suka berjenaka. Apa perasaan?
Itulah tu. Masa pertama kali Aisyah tengok pentas MPL, so I know this is the big event. Orang cakap tak boleh main-main.
Tak boleh main.
Okay, ni pentas orang yang berjaya. Siapa yang dapat, siapa yang naik atas tu rasa gahnya. Saya dah lah tinggi 175. Awak bayangkan saya naik atas pentas yang besar tu, tenggelam.
Anda berjenaka dia kat sini. Dia nampak dah selesa kat sini, Gideon. Dia nampak dah selesa.
Honestly, she feels comfortable for sure. I don't know. I can't relate. I'm 181. Just looking above the clouds.
Okey, jadi kita nak tahu apa yang berlaku untuk hari ini, di mana kita akan melihatkan jadual perlawanan yang akan berlangsung, di mana hari Jumaat ada SUHAZ ESPORTS menentang pasukan Orange ESPORTS di game yang pertama dan game yang kedua pasukan RSG menentang pasukan GEEK FAM. Jadi kat sini apa pandangan?
Kalau pandangan Aisyah kan, sebab Aisyah ada perhatikan juga permainan pada minggu pertama dengan minggu kedua. Tapi untuk SUHAZ dengan Orange ESPORTS, orang cakap agak tegang dekat situ kan, sebab saya tak berani sangat lah nak bersuara tentang dua tim ni. Walaupun pandangan saya boleh nampak, tapi why not kita bagi kepada yang lebih pakar.
Nak bagikan siapa tu?
Kita bagi dekat Adin atau Gideon.
I mean, untuk SUHAZ ESPORTS lawan dengan Orange ESPORTS sebagai match yang pertama, dua-dua pasukan belum lagi mendapatkan kemenangan diorang and trying untuk dapatkan at least satu mata ataupun dapat full point sekalipun. So match kali ini sangat-sangat penting untuk kedua pasukan untuk dapatkan sedikit sebanyak momentum for the upcoming weeks.
Okay, saya ada satu soalan nak diberikan kepada kita punya tetamu iaitu Gideon. Apa pandangan awak, apa yang perlu dilakukan oleh pasukan SUHAZ? Sebab kita tahu di season yang ke-7 SUHAZ memang sangat-sangat berbisa. Season yang ke-8 mereka punya prestasi agak sedikit menurun, tapi season kali ini nampak jauh lebih teruk. Dan apa yang sepatutnya mereka perlu lakukan?
Well, I personally think that it's not as bad as last season. It's definitely a step up for sure, but I think we have to keep into consideration that this team is really starting to realize that their natural orthodox playstyle isn't working out. They need to kind of break out of their shell. They need to give us something different, add a little bit of spice, and maybe kind of follow up with some of these newer patches.
Betul?
Betul lah tu. Sebab kalau kita just stay dekat satu strategi je, orang dah boleh baca.
Ya, betul.
So itu pentingnya ada satu perubahan pada perubahan. Tak boleh konsisten dekat satu tempat yang sama. Betul kan, Adin?
I mean, sebab pasal perubahan pun mungkin kita nampak player-player baru mungkin dibawa masuk untuk minggu hadapan. Kita tahu transfer window pun akan dibuka nanti untuk pasukan SUHAZ. Mungkin nak bawa masuk player-player baru. Orange ESPORTS, bagi pendapat saya peribadinya, wajib bawa player baru masuk untuk lengkapkan lagi line up dia orang.
Sebut pasal player baru, saya dah nak tanya satu. Tadi kita dah tanya pada Gideon, kita nak tanya kepada Adin pula. Adakah Valence akan dimasukkan? Sebab kita sekarang ni kita tahu bagaimana Valence memberikan impak yang besar kepada pasukan Orange pada season yang 8, pada season ke-8, dan kali ni ketiadaan Valence. Min, Man, Isonic, dan kalau ada Valence mungkin akan memberikan kelainan sikit untuk pasukan Orange ataupun ada perkara yang berlaku.
Saya harus bersetuju dengan Syamilo tadi. Kalau Valence dibawa masuk ke dalam line-up Orange akan membawa impact yang lebih besar, akan membawa dynamic yang lebih besar dengan chemistry yang diorang dah ada, Min, Man, Isonic bersama dengan Valence. Akan tetapi kemungkinan Valence tak dibawa masuk lagi sebab kemungkinan dia harus duduki XPM sekarang ni. Tapi anda kata kalau paper dia dah selesai, dia boleh berikan fokus 100% dekat MPL, why not masukkan Valence?
But then where would he go? Which role would he be playing?
I'm
gonna put you on the spot on this one.
Good question. Personally, bila I tengok a few of scrims bila Valence masuk, nampaknya dia lebih gemar main Roma. Itu yang menjadi questionable sedikit sebab obviously dah ada Min dekat situ. So if let's say Min main Roma, then Valence mungkin slot into the XP, or maybe dekat gold lane.
Ini masalahnya. Adakah dia nak menggantikan orang kata chemistry kembar? Sebab Aisyah pun dah nampak kan Min dengan Man, kembar yang
Betul.
memang kembar, dan cara mereka bermain pun chemistry yang sangat-sangat baik, di mana mereka mengejutkan, berjaya untuk menewaskan pasukan Homeboys. Walaupun mereka tewas di game tersebut, tapi mereka berjaya untuk mendapatkan satu mata.
I mean, I wouldn't say that's the biggest achievement in the world here, but let's keep in mind that was in the earlier stages. I don't think anybody at this stage can really take a point off of Homeboys that easily anymore. And speaking of the next game, with the RSG versus GEEK FAM, same exact situation. GEEK FAM is kind of like SUHAZ ESPORTS, where they're not exactly doing too well as of right now. Do they need to switch up a player? I don't really know. Do they have a balance to come on in? It's hard to say. But with the additions of Saiyajin as well as, X-Ray, I'm not 100% sure whether or not the lineup is solid or whether they're as polished as we're expecting them to be.
Yalah, untuk Aisyah sendiri kan, chemistry. Penting tak sebenarnya chemistry ni dalam pasukan?
Sebenarnya Aisyah baru nak tanya sebab macam based on apa yang Adin dengan Gideon cakap tadi, diorang perlukan pertukaran player and player baru. Tapi bagi Aisyah mungkin itu akan mengganggu sedikit diorang punya chemistry. Sebab chemistry ni bukan dalam satu masa boleh dapat.
Betul.
Sebab Aisyah pun baru main Mobile Legends. Jadi sometimes bila kita main dengan random, kita jadi sebab communication tak ada, sebab dia pun tak tahu macam mana kita punya kedudukan position and apa kita punya strategi yang nak buat. Jadi bagi Aisyah untuk pertukaran player mungkin akan mengambil masa untuk setiap tim lah untuk mendapatkan sinergi dan juga chemistry. Dapat profesional kan?
Aisyah dia bagi satu poin yang penting, iaitu di mana communication. Dan untuk pasukan SUHAZ sendiri, apa pendapat awak Adin, di mana kita nampak yang pasukan SUHAZ ada waktu di mana game pertama mereka selalu memenangkan game, dan di game yang kedua dan game tiga nampak yang mereka agak sedikit bertelagak untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Macam mana?
I think untuk pasukan SUHAZ, bila game pertama diorang dah dapat menang, kadang-kadang menang tu diorang dapat solidly menang, advantage yang besar, menang dengan besar. Dan bila masuk game yang kedua, game ketiga, kita nampak ada slack off sedikit, ada kurang fokus sedikit daripada situ. So macam mana persoalan dia, diorang nak kekalkan konsistensi diorang, macam mana diorang nak kekalkan momentum diorang. Ada kalanya saya ada sembang dengan beberapa fans untuk pasukan SUHAZ, ada kata diorang ni kadang-kadang ada overconfidence sikit sebab dah menang besar game pertama, so game yang kedua diorang macam down sikit. So diorang kena keep in check balik diorang punya fokus and mentality diorang supaya diorang boleh smooth sailing je. Menang game pertama, menang game kedua.
Ya, betul tu, sebab boleh dikatakan di game yang pertama kurang kesilapan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan SUHAZ, tapi game yang kedua, game yang ketiga nampak mereka terlalu selesa. Jadi kita nak tahu apa yang berlaku, dan untuk game kali ini kita akan saksikan terlebih dahulu key to victory ataupun kunci kejayaan untuk pasukan SUHAZ.
So ini adalah SUHAZ Esports untuk yang pertama sekali all in on front to back com, dan kedua separate the twins, dan ketiga dictate or disrupt the OE's tempo, yang keempat battle late game execution.
Saya suka kat sini, separate the twins. Jadi untuk Gideon, macam mana mereka nak separate the twins tu? Sebab kita tahu bagi Min dengan Man akan bermain di bahagian tengah. Apa maksudnya dengan separate the twins?
I think when it comes down to separating the twins, we also have to keep in mind the roles of the twins, which is going to be the mid laner as well as the support. And in these situations, you need to pull the support away from the mid lane, which either means one or two things. Number one, you have a mid laner that can gain priority, something that pushes really, really fast and says, hey, one of you has to take this wave and you have to sit in lane, while the other goes and attacks a different lane, forcing the roamer to break apart from the mid laner. Because if we have Min and Man work together, they are in tandem. If one makes the first move, the second will come very shortly after. And I think that's a key opening for SUHAZ to actually take advantage. But Adin, I think for all of us out there, and just in case people don't know, explain to us the front to back com.
Okay, front to back com is basically, it is what it is. Daripada hadapan ke bahagian belakang, di mana pasukan SUHAZ jarang nak lakukan gerakan-gerakan flanking daripada arah kiri atau kanan. Andai kata diorang ada Chow sekalipun, andai kata diorang ada hero setup sekalipun, apa yang SUHAZ gemar lakukan adalah directly engage teamfight itu, di mana straight line saja untuk masuk ke dalam teamfight tersebut. Di mana kalaulah pasukan SUHAZ dapat laksanakan perkara tersebut dengan baik, dengan efektif, ia akan memberikan kunci kejayaan yang besar. Tapi if benda tu tak berjaya untuk dilaksanakan, akan menjadi masalah sedikit, dan mungkin diorang kena tukar sedikit macam mana diorang nak engage teamfight. Instead of tengah, try masuk daripada arah tepi.
Ya, betul, sebab mereka juga menggunakan meta dual fighter. Tapi itu untuk pasukan SUHAZ. Kita akan lihat kunci kemenangan untuk pasukan Orange Esports, di mana yang pertama ensure lane dominance, yang kedua provide cover untuk Isonic, dan yang ketiga carry on the Franco experiment, dan yang keempat secure early game burst. Kat sini carry on the Franco eksperimen. Adakah itu eksperimen sebab mereka berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan?
Kalau strategi tu nampak pelik tapi berfungsi menang, why not teruskan saja? Adakah itu strategi yang pelik pun sebenarnya sekalipun? So, kalau Orange Sport yakin dengan bawa masuk Franco, bawa masuk anda kata if Selena tak kena ban, bawa masuk 2 hero setup ni yang sangat-sangat berbahaya dan itu mungkin boleh jadi satu strat pickpocket untuk Orange Sport, pakai saja, tak ada masalah dekat sini. Tetapi untuk cover Isonic tu agak sukar sedikit lah bagi saya sebab Isonic memang goal ini yang baik, tapi apa lagi yang Orange Sport boleh nak lakukan, nak dapatkan keselamatan untuk Isonic itu yang menjadi persoalan lah.
Tapi Aisyah memang ada persoalan, memang persoalan besar, okey? Sebab apa? Macam tadi kita ada berborak sebelum kita start, Franco ni tak selalunya orang tak menggunakan semasa tournament, betul kan Gideon? Tapi kenapa baru sekarang dia menjadi eksperimen? Macam dia adalah hero yang lama di dalam Mobile Legends setelah sekian lama, tetapi kenapa masa musim yang ke-9 baru dia naik?
Well, I think we have to take into consideration two things. Number one, when we saw the keys to victory, right? For SUHAZ Esports, it's about disruption of tempo for Orange Esports. And for Orange Esports, it's about early lane dominance and being able to cover for Isonic. Right now, the meta is all about having that early game pressure, being able to make as much impact as possible as you transition from each phase of the game, from early to mid and finally to late. And Franco, and especially with a lot of supports nowadays, have that sort of impact like never before. Before this, it was all about the grok. It was all about, getting something big, tanky, and has a lot of CC. Franco kind of fulfills these roles, but from afar. It's hard to execute, but when it works, it really fits what the meta is asking.
Betul, memang tak semua orang boleh pakai Franco sebenarnya. Sebab sometimes bila dia orang nak tarik tu pun akan tersasar.
Sebab tu kalau hook kadang tersasar, tapi kalau tak nak tersasar, jangan lupa anda semua boleh dapatkan McDelivery di mana anda semua boleh beli spend RM50 je Syah untuk dapatkan nugget 6 ketul dan juga berpeluang untuk mendapatkan skin secara eksklusif. Dan berbalik kepada tadi tu, kalau hook tak kena, ini maknanya kalau sepertinya anda beli cukup RM50 tapi tak isi reward.
Betul. Itu satu orang cakap penyesalan.
Rugi sebab yang Adin selalu buat. Dia beli dah RM50, lepas tu dia lupa nak letak MPL.
Jangan cakap Adin je. Jangan cakap Adin je, Aisyah pun.
Dia tak nak buka aib dia buka sendiri.
Sebab memang kena buka benda-benda macam ni.
Jadi kita akan lihat coin toss untuk kedua-dua pasukan, melihatkan siapakah yang akan dapat first pick, siapakah yang akan dapatkan second pick. Dan ketika ini mereka telah pun bersedia, iaitu kita punya head marshal atau lead up Melina Lai yang akan mengendalikan coin toss tersebut. Ada Rex Vin dan juga Pap selaku coach untuk kedua pasukan.
Jadi sekarang ini kita akan saksikan di mana head and tails. SUHAZ memilih head, manakala Orange Esports memilih tails, dan manakah yang akan keluar terlebih dahulu? Siapakah yang akan mendapatkan draft pick yang pertama dan yang kedua? Jadi kita saksikan head. SUHAZ jatuh pada SUHAZ.
Dan dia mengambil first pick untuk pasukan SUHAZ ketika ini. Jadi Adin, kita dah bincang sebelum-sebelum ni pun kita dah berbincang kelebihan first pick dan juga kelebihan di second pick. Boleh katakan untuk first pick apa yang penting dan apa yang penting pula untuk second pick?
Mudah saja. Bila dapat first pick, diorang boleh terus apply apa yang diorang nak drafting. Diorang dah tahu apa hero yang diorang nak dapatkan, dan paling penting sekali diorang dapat keluarkan hero-hero comfort pick daripada Orange. Kalau Franco comfort pick diorang, keluarkan saja terus sekarang ini. Mungkin pelik sedikit sebagai first ban, tapi lawan Orange kena respect benda tu.
Respect satu lagi. Selena.
Oh my god, jangan cakap pasal Selena.
Kenapa?
Aisyah benci
Fobia.
hero tu.
Fobia.
Dia macam dalam Mobile Legends macam ada beberapa hero yang sangat annoying.
Betul. Antaranya Selena lah.
Antaranya Selena. Tapi macam berbalik kepada draft pick lah kan. Dia sebenarnya bagi Aisyah untuk yang menjadi first draft pick ni, dia macam mangsa tau. Dia macam mangsa bagi Aisyah. Okay? Dia bagi Aisyah jangan marah. Dia macam mangsa, manakala yang kedua, yang second draft pick tu adalah pemangsa. Sebab first hero dan dia kena ada yang boleh counter hero tu. Oh my god.
Betul tu, untuk dapatkan first hero apa yang mereka nak. Jadi untuk tahu perkara tersebut, kita akan masuk ke dalam game untuk berikan kepada caster. Jadi caster, take it away.
Thank you so much, Shamilo, Sleepy Godzillas, as well as Adin, and thank you as well towards Gideon because he has made his way here on the desk to be joining with me as your casters for today. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be Gideon Q as we are going to be talking about today's matches for you. Once again, welcome all of you. This is the MPL MY Season 9, and you guys are currently watching week number 3 of day number 1. And of course, all these are, of course, presented by our amazing sponsors right below as well. We have our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, Partner in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and our co-organizers, ESI. this next matchup, Orange Esports versus SUHAZ Esports. You have said your piece. But do you think it is a hit or miss for Orange Esports if they decide to go for the Selena and Franco again?
Look, honestly, it's a little tough. It's one of those situations where it's like, oh, what's your counter matchup? You could get a Diggy if you want a counter matchup, but you'd have to sacrifice, you know, the pick in general. And if you give them something like Selena and Franco, the most, and I quote, a lot of people like to say that, how about you just don't get hooked? How about you just don't get hit by a single ability?
I definitely agree. Purify does kind of help there as well here. But to get you guys all excited as well, we have a milestone for you guys here. With this milestone right now, 500 share milestone, we will be giving X amount of rewards. 800 share milestones, we are going to be giving away this as well. And last but not least, we have 1,000 share milestones to achieve for today. So with your help, we are going to be giving away amazing prizes and rewards for you guys to enjoy. And of course, this is going to be going out throughout the entire day. So be sure to spam that share button right now. And once we hit it, we will be giving you guys a special code later on.
Exactly. So take it from me. If you want to farm the MPL, this is the perfect time to do so. So hit that share button and tell as many people about it as possible, because then everybody benefits from the rewards. With that being said, two of our teams are ready and about to come up on the stage to battle it out for your entertainment. Welcome to week 3, game number 1. It's going to be SUHAZ versus Orange.
SUHAZ Esports.
SUHAZ Esports with AJ, who has an extremely low kill count overall as a mid laner in 2 matches. Is this worrying, Terrence?
Yeah, it is quite worrying as well. And overall, in general, in 6 games overall based on stats, HY has pretty much played only 3 marksmen, where he actually won 2 out of the 3 matches. Is this the week where they start changing up strategies, where finally HY decides to take on the traditional marksman role on the goal lane, or does he still want to stick with the fighter style?
Or maybe they need to unleash the bots. I want to see him flex today. I want to see SUHAZ to do a good job this time.
Orange
Let's bring out their opponents.
Yep, and Orange Esports, they have been looking good on the Twins. However, there has been a little bit of a plot twist here between Lola and Sonic, where they had a role swap. Is it actually working together, or is it pretty much about the same? Orange Esports, they are still looking for that W, considering that they are not doing too well in the first 2 weeks.
I mean, to be fair, they did get a couple of wins. It's just not the full series with the help of the Twins, who are hard carrying, but the cores really need to set up and set the team up for success.
Yeah, a really unfortunate event to be telling you as well is that Isonic Lola, WAF/Xeno, has pretty much the worst average KDAs as core in the league currently. Is this time for them to step it up? Week 3 is going to be an important week because it's 1 more week before the transfer window. So it could be the decisions for all these players, whether or not are they going to be subbed out, or are they going to remain in this entire league by their org.
All right, let's pull up the player stats here, starting off with SUHAZ Esports overall. And as we mentioned before, with a 2.1 KDA and 595.4 average GPM, that's considerably low, especially for a gold laner.
Yeah, considering that, you know, logically thinking, when we see SUHAZ Esports, we kind of, you know, immediately assume that Box is going to be a hard carrying team. They have played this similar style for 2 seasons now, which HY is going to be playing on the EXP lane, but this time they kind of forced the issue where they have 2 side laners instead of 1 side laner. So it's kind of worrisome, considering that SUHAZ Esports has kind of not adapted to the new changes into the meta.
I think a lot of it has to do with whether you can win your matchup and if the ace is able to be in multiple places at once. But it feels like the ace has a very readable pattern that a lot of the supports here, strong foundational concepts, yes, for sure, but everybody in this league understands the exact same foundations and will punish him for not thinking outside of the box.
Yep, definitely agree. Hopefully they will be a little bit better this game. I'm looking forward to see it coming up. However, the opponents here, Orange Esports, no strangers to the scene as well. With Min and Man, we have talked a lot about them as well. The dual combo with the signature hero coming from Min, the Franco. Is it going to be the game today? Is it going to be the pinch matchup from the get-go in game 1? Or are we going to see it potentially in game number 2? Or maybe SUHAZ Esports just decides we just don't want to deal with it altogether.
Honestly, I think it's really going to come down in game number 1 to set that statement between the Min and Mom twins versus the AJs. I'm looking at you, script writers. This is what they wanted, and I'm giving it to them. The Jace, I need to work on that execution. But as you can see, like, let's bring up the team head to head. It's really, really difficult for SUHAZ to kind of break out of this. They have got some good stat lines overall when it comes down to match win rate, 33%. But considering what it's coming from, they've only played like 3 matches.
Yeah, true. And then based on the stats as well, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like SUHAZ Esports has a little bit better stats because the matches that they lost weren't exactly matches that they lost one-sided. It was most of the time comebacks, and they couldn't exactly close up their games due to the fact that they do not have late game heroes. And like we said as well, in the drafts coming from SUHAZ Esports, they have the tendency to not pick marksmen all together. And most likely, they kind of forced the jungle marksman back into the previous meta, which unfortunately has kind of shifted away in the current season. It might be something they're saving up in the current strategy, maybe not. But over in general, we know that when we see SUHAZ Esports, they have something installed. However, Orange Esports, they're boy wonders. You know, for me, you know, their stats doesn't look great. They look a little bit sloppy. Feels like some of these players is going to be fighting for their tournament life later on due to a transfer window. But at the same time, they are also a team that kind of makes miracles throughout the multiple seasons, right? Every single time, new roster, new lineup, people don't expect out of them. They are the dark horses, and somehow they just make it to playoffs.
All right, where's the jersey? Where you hit it? Where's the jersey hit it around here? I don't know. I don't see it here, but it seems like you're really believing that Orange is going to be able to pull this through. And I cannot agree with you. As much to the point, Miracle, I think that's a bit far. To me, with this lineup, it's a little bit far. Maybe last season, yes.
All right.
I would definitely agree with you, but this season, it is super, super difficult. And honestly, let's look at everybody's predictions here, and you can tell by mine that I'm not exactly in a position to say that miracles could happen this time around. And even with you as well, but only Adine is going to be able to believe in the same. And that does, I mean, if we're talking about the, you know, the secrets to a miracle in the making, Adine is definitely part of that mix when he's the only one predicting.
Anything can happen, right? That's the beauty about this entire regular season. Like, we kind of did not expect SUHAZ Esports to drop the game against MLBB last week, and this week, you know what? I don't know. It could happen, but of course, that's pretty much the Talent's predictions so far. What about you guys at home? What do you guys think about the matchup so far? And I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of surprising for me. It's not as one-sided coming from Talents. It seems like it's kind of like swinging still in favor of SUHAZ a little bit more, but it's not complete storm. It's still somewhere almost reaching the middle.
There are a good number of Orange Esports fans. It's not, well, lopsided as we mentioned, you know, as the Talents believe it to be, but looking at the faces at SUHAZ, they're looking especially confident today. You can see that they're having a good time. You can see the smiles on HY's faces, and that's something to be a little concerned about. But guys, you know, with awesome games comes an awesome show, and we can't thank Samsung enough for making it happen.
Exactly, and of course, if you guys want to play some Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you can always use the brand new smartphone with sleek design with MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone Samsung. You can also get awesome gaming experience with the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G. Better check it out before it's gone. However, we are going to be jumping straight into the drafts in a couple of 50 seconds here. Selena, Franco, off to the table, or are we going to see the usual Fanny ones?
I think Selena is going to get banned out. Franco is still going to be available.
All right.
That's what I think. Or it could be a denial pick where you do see, you know, the Ace be a little spicy here and pick up the Franco for himself.
I still remember during Season 7 and Season 8, they did play Franco on the Ace. They kind of played it where it was super annoying. Remember the Jawhead Tigreal where they just completely disrupt the first buff of the junglers?
Yes.
So they played very similarly as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go it up. But as of now, opening bans here, Valentina and Matilda, comfort bans for both teams. Nothing crazy yet. But I'm surprised Fanny, you know, is still in the up for grabs. Do you think I think Box kind of played the Fanny during Season 8? I remember he brought one particular game.
Yeah, he did bring it one particular game, and honestly, I think that Fanny, as of right now, is really, really good. Now, the big question, right? Top tier bans. You were bringing up, Franco with Selena. I personally think that Selena's going to get banned out for the side of SUHAZ, and there we go. It comes up perfectly right on time, right on schedule. Orange Esports, on the other hand, get rid of the Fanny. That's also another pick that needs to go. Then we start opening up the big question. Are we seeing the Lancelot bans? Are we seeing the Blue bans? Maybe even Beatrix? A little hard to say.
I feel like Blue is still something that is possible. Lancelot is something that is extremely difficult to deal with. I feel like the priority here should be, like, the meta has not shifted yet. I feel like one of the most broken marksmen should be the Beatrix pickup, but due to limited constraint on the bans, I feel like you have to give or take for certain particular heroes. I feel like Beatrix is a must grab, and in this case, Orange Esports, they do like the tendency to actually pick it up. We've seen HY play it as well. And the games that he played, I believe it was like 2 matches he played, he's also Beatrix, which he also won. And I don't know, whether or not they want to prioritize it or not is a completely different story. However, like you said, Fanny is going to be banned off. SUHAZ Esports, do they want to just respect ban the Cho, which is something that both teams kind of enjoy playing as well?
I think you can make an argument for it. I think you can make an argument that Cho isn't going to get touched just in case. It might arguably be first pick for Eevee at the very least, because Eevee and the Ace both play that role, right? I think what it's going to come down to is what is that gold lane matchup? Who's going to get it? And I don't know. The fact that Xeno's coming in, I'm expecting iSonic to go into the gold lane, and I think SUHAZ Esports, very, very good decision to ban out Kadita this time around. Don't want to have those one-shots come through. But yeah, the gold lane, as you mentioned, a lot of people have a lot of answers to Beatrix specifically. Is it Yuzong? Is it Popo and Koopa? You can go two completely different directions.
It's something that it's a hit or miss, but it's not exactly a hard counter. I'm not gonna lie, Beatrix is not the type of hero where it has a lot of heroes can actually strong counter it, whereas compared to heroes like, you know, Fanny, you know what? Just pick a Kufra. Fanny's gonna have his life pretty much miserably messed up throughout the entirety of the game.
Oh yeah.
But as of now, I feel like the Cho is going to be something that they are going to be flexing from both sides. Lilia also going to be a good pick here, coming from SUHAZ Esports. And yeah, the Purify on Lilia just makes him such a strong contender compared to the Mages role. And I'm not going to lie, in the current meta, Mages has significantly dropped down to a certain degree where it's not as strong as before. Like, if you think about it, Farsa, they used to be really, really disgusting. Now it's like kind of slow. Lunox as well. Lilia, however, very annoying. Kadita still has the burst potential, but it's not exactly like you can one-shot people like Eudora and etc. And it's just more of being utilitarian or just try and slow down the tempo for the junglers that actually carry the game. So I like the idea coming from SUHAZ Esports now.
Here's the thing, when it comes down to Mages, anybody that has the Force Buy Clock of Destinies puts themselves at a slight disadvantage.
Yes, agreed.
Just lose a lot of pressure in lane. There's nothing much you can do about that. But Orange Esports take a completely different angle here. They're like, Paquito, we want that early game. We want to do that good old beating, get a bit old fisting here and there. And they also get the Beatrix, like you mentioned before. Doesn't exactly have like a hard counter, but you can either punish her in lane or later on into the game, depending on which side. But Beatrix relevance still there. Give her an opportunity, she can turn a fight around really quick.
Yeah, I like how Orange Esports is playing something to their comfort zones. However, SUHAZ Esports, they have the luxury to actually go for Edith as well as Cho, comfort picks, but I was expecting somewhere along the lines that they can also bring in the Phoveus, which is most probably going to be shown in the later stage of the game if they want to complement their drafts or keep it to themselves, considering that, you know, Beatrix and Paquito are really, really hard heroes to actually deal with the Phoveus, in the sense where the Phoveus can actually catch up. But we haven't seen that for a very, very long time. In ranked games, we do occasionally see it. SUHAZ, they've kind of brought it, but based on this draft, I don't think they can force the Phoveus now.
No, they can't. Not at all.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure whether Edith is going into the support or going to be playing the EXP. I'm going to assume that it's going to go into the EXP for now, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, Yves is going to be the pickup for the side of Orange Esports, and I think that's relatively good, you know?
Yeah.
Stable, able to kind of lock people down, set things up for the rest of the team, very utilitarian, doesn't really play for kills, plays for the rest of the team. That's fine. Now, if we look into the second ban phase, we've got one gold lane matchup secured. Now, I think they're going to punch it. They're going to get rid of Popo and Koopa, most likely. Probably the Clint as well?
Yeah.
Are there any other bad matchups we're missing out here?
I think Popo and Koopa and also the Clint is going to be a safe pickup. However, they do have the options of kind of flexing out, knowing that HY has pretty much shown his Beatrix so far. We haven't seen too much else. Possibly a Clint. So banning of the Clint is okay. Popo and Koopa, they can still let it slide. But I'm more worried about Box's hero. What are they going to be focusing? And in this case, Orange is what they are setting their target on towards Box's hero. And that's a good thing if you think about it, you know. Limiting Box's hero is smart just because that we kind of know that his hero pool revolves around like Yi Shen Xin, you know, most probably Roger, etc. So limiting those heroes to him kind of slows down the tempo for SUHAZ a lot considering the meta right now.
I agree, but I also think that they should have waited. Like in terms of would I prefer to deal with Hayabusa or Roger? I would definitely prefer to deal with Roger overall.
Yeah.
So I think they shouldn't have banned the Hayabusa straight up first. I think they should have banned up one of the matchups in the gold lane first. Get a read on what SUHAZ is focusing on. Because now look, they're getting rid of supports. It's like, okay, fine, you're getting rid of Diggy. That's, you know, whatever, big deal, right? If you want to give you a good lane down bot, you want a good matchup down bot side, that's fine. Orange Esports now can instantly pivot because now they have to double down on getting rid of junglers. They could have gotten rid of maybe a gold lane or maybe arguably even some pretty decent matchups down by the jungle as well. But now they're in this hole. I have to get rid of the junglers. We want you to play the Roger. This is the only way we can make you do that.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I don't really like it considering that Orange Esports, they are, you know, purposely showing that, hey, maybe we're just gonna force the Paquito jungle. I'm not a big fan of it. Not gonna lie, but
no, that's good because SUHAZ is like, yes, play the Paquito jungle.
Yeah, exactly. You know, for SUHAZ is pretty good, but I'm worried for Orange Esports because of this particular factor. Like, what are you gonna do? Are you really gonna force the Paquito in the jungle? And if so, do they have the momentum to do so? But seeing that they've picked up the Uranus pretty much shows the card. This is a confirmed jungle Paquito.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
I'm worried, so worried about this. Do they even have the way to do it?
I think it's still winnable. I think it's still winnable. It really comes down to what HY is going to be playing, and they are going to show it right here, right now. Are they going to be playing for that early game dominance and just focus on just absolutely shredding the towers with Popo and Koopa? I think they can still go for Clint if they wanted to. I think it's a little rough if they do. Brody is also arguable in this situation.
I like the Brody pickup.
Yeah, but it really comes down to personal taste because even Brody can struggle against the Beatrix. If you want a simple matchup, Popo and Koopa is the way to go. They take Aulus as well, huh?
Oh, okay. I like the Popo and Koopa. I like the Aulus. We talked about late game potential. SUHAZ Esports finally showing that, hey, we can play late game too. They have the drafts to actually control the early tempo and also slow it down because of the hero pools. But if you think about it, Orange Esports, they don't exactly have an aggressive lineup. Yes, you are going to have Uranus kind of snowballing the way through, but you don't exactly want a Beatrix kind of following the junglers around to get some sort of kills. You want the Beatrix to be sitting still. So this final pick is going to be that important factor to actually, you know, compensate whether or not the Paquito can actually do his job. In this case, probably needs a very strong... what does he need? A tank? I don't know. Does he need a... Okay, yeah, tank. Ruby, not a big fan. Sorry, I don't like it.
I don't think there's any real solution here. I think for the most part of it, SUHAZ has definitely got them beat in the draft.
Yeah.
Now the only win conditions Orange Esports has is whether Sonic is able to kind of pop off this game and really dominate his lane despite it being bad while still receiving help. So personally, I think I would have preferred to see like a Raph, a way of disengage, but you know, Ruby kind of does the same thing, and I think Min definitely prefers Ruby in terms of the play style over something as boring as Raph.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But based on the drafts here, both have very, very unique win conditions. They want to play this for the late game, but who's going to be able to stall it? So I'm looking forward whether or not who's going to take game number one to dictate the whole entire momentum for this week itself. Ladies and gentlemen, here, the drafts has been set. We have the Edith tank going up against the... well, I don't know whether or not Ruby is going to be a good tank or not, but overall in general, they have a pretty good space control and denial coming in from Orange Esports. Whether or not do they hit their win conditions, let us all head into game number one to find out. This is Orange Esports versus SUHAZ Esports.
Woo! They kick things off in week number 3. Let's find out how this is going to play out, and especially since we are seeing a pretty interesting matchup down by the mid lane. I'm excited to see how it goes because Edith generally helps clear the waves really, really quick. And, you know, Lilia naturally clears waves fast, but at a cost because, you know, her Shadow Energy does have some charges. You got to keep aware of that all the time to stay relevant in fights.
Yeah, and on top of it all here, we are going to be seeing the Demon Slayer up on box. So that's going to be more farming efficiency on this Aulus. I like it as well. It's going to allow him to actually keep up with the Paquito. And fortunately for him, he does keep up. So that's some very quick rotations coming in for this. And Orange Esports, they are going to be on this slower edge. Zeno, however, going up against Eevee, not the best matchup for Zeno, unfortunately. unfortunately to say.
I mean, if we're talking about bad matchups, look up the top side here because Sonic, it's not going to be easy for him to actually beat HY, especially when you have like, you know, an AI sentient wolf that gets in the way with Renner's shots. So that makes it a little obnoxious. And if you want to walk in close with Nibiru, you just get locked down by the I'm Angry. So it's really, really not fun to be playing in that lane. But hey, you know, Sonic, if he finds the opportunity at level 4 to go for the kill, he has to take it. Now, Box, you can see how quickly he's farming, right? Demon Slayer, he's absolutely shredding this jungle. He is level 4. Lola just hit his level 4 as well. But you can see how much faster he's clear. He's got the Lethal Wanderers. No way Min dies here.
Nah,
no way.
No way. Whoa. That was very, very close. And this is what I'm talking about here. Orange Esports, they just don't have the tools to actually rotate as quickly compared to SUHAZ Esports. SUHAZ Esports, like I said, the Edith is just so annoying. You saw how Ace is just completely bullying Min out of the lane, and it's just extremely difficult to watch. However, SUHAZ Esports, they're going to try to make an attempt here. Lola's going to be here. He does this quick amount of damage, but Ace there is going to try and scare them off. So that's going to be a full retreat from SUHAZ Esports. But as of now, the turtle is going to be out for grabs, and I feel like Orange Esports is in prime time. And Zeno, whoo, almost cancelling the recall from Eevee.
Yeah, and now they're going to have to sacrifice because of their bait play. They wanted to bait Eevee. Eevee was probably telling his team, I'm about to hit level 4 here, right? When I hit level 4, he's going to use his full combo but not be able to kill me. We're going to go with the Way of the Dragon. Third hit G Kundo. It's going to be beautiful. Check this out. And then he just doesn't hit level 4 at the right time. Yeah. A little bit awkward, but hey, you know, he can't win it all.
Exactly, and on top of it all, SUHAZ Esports, I'm not exactly sure why they were going extremely aggressive, knowing that Aulus doesn't exactly do too much in the early stage of the game, in the fight, so they made a smart choice. They had to completely concede the turtle, knowing that Eevee kind of messed it up. So now, Constellation Prize, can they get a kill on Beatrix? So far, I don't think so. Both teams has to stall as long as they can. But we do see a little bit of reactions coming from Orange Esports. Zeno is going to start to cut the lane. So that is going to give a lot of pressure heading to the downside. But SUHAZ, they're just not responding to it at all.
Yeah, I do think that HY is kind of losing his matchup to iSonic, which is rather surprising. I don't think that should be the case because Orange Esports hasn't really been able to touch the lane. In terms of where Min's pressure has been, the Ace has been matching him every single time. So he needs to start having some confidence in his supports to keep him covered when he's trying to make aggressive plays. Now, look, Box, he's doing a good job. All he has to do is farm pretty much the entirety of the game, hit level 12, and then he's going to be fine, right?
Yep.
But until then, Orange Esports needs to be able to force a play because they don't exactly scale the best in the later stage.
Yeah, they have to be more reactive in this kind of scenarios. And so far, the idea is just playing passively, playing safe all the way through. Zeno now is going to be forcing a couple reactions. This might be a big mistake for SUHAZ, but seems like they are going to be able to get out of the situation. Spotting out 4 members from Orange Esports immediately backs out. So that's a smart play for now. SUHAZ Esports, you know, they are just going to benefit a little bit more. They're just not dying at all.
Yep, now look at this. Look on top side. iSonic not even able to walk up into his lane, and SUHAZ immediately pressing their advantage. The fact that Eevee was able to figure out where 4 members of Orange Esports was on the bottom side of the map, SUHAZ can make the more intelligent decision. Remember, the playstyle of SUHAZ, they like to look at the bigger picture here. They know they've got late game in the bag, so as long as they play for those win conditions, Orange Esports can't do anything. Look at that. Boom. Next turtle already in their hands. SUHAZ Esports using that pressure and information to control the map.
Yeah, this is well done so far coming from SUHAZ Esports. Playing safe, playing slow. Eevee also going to be mirroring the matchup from Zeno. However, because of this play, he might actually be in some trouble for Zeno. But as of yet, Zeno trying his best, making space, getting the info, but there's nothing much Orange Esports can do as of yet. Turtle buff is still available. Here comes the pull coming from AJ, but AJ still has the black shoe, waits, uses it at the last moment, so that's not going to be a big deal for him. Whereas Eevee now going to be catching out. Lola gives information, but no setup. They're just playing it slow. Once again, nothing much is happening. The Ace goes in for the stun. Here comes mid, but where's the follow-up? Is this the wisest of choice? Flickers away, and it's going to be A-okay. Real World Nation comes in. The Ace might actually fall. Blocks the ultimate, and no! He tried to jump over the wall, but he didn't. Oh no, that's so unfortunate.
Oh, that's a mechanical misplay coming in from the Ace for sure. And now HY now in some trouble here, running away from Lola. He needs to juke this out. Unyielding Fury coming out of box to disengage, and luckily Lola didn't want to chase, knowing that Eevee is nearby. by. Good plays coming out for the side of Orange Esports, and first blood bounty achieved by them as well. But look here, Box all by himself.
Does he have the ultimate? He gets pulled back. No, doesn't even land it. He's gonna get paid the prize, and Orange Esports finds the biggest catch. And this is the window that they've been looking forward to as well. But SUHAZ Esports, however, are they gonna force the issue? They've got the rest of the pack here, but as of now, the only one making their plays here is gonna be Eevee on the other side of the map.
Good punish coming in from Orange Esports. They realize no unyielding fury. He just used it just now. He has no way out. We can kill him right here. Now Zeno gonna go for the bait play. Oh, good sidestep so far, but now Mon is gonna get on top of the Ace here, but the AJ, he can easily walk in, and with the amount of damage that he has from the Shadow Energy, makes it so easy for the Ace to give him a quick clap, send him back to the Shadow Realm.
Yep, that is gonna be a little bit of a reverse, a reverse payback coming in. HY would have been very, very happy if he got on the kill. However, it's still a small win for SUHAZ Esports. They are going to be playing the bigger picture. In this case, play as late as possible. However, based on the current situations, Turtles is going to be up for grabs. Orange Esports has no way to contest this, but looks like they are going to concede it once again. 2 Turtles in the hands of SUHAZ Esports right now. But the bottom side, oh my goodness, what was HY thinking? He got a little bit greedy and got punished by Mon, so that's a big W coming from Orange Esports.
Yep, and Mon did, oh, very close time. Offended almost catching on to the Ace there. But yeah, as I was mentioning just now, Mon won his 1v1 without even having to use his Purify. So it must have been, I'm guessing HY got caught off guard.
Yeah, that is really, really unfortunate for HY, and overextending his damage is going to be something that really costly for this fight. Yeet arguably doesn't have a lot of damage, but if you stick around for too long, things got a little bit different. However, here comes the pull, doesn't seem to connect. The I'm Offender will be whiffed off. And this is the best time for SUHAZ Esports to fight this, and Orange Esports, they've got to back out. The Ace, can he get the catch? He misses it, but he will connect on the mid instead, so they are going to settle with it. But no, iSonic says otherwise. The Raider comes in, Eevee going to be going for the kick as well. Kicks on Lola, and that's going to be another one fall as SUHAZ Esports manages to punish Orange Esports for their over-commitment to that fight.
All right, I mean, for you guys at home, this is a perfect example of how both compositions generally want to play out these fights. I mean, Orange Esports is going to continuously kite back, and if they make them fall into their ultimates, it's going to be so much value. But SUHAZ, on the other hand, you can see if things go bad, they expect Box to drop the Unyielding Fury, but he's using it more aggressively, thinking that if he baits them into a fight, give them the right conditions, people like AJ, people like HY, and most importantly, Eevee can look for the big catches.
Yeah, the best part about SUHAZ Esports is that they can afford to make mistakes, because if Box dies, they still have HY as a fallback plan. But Orange Esports, on the other hand, if they lose Lola, they lose iSonic, things are pretty much not looking good for them.
Well, let's see how this game continues on, right? Because it's heavily dependent on the performance of iSonic here, who's going to be dishing out a majority of the damage with the help of Mon at the end of the day. Hopefully we get to see the item build soon, but now we see the first engagement onto the Ace.
Oh my goodness.
Straight away. The onward onto Zeno, bad decision. Black Shoes being expanded by AJ. This is a good situation for Orange Esports now. Bottom side is going to get shoved in, so no Paquito to join and reinforce that front line, but they do have priority over Lord. So do they want to take it pre-Luminous, or take it early on and get that bit of a boost in the economy?
Exactly. I like how iSonic decided to go for the shotgun build ultimate right from the get-go. SUHAZ Esports weren't expecting that. Immediately now swapping for the rockets as well as the Rainer. Now he does have the double ultimate. Eevee, he's going to try and force the issue, and iSonic is taking a little bit too much. He goes in forward, but a big swipe from Lord is going to scare him off. SUHAZ Esports are going to be able to come up on top. iSonic forced to go in for the recall as SUHAZ Esports, they want to go for the fight. Eevee looking for the right moment to strike from the sides, but Orange Esports, they are aware of his position, so it is going to be a stalemate for now. As Orange Esports is looking to go in for the reset, but still, they are going to try to force the Lord again.
That Beatrix skin is mighty nice there. The new Starlight one, ooh, it looks great. I mean, look, wait for the ultimate here. He's going to use it again. iSonic walks up. He's going to get his autos on top of it, but Mon dies straight away. Eevee, oh man, just get away from the last auto attack, and finally Nibiru's Passion comes out, but it's too late. The damage has been done, and SUHAZ cracked open Orange Esports, but did you see Nibiru's Passion had different particles?
Exactly, and Box was just hitting a mighty swing in that situation, just instantly popping him off. He's got his level 14, and this is the timing that SUHAZ Esports has been eyeing for, and somehow, throughout the entire stalemate, Box was secretly farming all the way through. With the triple kill coming in, Box is going to be very, very happy about this, because he finally came out to Box.
Yep, he's 2 levels up on Lola. Mid lane is going to get cracked open, and now everywhere else will start to fall. Tier 1s are all gone for the side of Orange Esports, and the jungle it's basically free reign for SUHAZ Esports. They cannot get punished. As now bottom tier 2 goes down. I'm guessing top tier 2 and mid tier 2 seems okay for now.
Yeah, exactly. And Orange Esports, I don't know. It feels like they made one little mistake right from the get-go. No, but at the same time, they just have so much cash potential and CC as of now as Orange Esports. What's their win condition right now? And I don't know, Zeno has been doing a fantastic job, but I don't think it's enough. eBay, however, going to be making a little bit of mistake. The Fury comes in, the ace comes in from the side, and get a big charm coming in. And Orange Esports, they somehow managed to finish them off, and that's going to be a mistake coming from SUHAZ Esports, as they were in no position to fight that at all.
And that's the win condition that you were looking for, Terrence. I mean, for Orange Esports, they know that SUHAZ Esports, for a fact, are very ultimate dependent. The problem with all this is the fact that he is melee range, and even when he gets to level 15, past the level 12 mark, and he gets the maximum upgrades on his axe, yes, he gets a little bit of range, but it's still shorter than every ranged hero in the game. I would make an argument for carry, but hey, it's a very small margin.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, Box is more suited to be a follow-up or a clean-up crew rather than an initiator. So in this case, Orange is what they have to be wary. The first catcher is going to make sure that Box goes down. However, they are going to be worried about another thing. AJ so far has been a force that they can't exactly deal with it, just because AJ's the Black Shoe is just so good to actually disengage out of situations. And even though their only burst coming from Orange Esports is the knockup punch from Lola as well as Beatrix, they've got just so much to worry about. And I'm so worried for Orange Esports right now. Like, how do they actually push out of this lane? They've lost them in the turret. They need the Lord, and right now they just can't deal with Box or even HY at the same time.
I mean, that is true. However, there are some very tight win conditions that Orange Esports need to force out of SUHAZ Esports. Let's start with the first one. AJ, right? The Black Shoes, huge problem. But when it comes down to that Shadow Energy, right, there are a maximum of 4 charges, right?
Yep.
He needs to get those 4 charges out, and he might get a 5th as he's spamming it, right? So let's average it out to 5 charges. The moment he's out of those charges, he loses all his damage.
Yep.
He has to use the Black Shoes to get those stacks back up again. So Orange Esports need to force AJ to use the Black Shoes early on, make sure the ace is basically out of the fight, which most of the time he will, and if he comes out into Edith form, even worse. He is going to get absolutely shredded.
Yeah, I can see where it's going, but the Immortality pickup coming from SUHAZ Esports is going to make that a little bit harder for Orange Esports to actually punish this. So I don't know. They have to. The first thing they've got to do right now is to chip away at the Immortalities before going for a full-fledged fight. And currently, SUHAZ Esports is just completely ignoring it. Zeno, he's making space once again, but is he going to be able to survive? Seems like he's going to be A-okay for now. So however, has something to say about it. Here comes the way of the dragon, and he's going to go down. And unfortunately, Orange Esports... It
might be enough, though.
That's not going to be enough, as the Lord is going to be backing off.
Isonic doesn't have enough damage here. They didn't have enough DPS, and now Evie, as well as the Ace, find the initial catch on to Lola, but that just means that it's going to be the Ace who dies first. 1 Immortality down, but Lord goes into the hands of SUHAZ Esports, and this is going to be luminous.
Oh, that was so greedy coming from Orange Esports. They tried to make the space to actually get the Lord. Unfortunately, like you said as well, they just did not have enough damage. Lola just doesn't have enough damage to do so. And Box, however, on the other hand, has way too much damage with the Demon Slayer.
Yeah, it's just he absolutely shreds. He's full build as well, so let's just keep that in mind because there's nothing much they can do at this point. Mon, he's getting some good damage, but I think he needs more. Does anybody have magic resist on their side? They do have radiant armor. That's a little annoying here. So it's either Mon decides to go for the Holy Glaive at this point of time, which I think is going to be his next item build, trying to hold out, but the Ace, he's already getting caught out, but a quick kick coming in on towards mid makes it tough. Isonic tries to bail him out with the help of Mon as well. Both ultimates come down through, and that's going to be a clean defense. Nobody gets caught, but they sacrifice bottom inhibitor.
Exactly.
Oh, no, it survives!
Meanwhile, Zeno is going to try and survive this, going for the pressure, but he damage. It's going to be A-OK. He's doing a fantastic job. Here comes the re-engage coming from Orange Esports mid. Tries to go for Iron Phone Feather. He whips his shot and he's going to get completely shut down as the rest of SUHAZ Esports chunks the ball out. A big fat crit coming from Box. Boxes him out of the ring. And that is going to be SUHAZ Esports coming out on top of that engagement. However, Orange Esports, they still managed to hold on. But for how long can they do so?
Dang, if they sacrificed 2 members and didn't lose that inhibitor, that would have been so worth it for Orange Esports. But now the fact that they've given up that inhibitor and now cannot defend middle inhibitor again, they've taken more than enough damage. For the next 76 seconds or so, SUHAZ Esports just has to choke out Orange Esports. And I think by the time the next Lord is up, Orange should be at the 42k mark. Is it enough? I don't know. One extra situational item doesn't really make too much of a difference.
Exactly.
Here.
And on top of it all, based on the tools that Orange Esports have, their wave clear, they're solely depending on the runner coming from Isonic or to actually clear the waves. Man, going for real open clear minutes isn't exactly that great. So aside from Isonic, there's not much heroes that can actually clear the minions, and this is quite bad for them. Because, as of now, Orange Esports is just having their backs against the wall, and even with full defense, they need the runners in those team fights rather than clearing minions.
Yeah, that is true. And not to mention that Mon is in a position where he really needs one more item before he can start clearing waves hyper effectively in 2 rotations of his abilities. So I don't know how this is going to play out, but I think for now, Orange Esports just have to be on the defense. They have to clear the waves. Lola is great at just delaying the waves, may not necessarily be good at clearing them, and if he decides to clear them, it just means that he has to be out of the fight out of commission for a little bit until his cooldowns are up.
Dude, Box's crit is ridiculous. 2 hits and the entire minion just goes down except over the tank. That's kind of scary, not gonna lie. And now with the Lord up for grabs, HY already starting work on towards this fight. And Orange Esports, they have to re-engage Min. Gonna be starting to go for a harassment box, slowly chipping his way through. He's got the retribution, and he's gonna get it. And there's nothing Orange Esports can go for it. Lola tried to make an attempt, and because of this, they have to retreat. Even from the sides, is gonna go for the catch. Catches of Isonic, and that's gonna be Orange Esports backing the heck out there. They've lost their marksman. This is gonna be game for sure. As SUHAZ Esports, they are gonna try and close out this game. They know, trying to buy time for the team, but their main damage dealer is out for the count.
Oh my goodness, this is what we're talking about. The keys to victory, the front to back. SUHAZ Esports are playing for them, and now they want one more inhibitor before they close out this game.
This is going to be very, very difficult. The Lord is going to be pushing from the middle side. Orange Esports, they need Isonic up for on the count. 10 seconds left before he comes back in. Is it going to be enough damage to chunk through this? Lola is going to be there to show his face, but he hasn't been able to clear it out. He's struggling to fight this, but at the same time, Eve is going to catch him off guard. He's going to chunk through his immortality, and that's going to be him paying for the price. He comes back alive, but that's not going to be doing him any good as SUHAZ Esports looking to close out the game. The Lord is still healthy. They're banging on the crystal, and everyone from Orange Esports can do absolutely nothing, and SUHAZ Esports takes game number 1.
A good draft coming up for the side of SUHAZ Esports, and a very small opportunity to win the game for Orange Esports. That's all that made the difference for game number 1. GG, well played to SUHAZ Esports.
Well done indeed coming from SUHAZ Esports. They played their draft as perfect as it can get, and seems like they have not lost their flair anytime soon with a very convincing game 1 against Orange Esports. And I'm pretty excited to see whether or not this is going to continue, or will Orange Esports bounce back?
I don't know if Orange Esports can bounce back from this one. I think it comes down to the draft, or maybe it's just blue side advantage. Let's go to the analyst segment, guys. Let's break down this fight. Overall, this game, I would like to say it's a little back and forth, but it really wasn't. I think, SUHAZ just played for the overall bigger picture, and even though they can make these aggressive plays, I like the attempts, but they still kept in mind, we'll do 1 or 2 attempts. If it doesn't work out, we'll go back to our fallback plan. We play for the later stages, and we'll win.
Yeah, and this is the SUHAZ Esports that I'm actually looking forward to as well.
Really?
I'm not gonna lie. Why I say it is because back then, they just don't really play late game. Orange Esports, they kind of want to play late game, but guess what? SUHAZ is just way later than their win conditions, and the heroes and tools that SUHAZ Esports has can do way much more and they can get away with mistakes way much more compared to Orange Esports.
I agree with that for sure, but I definitely wanted to see SUHAZ kind of like press their advantages, read out a little bit more, evolve from the state that they're in, because this is a perfect game to actually practice and do so and get a little bit more refined.
Okay, I get where you're coming from. That's the thing. That's what they did last week. Guess what? They messed up.
I mean,
okay, they were winning the entire snowball, but based on this current draft, I like that they've kind of matured that, hey guys, we're good players. Let's not throw away our lead. We've got a late game Aulus that kind of needs time and level. Let's not give away any intended lead to the opponents and kind of mess up our game. And I like this now because they're way more disciplined compared to last week where they get extremely aggressive and get heavily punished for it.
Well, I mean, that one is really getting caught up in the moment. And also, I mainly had an issue with their draft, but I think this is a really good draft coming in from SUHAZ Esports. They've really kind of did their research on Orange Esports and had a very good idea of what they wanted to bring today. I do love seeing Edith being played as a tank. It just helps out with the early game so much when it comes down to like mages who can't clear the waves effectively. Man, Edith is so good at that.
Yeah, I feel like that is a very, very good point that you actually pointed out as well, because nowadays, like, most of the mages has kind of died down in the current meta, and most of the mages can't exactly clear minions extremely quickly. Lilia, I still give it like a 6 out of 10 as a wave clear minion.
But it comes at a cost.
Yeah, it does have a very, very huge cost, so it's just extremely unfortunate for him. But now, speaking of Orange Esports draft, I feel like Lola, they needed something to actually set up, and the Ruby just wasn't good enough to actually set up for Lola to actually get off some kind of pickoffs. And the Min and Man factor, we talked about separating them most of the fights, and I agree, Man was most of the time taking his note on the other side of the map to clear the minions for the rest of the team just because they don't have the tools to wave clear.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, in Xeno, he scaled very nicely into this game. It's just there's a lot of CC for the side of SUHAZ Esports, and even with the Purify and Concentration, if you have to walk into that many ults, it's just a little too much. But now, it's time for the MVP. Coming in from the one and only SUHAZ Esports, it's going to be Eevee with his 1-0 and 8. The 8 assists in this game, contributing to his 75% KP. Man's got the kicks.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job, and on top of it all, he's went for a tank build. His sole objective was to buy time and also catch the right targets. And so far, you know, for a tank show to be pushing out the lane to match up against the Uranus, not an easy thing to do. And he's just done it fantastically well, and he's not died a single time. So I must say, this is something like Cho might still be meta. He's always been meta-ish.
He's never going to fall off of the meta. His kit is just too good. Unless they change his kit, doesn't matter the numbers. Even if they put his numbers to 0, that kick is just way too good. Literally, I'm not even joking about that. The kick doesn't even need to do damage. Its functionality alone is good enough for a lot of teams. And that's why you get to see it. If his numbers, you know, are increased, it just means that he's going to show up a little bit more. Anyways, with the full build that he has, I'm seeing a lot more people picked up the Cursed Helm. What do you think about that? I think it's like, meh? But the more I see it in professional play, I'm like, could be kind of good.
I think the Cursed Helmet for wave clear is really, really good. And if you're going for a 1v1 fight, a tank versus a mage can't exactly take too much Cursed Helmet damage or over prolonged time as well. But we don't exactly have highlights about that particular situation, but we do have highlights of what exactly went down in previous the first game here for SUHAZ as well, Orange Esports. And you can see perfect objectives coming from SUHAZ Esports and Orange Esports. Is both teams, their win condition is to bait out each other, but SUHAZ, they're just so much more impactful. And Eve as well has been setting up a lot of amazing kills to punish Orange Esports.
Yeah, but you can already hear like the TikTok music playing in the background here. He's got his own highlight reel from this game alone. Like 8 assists. The fact that he's able to find these kicks is already impressive enough, but more importantly so, the follow-up from the team is great. They are ready for it, and I don't know who is making the calls, whether it's Eevee. It's like, hey, guys, I can get a pick on this guy, and he's, you know, having that telepathic, like, foresight to know who he's going to find, but I guess he's just doing a great job overall.
Yeah, and him also making sure that he makes sure either iSonic or Lola doesn't have a great time is just fantastic. And you can see, again, I think this is the 6th time we've seen Eevee kind of set it up for the team just to make sure that, you know, Orange Esports just cannot do anything. And I feel like this Cho pickup is great for him, but as of now, Orange Esports, it's back to the drawing board for Game 2 because this did not work out at all.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it really came down to the draft, so we'll see Could be the blue side priority that makes all the difference. Could be the red side priority that is making teams lose. Let's find out in this next up and coming one, because I feel like in terms of Malaysian drafts so far, it feels like we are much stronger on the blue side rather than the red side. I haven't seen, even internationally, I haven't seen too often when there are red side drafts that take a little bit of a risk when it comes down to playing with these meta heroes in the bans.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit skeptical during the first week, but based on week 2's performance, week 1's performance, every team has kind of won on the blue side, you know. But we gotta disinclude Orange for now, okay? They are kind of in a situation where they don't exactly have the greatest win streaks.
Yeah.
They've pretty much lost every single series thus far, and now in game 1, look, if they don't bounce back from this, I'm pretty sure Orange Esports, they've got to take action before the transfer window, and I feel like it's gonna be really sad to see, you know, some of these members actually gonna be kicked out, or in this case, sorry, transferred out, by week 4, and it's tough, you know. It's been 3 weeks, you know. We can say like week 1 is early, week 2 is a little bit early, week 3 it's not that early anymore. It's kind of late now.
Yeah.
If you don't make it to playoffs, you're out.
Well, I mean, there's expected to see some form of results at some point of time, not consecutive L's upon L's. I don't know who they would look for a transfer window at this point of time to kind of fill in the roles, but hopefully they don't. And then we can celebrate it like how we're going to be celebrating it here with Nescafe. Guys, remember, we've got lucky draws happening later on today, and we want to stay awake enough for that, or make sure to stay sharp when it does happen and your name gets called out. Maybe grab some Nescafe. And just in case we'll sweeten the deal a little bit more, scan the QR code down below and you can get a discount on some of your favorite flavors. Buy them in bulk. Buy just a couple of them. It's up to you.
Exactly. 30% off with no minimum spending, capped at 20 ringgit. So be sure to get yourself some Nescafe to quench your thirst while enjoying the MPL. And of course, game 2, we are going to be expecting some explosive rounds. And currently, Orange Esports is in a very, very difficult spot. 3 weeks in a go. Their game win rates, I think by the start of the day, was like, what, 18% win rate compared to SUHAZ was only 33. But knowing SUHAZ, this is the SUHAZ that I'm looking forward to. They kind of got a little bit overconfident week 1, week 2. Week 3, if they continue their performance like this in every single game, they're back on track. So I'm not that worried about SUHAZ fans, but I'm worried for Orange fans.
Yes, let's keep in mind, let's remind everybody that this entire league is 8 weeks long. Since the fact that we're only on week 3, next week is going to be the midway point for a lot of these teams. And after week number 4, that transfer window is going to be, needs to be utilized by teams who really are having holes in their comps or holes in their roster. I think let's also keep in mind, right, that this may not necessarily be the solution. It could just be like internal problems, not enough time to get the communication down. And I think bringing in a new player is a little bit of a band-aid fix most of the time, based on what we've seen in past seasons when teams are like, you know what, let's bring this player on and see if things changes. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
All right. You know, I see where you're going, but so far Min and Man has doing phenomenal, but so far his team has not been able to keep up with Min and Man from Orange Esports. So based on the recap right now, we do see Lola doing a sizable amount of damage. Likewise coming from iSonic, however, they just don't have the finisher, and in this case, it's not that bad based on the damage output, but I feel like, you know, the impact player coming from SUHAZ Esports is just so much more greater. And if you compare Eve as well as Man, Eve is going to be making sure that one guy gets kicked back and that guy is going to be nuked down. But Man, he has to take all 5 by himself. So I feel like the impact player coming from both sides have very, very different win conditions.
Absolutely. No, I definitely agree about that. And I'm surprised Lola was able to get as much damage as he did. I definitely thought he did significantly less. Because, I mean, look at AJ, right? He's doing 35,000 in comparison to 43 and 54,000 coming in from Lola and as well as Man. All right. I wasn't prepared for that one, but it does give me a certain idea in my head that, you know, Min wasn't having the best of games because, number one, he wasn't getting as many catches as you would expect him with something like a Ruby. The I'm Offended needed to be used as a defensive tool, and you let Xeno be the one creating the space because at the end of the day, your main win condition is Man and as well as iSonic.
Yeah, I think the only one up about the drafts coming from SUHAZ Esports against Orange Esports is that, like, hey, we have got I'm Offended, we are going to catch someone. Kind of works similarly with the Way of the Dragon. But the underrated things that actually happen from SUHAZ Esports is that AJ, even though Lila doesn't hit it hard, he is kind of like a utilitarian, which kind of, you know, sets up really well with the Popo surprise, sets up with the Edith stun, sets up with the slows coming from Aulus, which kind of delays a lot of Orange Esports retreat factor, which kind of allowed Eve to go in for the setup. So I feel like overall in general, the drafts just complemented each other way much more compared to Orange Esports, where Orange Esports, they were hoping that Zeno is going to make space for the team. He tried, but he only got so far.
I want to agree, but I want to say that it's mainly because Orange Esports is the one who made the first move, and I think that was the mistake here. They didn't need to make the first move.
Exactly.
They needed to somehow put SUHAZ in a position where they get desperate and get a little impatient so that they could punish or fight around these bigger objectives. And I think that's one thing that Orange Esports really needed to take into consideration. The timings and also the opportunity costs of when it's most effective to fight. I know it's a lot of words, but basically they have a composition that's like, if you're fighting in one place at a time, you're all clumped up in one zone, we can do something about that. If you're like, oh, let's fight for our buff in these tight, narrow corners that EV can easily come from a different angle, it's a little tougher to say.
Yeah, I agree. And Orange Esports, we did kind of see like, you know, a little bit of win factor from the starting of the first few fights where SUHAZ Esports get a little bit over aggressive and they were able to almost punish a couple objectives, but that was the only one time that Orange Esports has kind of got that right idea. After that, SUHAZ Esports just completely ignored Orange the entire game.
Yeah.
Like they just made sure they got the levels, they played slow, you know, played defensively, and then the moment Box hits his level, I think it was like, what, level 14 so quickly in what, 12 minutes in the game? That was crazy quick.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Demon Slayer, right? Especially if you are taking the emblems that kind of help you clear the jungle a little bit faster, or a bit of recovery time for your battle spell. Even if it's 1 point in it, it just means that you're going to get it off much more often, and it's going to speed up your clear significantly. Now, let's hop into the draft for game number 2 between SUHAZ Esports as well as Orange Esports. Orange on the blue side, SUHAZ on the red.
Exactly. And now, based on the drafts here, Orange Esports, they are going to be on the blue side. Hopefully, you know, Gideon's prediction is going to be on point. Blue side, blue side supremacy.
Blue supremacy.
Blue supremacy.
Let's go with the blues, man. Let's see how this plays out, because I think, you know, the fact that they're banning out Lancelot, they're giving a lot of respect to Box, but also banning out the Fanny does show that unfortunately the jungler is incapable of playing Fanny, and you can't use that as a point to abuse your opponents. More importantly so, SUHAZ Esports, what do they ban out for their third ban here? I know priority is over to Orange right now, but
Blue supremacy, man. Ban another blue hero. They plan Valentina, they plan Selena. Why not just ban another blue hero? Ban the Lilia, man. It's all blue-ish.
Ban the Lily. Actually, no. I don't think they're gonna ban
no, obviously not. Ban the Hayabusa to be safe. Maybe even the Edith. I feel like Selena being banned means that Orange Esports will not be able to pick their Selena Franco meta-ish.
I suppose, but I also personally believe that like banning out a jungle again, especially when you're on blue side, is not exactly the way to go. I think, yeah, getting
blue.
out,
Blue supremacy.
Blue supremacy. Well, technically purple. If we're being a little like specific.
I'm colorblind, man.
No, the Fel is colorblind. We have scientifically proven that. But I think Orange Esports.
Really?
Yeah, he is colorblind.
Oh.
I can't remember which shade. He has that as well, but I can't remember what exact shade. But I think it's like shades of green or blue. I'll bother him later about it.
Hey, look, another blue hero.
Hey, another blue background, blue supremacy so far. SUHAZ Esports getting rid of the Matilda. I think that is a good option.
That's not exactly blue. It's teal, right?
Look, I'm not one to be picky, but this has been an entire
guys, all right?
That doesn't change anything, you know? Unless you want me to tell you in hexadecimals what colors they are, then that's a different story. Orange Esports, on the other hand, they've been setting up for getting this Lilia, especially with the Yves ban. You don't ban Yves unless you want to pick up Lilia at this point.
Yes, for those of you guys watching here and listening to this, if you're a graphic designer, please don't hate us. We can't differentiate what color is what color.
List out the hexadecimals of they're just, I can't imagine Chad just like giving out hexadecimals for each of the backgrounds of the heroes.
Technically they can, you know, with the mouse click where you just click and it's like, hey, this
color no, you can.
You know, if you're using on a PC, of course.
You literally can do it with just paint, with just MS Paint. You just screenshot it and then use the Dipper tool to figure out what color it is straight away. It's crazy what RG.
You know what? I'm a guy. Everything is blue, man. But anyways, back to topic. You know, Lola, Edith, Eve. Okay. Nothing crazy coming from SUHAZ Esports, comfort picks, but I like the idea that Orange Esports has decided to pick up the Lilia away. It was kind of annoying the previous fight, and you could see as well, like, they completely just ignored AJ in the entire fight. Why do you want to waste your time killing a Lilia, which you don't have the tools to actually one-shot him?
Yeah, I mean, even one shot is a very subjective term here, because I think at this point in time, Orange Esports, they can get the Hayabusa if they really wanted to. I'm not 100% sure whether that's... I mean, to be fair, Hayabusa has been picked up a lot. In terms of quote-unquote win rate, I'm not entirely sure as well. Like, to me, I don't feel like it's as impactful as I want it to be. And half the time I feel like
compared to the previous patch, right?
I mean, yeah, I feel like most of the time, you know, Hayabusa is great when, like, RNG is on your side and you so happen to get, like, the last hit on low targets.
They fixed the they fixed the Hayabusa. If you got more marks on it here, the Shadow Kill is gonna hit more
times.
Yeah, and I feel like it's still okay-ish. It's not that great compared, but I feel like Lancelot is a little bit kind of out of control in the current meta. And based on the current drafts right now, considering that Yujong was banned in the second phase of the ban phase from SUHAZ ESPORTS, they really wanted it for Zeno, and I feel like for Orange Esports, them picking it up right now is so much better. And on top of it all, they had double purifies in game number 1 just because of the stun factors that SUHAZ Esports is going to be bringing to the table. But right now, they can actually utilize the purify way much more in teamfights compared to SUHAZ Esports. But I like the Kagura pickup.
You sure?
The purify, you know, the purify factor.
I'm not 100% sure whether it's going to be purified. They could get the petrify in a matter of fact.
I mean not purify from the one, the second skill of the Kagura.
Yeah. No. I totally get you. I totally get you here. But the main issue is that the stats are telling me that, you know, Kagura only has a 30% win rate despite being picked 10 times here overall at the MPL. So I don't know whether she is as good as she used to be, or maybe it's just, you know, the user sort of thing.
True, but at the same time, I feel like it's a good tool in case that, you know, Orange Esports decides to go for the Franco, and if the hook comes in, you know what? I don't need to spam Purify. I just can just zip out of there with my umbrella. You know.
To be fair, you actually can't do that.
Yeah, yo, you can from the hook.
Do it mid hook.
Yeah,
you can do it.
It's like a Purify.
Hook.
Even Selena arrow happens. Like, why I know this?
React to that?
I don't know. Yesterday it kind of happened. Like, I was playing the Selena Franco thing in my ranked games. I say Kagura, guys, I landed the arrow. Zips out of there.
I mean,
hook comes in,
arrow, I get
zips out of it. It's crazy. I don't know, but Kagura, it's annoying to deal with. If Orange Esports, they decide to pull out the Franco strat, which unfortunately is not going to do them any good if they want to face against this Kagura. I know, it's extremely difficult.
I feel like you're still going to get displaced, though. Aren't you going to get displaced?
A little bit, but technically, if you're fast enough, you just leave an umbrella right there.
Okay, fair enough. Now, SUHAZ, they get rid of the Roger as well as the Ruby, while Orange Esports makes a smart decision of getting rid of the Popo and Koopa, even though Isonic was doing a pretty decent job, but without the help of his teammates to kind of add that level of pressure, Popo and Koopa can definitely dominate the lane even harder, which is something I want HY to do. Hayabusa now gets banned out for the side of Orange Esports. Now both sides still looking for junglers here. Paquito still available. Ollis still available. Yishinshin also a good option.
Yeah, one thing I want to take that out of the pool is that, you know, first game, initially we thought that, hey, Box can only play Yishinshin. Guess what? He can play a lot of other heroes. They kind of underestimated it in the drafts. They banned the Yushin in final phase. This time they will not make the same mistake. They are gonna ban the meta ones because, you know, at this stage of the game you're playing week 3. If you cannot play the meta heroes, if you cannot play most of the heroes, you do not deserve to be called a pro player. So I would say Orange Esports might have underestimated Box a little bit too much based on the draft from game 1.
Well, I don't know. It does feel like they want to push Box.
Why did I just slap myself in the face? You know, I thought
exactly.
really Box?
I think
Shinsin? Really?
Because at this point of time, if he does play Ollis, I think it's going to be really difficult for him to get in on fights unless he lands at an amazing unyielding
Really?
fury.
You're going to play the SUHAZ? Really? We're going back to that? Like, is HY going to be playing the, you know, something else on the sides again? Non-marksman? There we go again?
I don't think it's going to be a non-marksman. I still think it's going to be a marksman, but I'm guessing it's going to be like either Brody or Clint. That's my guess. But
okay.
Orange Esports,
I hope so.
Paquito.
I hope so. It's going to be Brody and Clint. I hope so. But Karina pick up from... Oh, they brought the Franco. All right. They're not afraid of this Kagura pickup. All right. I did not expect this at all, but okay.
Okay, I can respect this. I mean, the Karina, definitely understandable here, but she's still punishable. Like, I would have preferred her a lot more if it was a double marksman for the side of SUHAZ Esports, but at this point of time, I guess it's just a way to deter HY. It's like, hey, we know for a fact that you like to bring other things into the gold lane, so let's test the waters here. Let's really put you in a pinch. play a marksman, something that I can dodge auto attacks with, and that's fine with me. We'll be at an advantage no matter what you do.
Oh no, did I hear that right? Is the glue? Oh no, they're going back to last week. They're going solo marksman in the jungle box.
Let's go!
Really? You're excited for this? Like, I was hoping HY not to do this. Like, based on our stats here, when HY play marksman, they win, and now they're back to it.
I mean, it's Cho into marksmans. You have like
okay,
2
fine.
kill opportunities. You literally only have 2 kill opportunities in lane, so as long as we keep that in mind, if he's able to hit both of those and dominate the lane afterwards, fair enough, well played to HY. Is it easy to do? Not necessarily, but hey, you know, he's risking it for the biscuit, he's rolling the dice, and he says, I'm confident enough to pull this off, and we just gotta believe.
Yep, let's take a look whether or not the Franco coming from Orange Esports is gonna make the comeback, as they are known for throughout the weeks, where SUHAZ Esports is back to basics once again coming from them, as Box is gonna be playing the jungle Ishin scene. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching game number 2 between SUHAZ Esports as well as Orange Esports.
All right, let's get into this. Is Orange Esports on the blue side, steps on the field. The red side looks back at them with the name of SUHAZ Esports on them. It's going to be Min and as well as HY featured up here on screen. But D-Ace, he's like, don't worry, I don't need the spotlight. I'm going to be right here by your purple.
Yeah.
Steal. Oh my god. That such a feels bad. He knew it was coming as well. He couldn't do anything about it.
Feels bad for Lola, but it feels good moment for DAs. Not gonna lie, that's pretty exciting. Like Min, he tried to go get a little bit annoying. Unfortunately, it starts with the wrong way. Here comes a nice hook coming in, forces the flicker from DAs, but still a pretty good battle spell being baited out from Orange Esports.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's totally fine. Box knows for a fact that he won't be able to keep up with the clear speed of Lola because Lola does have the Demon Slayer, while Box has the killing spree, which I think is fair for marksmen. You don't necessarily have to be farm heavy.
Am I seeing this right? Orange Esports, they are going to be sending the Beatrix down mid and going for a lane swap with iSonic on the other side on the gold lane.
Yes, I think this is a even better matchup for iSonic at this point of time.
We haven't seen this coming from Orange Esports since last season, where Valence was playing on the Beatrix down mid, and maybe, you know, this time he's gonna be A-okay. Mon taking the mantle, but here comes the hook from mid. This is huge. DAs need to back up, but here comes the storm, and Man is gonna cry his lungs out.
Oh, that's a little sad. Yeah, but so far, I think it's okay. I don't think the side lanes are taking too much punishment, and more importantly, iSonic has a very easy way to kind of clear the lanes efficiently without having to interact with HY, who did take high and dry, by the way. So even HY was like, oh yeah, baby, we're gonna fight Beatrix in lane.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this did not happen. Meanwhile, Mountain Shocker does review the position. Orange Esports, they are looking to play. The Black Dragon comes in. SUHAZ Esports, they are going to go in for the dive, but from the sides. Mid catches Box, and that's going to be first blood from Orange Esports. They get the turtle, they get the kill, and they got everything in SUHAZ Esports. They dropped the ball on that.
Oh yeah, they definitely did. They forgot the fact that Beatrix is so good when it comes down to these neutral objective fights. You clump up too close together, first blood is in my grass as AJ gets on top of Mon for now. He's getting really good trades, but he's running out of mana. To Ace finally here to help him secure the lane.
Oh, that was a sick hook coming from Min. Like, if Min did not get that hook, Box would have gotten the turtle, but because of that, that's gonna help Orange Esports a little bit more. But as of now, SUHAZ Esports, they've got to respect this. They don't exactly have a very, very strong late game plan unless Box gets his farm. And dying that much, not that well. However, another hook comes in, and that's going to be the Beatrix completely destroying him. Orange Esports says, no Selena, no problem. We've got Beatrix. And the mid Beatrix is going to be the way to go.
And Min is nasty. He's just like knocking on the windshield of the Ace every single time he drives by the river. He's like, come here often, sir. And AJ now in trouble, gets locked down and even dies over. It's not the purple buff. Edge is opened up. Box is here to save the day with the help of HY gets close to killing Mon. Goes straight back to farming knowing that HY has secured the kill. AJ may go down. The Ace may get pulled in, but they got 2 back.
back in return for one.
Yeah, this is huge for SUHAZ Esports, getting the punish onto that, and Orange Esports overextended their state a little bit too long, calling for unnecessary measures. Meanwhile, here comes the hook from in. Oh my goodness, did he get it? Oh, okay. Wait, who got it? It was a Box?
No, Box got it. Box got it still at the end of the day. He increased in EXP. No big deal. But I like what SUHAZ is doing here. They're getting a little bit more aggressive, playing off of the cooldowns of Min. They know if Min hooks anything, that means we get to walk up for free. There is no threat to be had unless he flickers and uses the Bloody Hunt on somebody. Exactly. But they know for a fact he doesn't have flicker either. So now Isonic, he's going to get dove under the turret. Oh, the on-run and the Earthshaker didn't land at all. And now Box has to wait until, there we go. Black Shoes come up. Isonic played that perfectly.
Great sidestep coming from him, and because of this, Orange Esports is going to get the turtle for free. Zeno is going to be there to try and isolate the fight. Eve going to try and stall things up, and SUHAZ Esports a little bit too far off to join this fight. Eve needs to make a run for it. Here comes the flicker. However, on the other side of the map as well, Beatrix just completely destroys the ace as he kicks him out. Man, almost getting the snipe as well. Oof, a little bit too close.
That was way too close for comfort, but good sidestep coming in from Eevee. He even lost his flicker in that engagement as well, so let's keep in mind that he's not going to have it for the next upcoming fight. Outer turret energy shields are down. No more gold to be farmed. And AJ getting his Clock of Destiny is 5 minutes into the game. Ideally, he would like to get it a little bit earlier, but hey, you know, things happen.
Yep, and as of yet, the Orange Esports, they are going to be bringing the tier 1 up top, and because of this, it is going to give them a little bit more map control. Meanwhile, Mountain Shaka once again reviews the position. Orange Esports needs to disposition. Sonic, however, doing a fantastic job just surviving Orange Arrow. As long as he doesn't die, he's doing okay. And on the other side of the map, as long as Mon is farming, it's okay as well. Box a little bit too low. The hook doesn't come in, and SUHAZ Esports, they have to back out. They go try to force. It looks like they are going to try to force the issue. Min is going to get caught out. And here comes the kick as well. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. And they chunk him out of smithereens. Lola from the sides are going to come in. Box taking a bit too much damage. What are you doing? The wrong side of the woods. And that is going to be Orange Esports taking him out. DS needs to back out, but Orange Esports completely shuts them out. 3 for 1.
Ooh, no priority, no ways to get on out, and most importantly, no ways to finish the fight sooner than it has to be. Eevee now losing all his little goblets of glue. He comes back up, and unfortunately that's all tier 1s crumbling down. Orange Esports with a clean 3.4. 3.3k, oh, that's surprising. 3.3k gold lead.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy, but let's take a look at real items real quick. Lola going for a first Thunder Belt item here, a little bit more defensive measure. Mon is almost there towards the Blade of Despair. Once that's out, he is going to hit a little bit harder. Meanwhile, SUHAZ Esports, they have to find a way to make sure that Box gets his problem. Dying 2 times in a row in 6 minutes of the game, not a good eyesight for him.
It really isn't. It really isn't right now. Unfortunately, they can't do much about the snowball, but I think SUHAZ Esports at this point of time have been making some pretty greedy and aggressive plays. But this hook from Min, it just doesn't stop. He keeps landing it each time.
Oh my goodness, Orange Esports. Like, you know what? Franco's the meta. Let's go. As long as you land your hooks, you are going to be in the meta. He just doesn't miss, and SUHAZ Esports, they're getting caught off by surprise because of this. Here comes another hook. As you know, he kind of missed this time, but oh well. You know, SUHAZ Esports, they're just a little bit afraid right now.
Dude, is Min just like, he's so accurate. He's so accurate with these hooks. He's like, oh my goodness, he's like the Cristiano Ronaldo of Franco's out there looking for opportunities to lock him down.
Yeah, I know. It's really, really hard to actually pull it off, and I definitely agree. Cristiano Ronaldo, you know, he doesn't miss as well. You know,
he doesn't
couple
miss.
One, his penalty shots is really amazing, and I get it.
Again, man never misses. If any game that has Cristiano Ronaldo in it and he misses a shot, it's like, that's impossible. But here we go. Min walks on in. He's looking for an opportunity. Yes, see it. Oh, so close, but a quick sidestep coming in from SUHAZ to dodge it. This time, they were ready.
Yeah, they are definitely prepared for this, but at the same time as well, it's not going to be over yet. Min looking for the right moment to strike. SUHAZ Esports, they have to back out, but here comes the Renner coming in, but doesn't seem to connect. So that's going to be SUHAZ Esports backing out once again. However, what's the win condition right now for SUHAZ Esports? Like, it feels like they need to find a fallback plan, and currently HY pushing out the lanes would be nice. But he just continues, but the hook comes in. Oh my goodness, man, he gets the hook of his life. However, he'll pay with his price. He'll trade his XP laner for tank, but they get a little bit more out of this, and RGs, but they are coming back out of this situation. Box gets hooked, but he returns with the crate, and that's gonna be Orange Esports coming out on top with a 3-for-2 trade-off, and now with the turtle up for grabs, this is looking good for Orange Esports.
Oh, good call coming in from Box. A lot of players would have been too scared to go in for the kill because they can't judge the damage, but Mon was so below 50% HP. Box easily takes him out, procs the killing spree, walks away, but we still have to give respects. Orange Esports, a good engagement starter coming in from mid. I don't know if he knows people are there or whether he's just blind hooking, but either way, this man is so accurate with that iron hook.
I know, right? He got the hook, but that looks a little bit too close to comfort. He got a good target, but it's still a frontline tank. The biggest condition for them to win is to make sure that Box dies another time and close the deal. Whereas SUHAZ Esports, I don't know, man. Seems a little bit shaky. The Ace waiting for the hook. Is the hook gonna come in? Min looking for it, but seems like SUHAZ, they're just pressured in by Min right now, and will he back off? And Min is gonna be taunting his way through. Does he get the hook? He's looking for it. And Mountain Shocker comes in, but the hook, oh, it doesn't seem to connect. That's going to be SUHAZ Esports backing out for now.
And now we're seeing Lord is going to be fallen. They're not going to lose an inhibitor here. They should be able to make it through their high ground defense, but Orange Esports making sure that they punish.
Oh, the hook!
Oh, again! Zeno now jumping into the back line and just creating the space as the team breaks open the mid lane inhibitor turret. Oh my goodness.
And the hook again!
Stop it! Stop it! Let them play the game, man!
Oh.
Let them play the game!
Oh, Min doing a fantastic job. You can see,
Watch it.
Wait.
His iron hook is now off of cooldown right now, by the way. He's looking for Box.
He gets the kill! Seals the deal of his fate! Oh my goodness, Eve is down! What a hook coming in from him! My goodness.
Man's 3 for 3. Doesn't miss. The Ace now is going to die for his armor. He pops out of it, but it really doesn't matter. This game's over. Orange Esports crack open all inhibitors without the Lord as they muscle wear their way in. HY finds an initial kick, but it doesn't matter. But he flickers forward to kill Sonic anyways. This wave needs to be distracted, and HY is the only line of defense. Eevee comes on in. They're looking for the end. Can they do it? No! It's so close! The rest of the minions just spawn and push the wave out with only 10% on the crystal left.
Oh, they got a little bit too greedy for this from Orange Esports. However, SUHAZ Esports a little bit of a redemption points, but triple kill has been secured in that fight. And ooh la la, man, yeah, this is pretty fun. Like, I haven't seen a fun game from Franco for a very, very long time. Thank you, Min. Thank you very much.
Somebody's, I don't know. Is there aim assist in this game? What's going on here? What's going on here? Like, what does he eat to have this kind of accuracy? Does he just wake up in the morning? It's like, I'm gonna hit 100 iron hooks from every angle in this map.
You know, somebody's just built different, but here comes the bike coming in. The Ace is gonna come out. He's gonna shred him to pieces. He tries to get out. He's got the immortality. Absolutely gonna do nothing. And aim assist off for now, but it doesn't even need it to hit.
Nah, he hit the first one. The second one was just like, I could have hit it, but I chose not to because I know you're still gonna die. Right? Like, how else does that look to me? Tell me, I don't know. Bottom side is getting shoved out at the same time, so I think SUHAZ is making an intelligent decision here to say, hey, we know for a fact Lord is gone. The best we can do is try to scrape up some gold, try to hit our 42k item power spike, and maybe, just maybe, we have an opportunity.
Hopefully. But currently they are going to back out. They managed to push out the lanes down bottom, so that is going to be a little bit of a victory coming in from SUHAZ Esports. Economy-wise, they're not doing too far behind from Orange Esports, but I feel like Orange Esports, they have won my heart in game number 2 with Min on the Franco, and you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Franco being banned later on, but as of now, the game's not over yet, and Mountain Shocker review the position. Lord's coming in, but top side, make mistakes. Zeno's gonna be caught out by himself. They are gonna force him down, chunk him away, but Zeno will escape as they see the rest of Orange Esports diving to the mid turret. Everyone from SUHAZ has to back out of the fight. The Ace goes in for the whole Min. Gonna go for the hook, but it's a very short duration as they slowly chunk down the Ace. The Ace, he needs to get out of the situation. Does he survive? No, he does not, as he is gonna be burned down. But man, with the hook again, they get on towards Eve. away, and that is gonna be his downfall. However, 5v4 SUHAZ Esports, they are gonna be everything, but the hook coming in again. They focus on the crystal, and they make it to his game number 2 for Orange Esports. What a turn of events coming from Orange Esports.
What a game coming out of Orange. And as always, they're still able to at least steal away a game from their opponents time and time again. Well done to Orange Esports, bringing the score 1-1 against SUHAZ Esports. GG. Well played, OE.
Well done coming in from Orange Esports. That is the bounce back that they deserve. And SUHAZ Esports, hey, I'm sorry to say HY, that is going to be a big no-no if you do not play marksman on the goal lane.
Yeah.
Apparently, based on your stats.
It's rough, it's rough. And to be fair, I don't even think it's HY's fault in that particular situation. Marksman or not, it would have been a bad time. Yuzong, really, really difficult to deal with as a marksman once he gets on top of you. But more importantly so, like the performance coming in from Min, shutting down the ace time and time again, and even getting some good follow-up hooks. Wow, that's, well, you got to give it to him. He played a strong game.
I feel really bad because it kind of hit me in the Kokoro because you remember during your drafts I was saying that, hey, HY was not playing marksman. Please, you know, and then when they lost and I'm like, oh, it kind of hit me in that really difficult spot, man.
Look, sometimes it hurts in the meow meow, and when it occurs, you gotta roll with the punches, as they like to say.
My goodness.
Just roll with the punches. And I think in all honesty, despite the fact that the lane, I thought the lane was pretty much over for HY to be fair, but the fact is he manages to edge out the lane and go even in it despite being a Cho, which number one is already considered a win. But if we pull up the item build, I think we'll get a much better understanding of the situation, because if we look at the gold alone, and I should be correct about this, I'm really hoping I'm not wrong. Yep, that's going to be 10,000 coming in from HY. And if you look at iSonic, 9.7. And remember that HY was split pushing for the majority of this game, but iSonic with a 4-1 and 9 KD against a Lilia?
Yeah.
Not bad.
It's pretty good considering that, you know, like knowing that prior to that he was actually ganked one time with the Mountain Shocker, because Box completely saw that everyone from Orange Esports kind of bailed on him on the rotate topside. And despite that, he timed his back shoot so perfectly to the point that he actually survived that initial gank. So that's a big plus point coming from iSonic, and hopefully this, you know, is going to keep up. However, let's not take credit where credit is due, because 12 assists on Min on this Franco, the guy that does not miss. SUHAZ Esports, they've got to respect this now.
Yeah, I'm getting like OHEB flashbacks looking at him, man. The only other person that I can think of that lands that many hooks, especially when it matters. Woohoo! He had the momentum, he's on fire, but more importantly, Man on this Beatrix, quite a beast.
Oh yeah.
You can definitely see his impact. You can definitely see how more consistent he is with the Beatrix in terms of his positioning and overall mechanics.
Yeah, the mean and mark factor, like we talked about this during the key winning factor as well. Like if you separate them, they kind of mess up. Game 1 kind of, that situation kind of happened as well, where Man was pushing all by himself with his E. But Game 2, as long as the Beatrix is beside Franco, you're pretty sure going to get a free, full-fledged random shot if the Franco gets a hook and gets a bite. And to top it all off, everyone from SUHAZ Esports does not even have Purify.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing much that you can do, because even if you, let's say, even if you do Purify one of the spells, you're only purifying Xeno, Min is going to get the work done. MVP time, you know who it is. We don't need to introduce you. The man who doesn't let you play the game. It's going to be Min on this Franco with this 1, 2, and 12. Absolute. Oh, it's just a nut job. What? This.
Is it aim assist? You say? Nope. I just say
it's got to be something.
No, he's just built different, bro. Come on, man.
Oh, his eyes. I don't know whether he's got like crosshairs built into his eyes or something.
His fingers.
I don't know. He figures it out. The fact is, he took rapid boots with the conceal. He's always at the right place at the right time, and he makes sure that he can get these follow-up hooks, which makes this overwhelming presence when you are in a fight with Franco, because you're afraid of getting hooked, but if somebody moves, somebody else in the backline is going to get hit. So got to take the brunt of the damage.
Yeah, I'm really surprised as well. Even despite having Mountain Shocker constantly revealing the positions in Min, he somehow gets away with the hook still. And SUHAZ Esports, this is the first time I've seen SUHAZ Esports not take advantage of their macro gameplay completely, and it's just kind of weird. And I feel like it's something that they need to go kind of figure this out. How fortunate for them it is still for the regular season, but let's take a look at the highlights real quick. This hook from Min that kind of caught Box off guard was through the turtle, and who would expect that? Like, oh, the tank is in the turtle, and you know, there's no way he's gonna get the hook, but with that small little tight angle, he was able to catch Box off by surprise, and that was pretty sick. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, some really tight corners as well that he was able to just completely abuse people, but you can see iSonic's perfect defense of the dive. I think this is really well done by him. He's keeping aware of where exactly his black shoes is, because he doesn't want it to be too close to HY, so he gets hit by the G Kundo, but just far enough from the rest of the enemy team so it minimizes his damage.
Oh, what a game though. Like this is crazy coming from Orange Esports. And you know, hopefully game 3 is gonna be better, but I feel like SUHAZ Esports, they have to, you know, just let HY, you know, play back his marksman. Like, even though Cho is something he's comfortable with, the meta has kind of shifted, and this is kind of crazy coming from Min. That's maximum range hook to actually catch eBay, and I think that, you know, the Ace just did not expect that at all.
Yeah, he really wasn't expecting it, and I think the Ace just ran out of options, and honestly, the Min really got in his head in terms of positioning because he kept catching him off time and time again and putting him out of the fight where he really needs to be there to actually get the first initial engage, take the brunt of the damage, come out, and then you start using his Divine Retribution to stack back up, so on and so forth. But hey, that's just how Game 2 goes. Who knows what's going to happen in Game 3? The score is 1-1 still.
Yep, anything can happen in this situation here. Will SUHAZ Esports bounce back, or will Orange Esports take the cake? It's about time to actually figure it out here. Is Franco the new meta? But so far, it is coming from Orange Esports. 2 games of Franco they've played so far, 2 victories for them.
With that being said, guys, the teams are going to go back and re-strategize to come back with the best draft possible. Could it be blue side supremacy? Could it be red? We're not sure, but we'll find out with more MLBB action right after this break.
Adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill. What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Orange Sport is always on time. Let's create some miracles. You have slain an enemy. Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill. Cinnamon is no ordinary pet.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Take legendary! Take my royal station!
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja kan.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL Season 9 here in Malaysia. We're doing great so far. Our competitive season is looking amazing. My name is Getting Cute. This is ICBaby12, here to tell you guys that you should be keeping your eyes stuck on the MPL MY because things are moving fast. And especially with both teams currently 1-1, it's a dead even split until this game is over. With that being said, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors for creating this beautiful stage up here behind us that you guys will soon get to enjoy one time, one day, just very, very soon. Quickly shout outs to official gaming channel, Secret Lab partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, EGG network, and not to mention our co-organizers, ESI, for making it happen.
Exactly. Without this, guys, we would not have all this amazing setup. And like we said as well, once in a, we will like to have you guys join us in the near future, and hopefully we will see you guys very, very soon. However, talking about the matches today here, what a turn of events. Orange Esports bouncing back in game number 2. It seems like SUHAZ Esports kind of underestimated the power of the Franco. 2 games they've played, 2 games they've won, but Orange Esports has not won their entire series yet.
Yes, this could be it. I mean, it was a very convincing game 1 for SUHAZ and one very convincing game in game number 2 for Orange. And if you look at the numbers do not lie. Man was doing a phenomenal job, absolutely shredding that game.
Yeah, and on top of it all, based on the damage here, like game 1, it wasn't that too far off compared to Orange Esports as well as SUHAZ Esports. But game number 2, it's pretty much a big difference coming from Orange Esports, and I feel like SUHAZ Esports, they were definitely caught off guard by this Franco, who, in my opinion, I feel like AJ's Kagura was okay, but Min wasn't setting his target on the mage. 2 games in a row, they completely ignored AJ twice now, and I don't think that Orange Esports' game plan is to shut down AJ. It's more of they want to just shut down Box altogether.
Yeah, I think it's good that they're doing that, but more importantly so, not only do they shut down Box, but they also make sure they take away the spearhead of SUHAZ, and that is going to be the ace because half the time these hooks were landing on the support option once they lost that front line. HY, if he is split pushing, it's a 3v5. That's not an easy situation to win.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, it was just 2 different Chos being played in 2 different people in game 1, game 2 from SUHAZ. Like, game 1, it was played an XP Cho, it was a tank Cho. Game 2, DPS Cho, and also played in the gold lane. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out. And we've seen HY kind of try to set things up for the team. Unfortunately to say, they could not set anything at all. And I like a point that you actually brought up as well from Gideon, that D-Ace, did not have a very, very good game in game 2 at all, and because of that, SUHAZ just kind of crumbles.
Yeah, I mean, you want it to be better, but it just wasn't. But I think that's fine because at the end of the day, they can still make their recovery if they win this next game here. 2-1 might not be, a clean 2-0, which would have been ideal, but it's still points at the end of the day, which everybody needs to make sure that they can maintain the standard and get above in towards the upper brackets. That's ideal. Making it into playoffs, that's a whole different story because we're getting close to the halfway mark of the MPL.
Now, I've got a question right now. We talked about the blue supremacy. 2 games in a row, both teams has won from the blue side. This time, who's going to be on the blue side? Is it going to be SUHAZ? It should be SUHAZ, right?
Yep, there we go. SUHAZ on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side. Let's see how they draft one more time. Expecting the same thing. They might actually ban Franco. I'm guessing Matilda, Selena, Franco, Orange Esports, they're going to get rid of Valentina, Fanny, as well as Lancelot.
Yeah, that's pretty standard from game 1 and game 2.
Exactly. That's what I'm hoping for. It should be pretty straightforward, right? Yeah. Unless if it doesn't follow those bans and it goes out of the ordinary, they're setting up for something possible.
Okay, so would it be possible if they follow up the bans and it's like, hey, you know what, we're gonna pick Franco because the Ace once upon a time plays it as well, just to deny it away from us.
I think that's definitely that's a good prediction, definitely possible, and I do feel like if any other team was going to do that, SUHAZ is #1 on the list.
Let's hope they do it. But so far, blue supremacy. Game 1, the Franco was completely ignored from both teams. Game 2, orange pulled the big guns. But this time, you know, SUHAZ,
do it.
Dude, are they tilted by this?
Do it.
Are they tilted?
Do it.
Do they want to ban it?
Do it.
They're thinking
Join
about
the
it.
dark side. Ban out the Franco. You know you want to.
Stay blue, man. Blue
Give me my 100% accuracy of my picks.
Dude, blue supremacy. Man.
Blue supremacy.
Look at them heroes get they plan. Oh, yeah, see, blue
Dang
supremacy.
it. Dang it. Why? But they beat Eve the last time, so I don't know why they still think it's a big deal here. All right, fine, whatever. That's sure hurt my feelings.
Identical bans coming from SUHAZ Esports from game 2 as well, so nothing crazy yet. They're gonna force Min to actually play a very difficult hero, but Lancelot being banned here, pretty comfortable as well. First pick here, Edith is gonna be out for grab. Paquito as well is going to be out for grab for Orange Esports if they want to go for it again, which unfortunately didn't exactly go out. But are they going to first pick Lilia? Yes, they are. Seems like both 3 games in a row, Lilia has been first pick on the blue side.
See, that's the thing. Every time you see Yves get banned out, you're most likely going to expect Lilia. Mainly because Yves versus Lilia in lane, Yves generally has an advantage.
Yeah.
Like you would like to believe, oh yeah, Lilia can like sacrifice a little bit here and there, and those sacrifices end up getting punished even more when you're playing up against Yves. So, yeah, just by the way, in case you were wondering, Orange Esports on the other hand, Franco. You can't use black shoes if you're locked down in Bloody Hunt.
Actually,
facts.
Yeah, it's true, but that's the thing. Purify on.
You can't purify out of Bloody Hunt.
No, you can't purify out of Bloody Hunt, but you can purify out of the hook, and then black shoe.
True, but it's so hard to react to. It's so difficult. Okay, Yutong Paquito.
Oh no.
It feels like Orange Esports is repeating their draft a little bit more from game number 1. Does it feel that way? Does it feel that way?
I like the Yujong priority. Just because that game 1, game 2, game 1 it was banned in second phase. Game 2 they picked it up. It looked really good setup for the Franco hook, but I don't really like that they kind of show their cards that, hey, this is definitely a jungle Paquito. And unless, you know, they decide to follow, you know, take a page off SUHAZ Esports where, hey, both these lanes are going to be in the gold lane and the XP, which I highly doubt they will. But if, like you said, you are calling for the Franco, it is a good setup to just completely one-shot him.
What?
And, but the Beatrix completely ignored from Orange Esports, means SUHAZ Esports, they are going to pick it again.
Okay, so they steal away Beatrix this time, but they do get the chill. I'm surprised because I thought they would go for Hayabusa this time around. But I guess it's okay. There's still Roger, there's still Aulus, and I think that's something that Orange Esports is going to ban out. They're most likely going to ban out Yishinshin as well as the Aulus and force him onto Hayabusa. I feel, I don't know. For all we know, I think Orange Esports might be like, you know what, he was a little too good on Yishinshin. So I'd say it's 50-50, but generally, they're going to be banning out junglers.
Yeah, I think it's something that they can actually deal with. But as of now, I'm pretty sure they're somewhat deciding whether or not they want to go to Franco or not. But I honestly don't think they should. Never mind. I hate myself even more right now. Like, I don't think they should, but they are going to force the issue. Like, Paquito and also Yujong has been great. We did kind of see it early on with Zeno set up with Min multiple times. We've seen it with Man and Min factor with the Franco into the Beatrix runner. But this time, without the Beatrix on mid, they need something else to do a little bit more in terms of team fight, which whoever gets hooked. In this case, I feel like SUHAZ Esports, if AJ gets a Purify, he's going to be okay. He doesn't have a Purify, he's okay as well. But his teammates, however, is going to have a little bit of rough time.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, I guess, I mean, there's a lot of what-ifs here, but then again, after Game 2's performance, I think there should be no doubt that he is capable of landing hooks. I just want to see how SUHAZ kind of plays around the fact.
Yeah, I think 2 games in a row now, SUHAZ Esports, they kind of prioritize Flicker over Purify, and both games, Game 1 they won, Game 2 didn't exactly go too well with them. Game 3, because of this, I feel like having multiple Purifies is great. Just to deal with the Franco, but based on statistics, based on odds, and based on, I would say, not counting superhuman reactions or aim, right? I don't think the Franco is that much of a worry based on the drafts. But if it's Min and Man, I'm like, yeah, it's tough for me, you know? Like based on the draft, if this was just any other Franco game and it's not like 100% hook rate, you'd be like, yeah, it's not much of a threat. But game 2, okay, Purify is gonna be the way to go.
I think in this particular game, Purify is going to go, but not because of Franco. I do think like the Iron Hook, if you get hit by it, it's kind of like you're pretty much done for at that point. You want to save your Purify for something a little bit more reactable, which is most likely, I'm guessing, for the Petrify that's going to come out
on the Yuzhong as well.
Yuzhong, right? And
that's pretty good as well.
Or Brody when he goes with the Corrosive Strike. Very interesting adaptations coming here from Orange Esports. I like it.
Is this a Brody mid?
No, this is going to be Brody in the gold lane. They still haven't chosen.
Then who's going to be the mid?
They haven't chosen the
this is... Oh, wait, sorry. This is a jungle Paquito again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jungle Paquito.
But they need a mage now.
For Orange, yes. But for SUHAZ, on the other hand, they currently need jungle, which I think Roger isn't too bad, but they know for a fact that Roger needs to get the melee form. Again. And he's going to get rolled, so Yishin is a little tough.
Aulus is pretty good.
I think Aulus is not bad as well. Ooh, you know what? That's even better. They're like...
Who needs Purify now?
Yeah, screw your CC. I don't care. We don't need Purifies. We're playing Dairoth. I like this. I'm all on board.
Wait, what? This? Huh? They're all right.
Four members on the side of Orange Esports. That's funny. That's funny. Now, we get a Loyi for the side of Orange Esports. If it wasn't for that Diggy, Loyi is actually really good here.
Yeah, Loyi is pretty good, but at the same time, I'm a little bit worried about the Day1 pickup from SUHAZ ESPORTS. It kind of haunts me in the couple of ranked games so far. I'm still not convinced it's that strong, but I'm looking forward to see it played this particular game and whether or not how this Day1 is going to impact for SUHAZ ESPORTS.
Wait, you weren't there when Box played Day1 the last time, right?
No, I wasn't.
Darn it. Okay,
I'm still not convinced.
Don't worry. You're going to get a first-hand experience of what it looks like. Hopefully it's good and I don't get disappointed here, but Dairoth has been wrecking when it comes down to these ranked games. Hopefully you get to see it on the professional stage here. It's going to be SUHAZ ESPORTS with a strong team fighting composition. Stick together, Diggy ult, and make the best of the situation. While once again, we're seeing Orange Esports getting a little bit feisty, lock you down, pick you apart, and scale for late. We've got a good game on our hands for number 3 here in our best of 3 series. It's going to be SUHAZ Esports versus Orange Esports. Game number 3.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the way to go. But now, a little bit fun fact for you guys as well. Diggy Bombs has been reworked and kind of buffed as well. As long as the Diggy does not die and you build up enough stacks on alarm bombs, he is going to hit like a truck. And towards the later stage of the game. However, the is going to be playing on a tank role. As long as he doesn't die, he's going to be okay. But here comes the hook. Box will block the shot, but not that big of an issue.
Yeah, if it was the buff, it'd be a bigger deal. But at this point, yeah, Box is definitely going to be able to clear it faster. Oh, he also took the killing spree as well. So
no Demon Slayer.
No Demon Slayer. He's going to be a fast little boy here. Lola didn't take Demon Slayer either. He went for the killing spree too. All right, so it's going to be dead even between the junglers, even when emblems are involved. If you look on top side, it's going to be important that Sonic stays alive in this lane. And once he gets some help from his support, that's when he can start thinking about getting rid of those energy shields.
Yeah, I like how for the fact that the Demon Slayer is not like for every single jungler. Respect for certain heroes, it will be okay, especially farm-oriented ones. In this case, for them to not prioritize it, it's not that bad in the issue. However, Min is going to start things off with the hook. He's going to try to set it up for Lola. He does have the KO punch. Min not going to be getting it as of yet. SUHAZ ESPORTS, they are playing the
Oh, he's going to get dove.
Uh-oh, Zeno.
He's about to get dove here. He's about to die. Goodbye, Zeno. It was nice knowing you, buddy. And you get... Wait, was that the ace that I heard shouting from all the way in the back? Or was it Eevee? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I can hear it too, but, you know, I'm surprised they actually go for a future shout, but Orange Esports, they're still playing it a bit slow. Min is going to scout the issue. AJ does have to Purify. He's not that afraid.
Wait,
Min is
oh my goodness!
Damage, and Min gets completely bullied out of the lane. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He's got to pay the price.
He's trolling, he's trolling, he's trolling, he's trolling. He had the flicker, he just greeted out so badly. He's like, nah, I'm not gonna get hit by this. Trust, trust, trust. Imagine, I can't wait for, if Orange Esports, I hope that's the mic check.
The shadow bomb, the shadow bombs.
He's just like, guys, don't worry, I'm not gonna get hit by the next one. He gets hit, he's like, don't worry, I'm not gonna get hit by the next one, I swear.
Yeah, and now Box is just going for control. Min does not get the hook. Box is just gonna farm it very, very efficiently. He's got 1-0 so far. Orange Esports, no real answer with this Dirov yet. First blood bounty is gonna be up for grabs for you guys. Be sure to use the code stated on the screen.
MPL rewards when you chicken out from McDonald's delivery. Eevee finally gets hit by the Iron Hook from Min, but really does it matter? No, it does not. Nobody can really follow up on that damage here, but speaking of which, the fact that Min is down by bot side, the Ace is making a very smart decision, running up top side, and now Brody cannot walk up to the wave without getting harassed, and HY already a level up on him.
Tang Cho on the sides as well, so this is going to be a little bit, you know, more to SUHAZ comfort zones. Game 1, this was their exact playstyle. They have HY on the Beatrix, not too bad. The Ace hasn't exactly died yet, so he's slowly building his stacks as long as those bombs are hitting heroes. So we can't exactly see how many stacks it has, but eventually we will see the burst damage maybe by what? 12-minute mark where he actually gets like 30-ish plus stacks.
Okay, we're making a lot of assumptions he doesn't die
if he doesn't die.
Look, Diggy is just designed to die at some point. He doesn't have the stats to really... Oh, don't get hooked here. He gets hooked here, it's going to be so terrible for him.
If Box gets hooked from the bush, it could be something, you know. They're afraid. They're afraid.
Like, I'm nervous for them. I'm nervous for them because they're standing in very typical spots. They're not even standing in off angles so that they don't get hit by it. They just don't care at all about this Iron Hook.
No. They kind of cared about it, but for us, it's like, hey, Min, he's gonna land the hook anytime.
I don't know if it's the psychological play of I'm gonna stand in the most. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm gonna stand in the most obvious spots because he'll never think that I'll stand in an obvious spot.
all right. But Min, however, he's gonna get timed on. No, he gets pulled back. He tried to flicker out, but the pull from Iggy.
That's so great. It looks so jank as well. Don't you love getting absolutely dumpstered by a tiny little bird that controls time? The timing of Min trying to get out of that while the reverse timing activates. Oh, that was beautiful. Well played, the Ace. Well played.
Well, you know what that's called? That's called bid.
That's called dirty. Get it done dirty. Mon now going to get hit by Eevee, but Flicker's just out of the way. Manages to lock down AJ, but the Black Shoes comes off just in time. You hear the Ace's scream as now Lola understanding what Mon had to deal with here. It is not easy to deal with AJ's damage right now.
Oh, this is big coming in from SUHAZ Esports, and they are just growing crazy in game number 3, 4-0, and there's just absolutely nothing they can do. This Diggy is just out, getting a little bit annoying. Lola is going to go a little bit of harassment. The Ace do not die. He tries to pull him back, but here comes SUHAZ Esports. They want to go in for the fight. The bombs are solely isolated way through. Box will force out flickers from Orange Esports as they focus on the tier 1s. Meanwhile, Zeno is going to be A-okay as he backs out on bottom side. But middle lane, top side, Orange Esports, they are on full retreat.
Now this isn't good because SUHAZ Esports have basically been making aggressive plays that, like we were talking about, like, oh, they're getting a little sloppy, they're making these aggressive plays, and they're so greedy, yada, yada, yada. But that's the thing. SUHAZ is evolving, and this is the results that you want to see. 5-0. Orange Esports are losing every single engagement, and more importantly, losing every single lane.
Yeah, that's the worrisome here. Like, they were hoping that Min is going to be able to get a setup, but this time they are just going to target him. Here comes the way of the dragon. They flex on him as well. Eevee goes for the freeze now, and he pays the price. Oh, the disrespect.
He did him so dirty there. Oh, the absolute flex on him. Well done, well done. But now, how far can they really go with this? 6-0 for so far. They only have a 4K goal lead at 6 minutes. Oh, 4K goal lead at 6 minutes is pretty bad. It's not looking good for Orange Esports, but most importantly, if they can just hold on to the mid-tier 1, they can at least be able to protect the jungle.
Exactly, but as of yet, nothing much is crazy yet. Box is just farming out of control. Nothing much they can do. Did the Ace just pop the time journey in front of them?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
I guess he was confident that, like, no matter what, I'm not...
What that was close. That was close.
What is that hitbox? Did it just go through the armpits of AJ or something? Like, what happened there? Why did that not connect?
You know, that's why you've got to have a small little girl in your team, man. You can, you know, it's easier to dodge hooks.
Oh,
yeah.
you know,
Not gonna lie, the model size kind of small.
debatable. I don't think I want to go further than that, but EV does find an initial kick onto Mon. Wrong direction, but he gets locked down by the Bloody Hunt. And also the yin-yang reaction. Ooh, Min almost getting the hook again on towards another priority target. That might have forced AJ to use the black shoes, but hey, most importantly, Orange Esports are on the board.
Yep, they're playing a little bit safe. AJ doing a fantastic game in Game 3 on his Lilia as well. This time he's got 4-0-1. He's starting to pop off as well. Orange Esports just not expecting this. Well, Box is going to go in for the fight.
Ooh.
Lola is going to make a run for it, sidesteps his way through. The Abyssal Strike doesn't seem to hit, but Min goes for the hook.
Oh,
He gets at the end, but the time journey is going to get him out of the sticky situation. So all is well, my friend. Team doesn't have Purify, don't worry, we've got Diggy in the back.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness it works that way. The initial stun doesn't allow you to actually get it. Oh, I can't.
But hey, AJ's got Purify, okay? AJ's got Purify. Chill.
I can't. The hooks make me so squeamish. Like truly, it is.
Oh, the hook, the pick from the sides, even catches Sonic. And Orange is what they're losing members. Sonic is going to be dying for as well, but AJ, they're trying his best to keep them alive, but somehow the turret is not going to be enough to kill him off, and that's going to be a 6-0-2 for SUHAZ Esports.
Sick engagement coming in from EV, and this is unfortunately thanks to the Ace, who didn't have his ultimate there. Really would have helped for his entire team, but don't worry, AJ saved the play overall. He still had his black shoes. He made sure he hit all of his abilities. Now he's 6-0-2, and he's doing a phenomenal job. Oh, HY, he's in trouble!
Oh, that is a little bit too close to be comfort. Lola tried to make a little bit play from that situation, but he's 0-3. He hasn't been able to do too much. You know, Box is, keeping up in terms of economy, but let's take a quick look at the items here. How far apart are they? Not that much of an issue. Lola's going to go for a little bit more damage, but however, middle side, Eve going to be taking a bit too much damage. Time journey is there, but AJ from the sides is going to try and harass his way through. He's got the black shoe. He's going to back out, and he gets the burst shutdown on Mon. What a catch coming in from AJ.
What? I really hope there's an instant replay of that just to see how that landed exactly. Was that just at the edge there, or was it set up beforehand by AJ? I cannot figure out how he set that up to get that kill. He should not technically have gotten that kill, but well played to him because he got it. Lord falls into his team's hands pre-12 minutes, so that means it's not Luminous Lord, but more importantly so, with the lead that SUHAZ has, this could be the final nail in that coffin. They could push up to 10k and end this game on Orange Esports.
Yeah. Look at the burst, like he's just zoning them out to Shadow Balls, and Orange Esports, they know if they walk into his Lilia's AoE, Lilia's gonna have the movement speed, and he's gonna start spamming all the way through, and you can see the hooks are coming in, and SUHAZ Esports, they are slowly adapting to Min's hooks coming from Game 2. And currently, they're just struggling their way through. With this Diggy, seems to be a big problem. Here comes another hook. SUHAZ dodges their way through, but they are going to go for the dive on the Ace, and he's not died a single time. But Lola taking a lot of damage here. Eventually, dies through the Torn Power Memories.
Oh, that's just a little unlucky. He just wasn't aware about which reaction he had on him, whether it be yin or yang there. Well played to Mon, being able to catch him out and chunk him low enough for Sonic to finish him off. More importantly so, just the Ace losing out on that stacks and being the first death of the game for him. Little unfortunate.
Yeah, a little bit fun fact as well. The Ace has died. He's gone in towards the bird form, going through the backline, making sure that Min does not have the passive available to kind of get his regeneration, add movement speed to kind of catch people off guard. So there's a little bit small fun fact right there. But over in general, SUHAZ Esports playing a perfect game coming Game 3. Near perfect, but it's not over yet.
Near perfect. But so far, I think Orange Esports still has one more opportunity here, right? Because that Lord didn't break into an inhibitor.
Yeah.
SUHAZ Esports only managed to get like a 1.5k net profit after clearing off the tier 2s. More importantly, they didn't get an inhibitor. If they got an inhibitor, I think SUHAZ would be in a much better position because they can just farm and clear out the enemy jungle as well as their own. And then in about a minute or so, they would have been at least 8 to 9k, which is much better odds. See, so far, they're 7,000 ahead. It could have been 8k by now, but Orange Esports, they just need to hit the 32k mark.
Based on the drops currently from Orange Esports, they don't exactly have really long range to actually pick it a fight. They are hoping for the fact that Min gets a really good hook, but for him to do that, he needs to land his hook consistently, not once, but twice in a row. One to burn away the Purify's and time journey, the second one to actually get a target. So in this case, it's a very, very small window to fight this, because if Orange Esports decides to push out, they are going to get completely obliterated, because none of the CCs will work in the vicinities of the time journey.
Oh, good early call here. Using the time journey, we say, hey, your Iron Hook doesn't even matter, as they break open the inhibitor once again. You can see the Ace, he is getting revved up, shouting across the tables to let Orange Esports know that their doom is imminent.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very hard for Orange Esports. They need to get the hook. The time journey is just so annoying. You can even see, even though the hook did not connect it, the Ace preemptively cast it just to make sure that his team is not in our position. However, here comes the teleport coming in. Doesn't seem to get any information, but the Lord is going to be being baited out from SUHAZ Esports, and Orange Esports, they're just not taking the bait yet. However, the Ace's bomb is going to try and zone them off.
Yeah, they have no real way to clear to open up the map here. Every time the Iron Hook is thrown, they have to wait way too long before they can do it again. They just have to give it up, and I think at this point of time, SUHAZ is in the best possible situation to close this game out onto Orange Esports. Orange Esports, they did hit the 32k mark, and if we pull up the items right now, I think they should be, yep, they're already 2 items complete. The 3rd item isn't there just yet, and SUHAZ already have the components, some already having their 3rd item here at the 42k mark, so there's nothing much they can really do.
Yeah, Box is just, you know, he's almost 6 slotted right now, but he's a little bit more tanky. Even though, like, he's got his basic items, he's not the biggest threat as of yet. And it feels like AJ is just doing a fantastic job of just completely bullying Orange Esports. With the Winder Trunket on top of that, it's going to make it even harder. However, they do get a catch on those EV coming from Orange Esports, so that's a big, big catch. However, instantly teleports away with the Loy ultimate. They won't be able to catch SUHAZ Esports off guard, so it's going to be a 4v5 situation, but it's only a side laner. So good defense from Orange Esports, nothing much SUHAZ Esports could have done.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good play coming in from Orange Esports, and now they just want them to walk into it, walk into the Iron Hook, fall into this play. Lola trying to get, he gets pulled back every single time. He keeps making the same mistake. Now Lola is going to dive for it again. They've lost so much off of this play, and Lola just can't seem to understand that Diggy won't let him play the game the way he wants it to. You go in, you're not going to be able to get out.
Yeah, none of them have purifies to actually get out on top of it all. So it's full maximum value coming from the Ace. So as of yet, they had smart play, cheeky play with the Loy ultimate, but the turrets are going down eventually as SUHAZ Esports are chipping it away. Final inhibitor survives from Orange Esports, but they need to make a play real soon. And currently, Eve, he's looking for the target, but he gets hooked instead. And that is going to be another mistake coming from Eve. He gets burst down. The Beatrix comes into a Renner, but is it going to be enough? Eve manages to flicker out of there. The Tornado Power Memory is not going to be enough to finish him off. And that is going to be the opening that SUHAZ Esports needs to break the inhibitor.
Nicely done. And now this is difficult here. SUHAZ Esports have hit or are 500 away, 400 away now from actually hitting that 10k gold difference. But I'm not sure if it's going to matter at this point of time, because Orange Esports have done a great job at surviving. The next opportunity that SUHAZ Esports has is if Orange Esports gets wiped out and makes a mistake, which I'm guaranteed they're not going to do. They're going to play defensively. SUHAZ has to wait another 30 more seconds to get this Lord, and by then, Orange Esports should have their 3rd items. Their core should have their 3rd items, and they should already start be building towards the situational items.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, from Orange side, they probably need a little bit more items up on iSonic. Once he hits his 15, probably that's going to be the win condition. But currently, he's playing a little bit more defensively. So once iSonic, the only win condition I can see is that if iSonic gets his 6th item, which is going to be the damage item, before he actually goes super crazy. Whereas SUHAZ Esports, they've got all the time in the world. All they gotta do is just clean out the Lord, push the lane. Orange Esports makes one mistake, game's over.
That's the thing. Now Orange Esports, they're TPing into the back push. They've got a backline. They're on top. HY. He lost his 50% of his HP, and now he goes down. Immortality. Not even there to save him there. A good catch, but he takes out Lo Yi in the meantime. The rest of the team now has to play without their jungler here. iSonic now in trouble, tries to get on out of there. This Brody is their last hope as the rest of them fall one by one. Orange Esports find an opening, and look at Box. He's trying to go for the back door. He's gonna clear it up. 2 members are trying.
He's got the damage.
Box, can he pull this off?
Oh, the minions are poking it away. Box is gonna throw his body.
Oh, no!
We didn't see it. Wait, they've got it. They've took the crystal, and SUHAZ Esports, they close out the game. Oh, that was so unfortunate for Orange Esports.
The back door! The back door! They pull it off so well as they were about to. Oh, and things were going so good, and then went so bad.
If the minions did not, and I mean if the minions were not pushed into Orange favor, things would have looked so bad for SUHAZ Esports, but they still made it work. So Box, whew.
That was a sick play from Orange Esports, but GG, well played to SUHAZ Esports, adapting so well to end that game. It's time to hear what the shouting's all about. Let's bring it to the mic check.
Dia takut je. Dia takut. Dia ingat aku kat bawah gitu kan. Aku boleh ni kena up dah.
Aku dapat tahu santai.
Tak ada.
Nice, santai alhamdulillah.
Nice kawan.
Kau kat ada?
Nah, mati tu.
Nice, alhamdulillah.
Kait TV.
Nice, alhamdulillah. Walok bok. Ruby missing. Wah, aku dah return. Tak ada ulti Ruby hook flicker. Batal balik. Dapat EV dapat.
Aku tak lagi.
Nice, alhamdulillah. Tulis. Super boleh ni.
Aku kacau backline.
Dapat itu mudah.
Aku kacau backline.
Aku dapat Ruby. Boleh ni.
Aku kacau backline.
Nice, alhamdulillah. Ada lagi. Alhamdulillah.
N guys.
N.
Tak usah main game 3 guys. N aja sih.
Ini makan kau. Contoh dia. Thank you lah Chow. Aku fikir. Go. Terus kita. Go. Mati kan? Mati. Kena main. Aku mati ya. Dah. Trade. Go boleh. Kan. Kau lepas. Mati dah.
Ya, aku lock. Sempat. Maman.
Dah.
Man.
Kena kata. Tak ada, kena satu min. Aduh, satu hit je. Boleh. Mini habis.
Aku dah hook
Aku dah dapat kesemangat kan aku balik. Ready. Go. Dia tak ada flicker, dia sama dengan aku. Lah. Nice.
Mati.
Tak apa. Nah. Hero.
Alright, santai.
Santai.
Kita cuba reset.
Bye. Pelan-pelan ni ya.
Aku try.
Dia boleh bunuh. Nice.
Alhamdulillah guys.
Santai. Boleh. Dia mati. Nice. Nice.
Alhamdulillah. Aku santai.
Aku saja je buat dua, aku saja je nak dapat turret.
Disiplin.
Ya, kembali lagi bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan yang penting bersama SUHAZ Esports dengan D-Ace. Tapi itulah tu pertama kali Aisyah nak cakap tahniah kerana memenangi permainan yang pertama.
Ya, terima kasih.
Itulah tu. Tapi macam biasalah kita kena bersoal jawab lah D-Ace. Jadi soalan pertama, sediakan anda. Dah macam jutawan. Okey. Game kedua tak pakai marksman. Kalah game ketiga, ambil marksman balik, menang. Apa pendapat D-Ace tentang ni?
Game kedua tadi kita kena counter draft sebab dia tukar. Dia tak main Liliam mid, Beatrix mid. So kat situ kita dah kena counter draft.
Oh, jadi daripada situ mereka tahulah apa yang patut dia buat. Kalau kita tengok macam satu hero tu, itu pentingnya guna balik marksman.
Betul?
Betul
Betul.
Selamat dia ada. Okey, soalan yang kedua. Game ketiga tadi, ban semua assassin. Apa yang SUHAZ Esports tak suka sangat kalau enemy pakai assassin ni?
Actually yang ban assassin Orange. Kita tak ban assassin. So sebab dia tahu saya ban assassin power, so dia ban lah.
Wow, itu jawapan sangat confident. Tapi memang macam tu macam mana bertarung dengan mentality selepas tadi kan permainan pertama menang, lepas tu kedua kalah. Jadi macam mana you guys keep up the motivation?
Motivationnya kena banyak jerit kuat.
Oh, dengan jerit je rasa confident tu akan naik balik lah. Oh, macam tadi yang kita dengar tadi. Okey, cuba contoh sikit apa selalu jerit. Korang yang perkataan selalu korang jerit. Nice. Oh, begitu. Okey, tapi sebelum kita habiskan interview ni, sebenarnya Aisyah daripada sendiri pun Aisyah banyak soalan untuk D-Ace. Sebenarnya tadi sebelum Aisyah cakap dengan dia, D-Ace, jawab tu panjang-panjang sikit. Tapi dia cakap dia boleh bantu. Tapi itulah, apakah macam nak bagi tahu kepada penyokong SUHAZ Esports di luar sana?
Okey, kepada penyokong SUHAZ Esports, terima kasih menyokong kami. Walaupun sekarang ni kita orang tengah jatuh, tapi insyaAllah kita orang akan comeback. Itulah kita punya tema, bangkit.
Bangkit, itu yang kita mahukan. Di mana kalaulah kita kalah satu benda, tak semestinya kita terus ke bawah kan, betul? Macam itulah yang kita mahukan, semangat yang kita mahukan. Tapi itulah tu, sebelum kita teruskan lagi dengan permainan kita, apa kata kita terus pergi ke Pulse Show.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali bersama kami di host segmen saya Syamilo, ditemani oleh Adin dan juga Gideon. Nice! Alhamdulillah.
Tepat. Kita tak boleh tengok sana.
Nice. Maksud ada sebut dia. Itu DS punya kata-kata tu memang bumi semangat. Dan awak lagi Gideon tadi kan, bila dah tengah cast, pasal boleh dengar tak suara kat belakang tu macam mana?
Yeah, no, he's loud. He's so loud. You don't know what he's saying, but you just know that it's one word. And then after watching the mic check, it's like, oh, that makes sense. Nice, fits the build perfectly.
Setiap kali dapat hook, nice. Alhamdulillah. Memang sangat-sangat happening lah SUHAZ. Dan untuk kemenangan yang pertama pasukan SUHAZ ketika ini. Dan Adin, apa yang kita boleh bincangkan? Pasukan SUHAZ kalau bawa marksman, menang. Kalau mereka bawa fighter dekat dua-dua side, nampak seperti keputusan tu bukan milik mereka, Adin.
Okey, untuk apa yang telah dijawab oleh DA sebentar tadi, kita ada persoalkan pasal marksman ini. Untuk game yang kedua, diorang kata diorang dah kena outdraft kerana diorang jangkakan Beatrix untuk akan diletakkan dekat bahagian gold lane, dan kerana itulah diorang nak letakkan fighter Chow dekat situ untuk bagi fight sedikit dekat Beatrix. Tapi Beatrix letak kat tengah, and then Lilia pula diletakkan di bahagian gold itu, di mana diorang terkena outdraft. Mungkin saya boleh terima apa yang pendapat diorang, tetapi secara keseluruhannya untuk pasukan SUHAZ untuk minggu-minggu yang akan datang, seharusnya mereka kekalkan lagi ambil that marksman dekat gold lane, and then untuk box kekalkan lagi hero-hero yang dia selesa pakai. Nampak lagi menyerlah lah bakat dia.
Wow, menyerlahkan bakat untuk pasukan SUHAZ ketika ini. Jadi kita akan lihat apa yang berlaku di game yang ketiga seperti tadi. Kita akan lihatkan terlebih dahulu itemization yang disiapkan, dan game yang ketiga ketika ini dimenangi oleh pasukan SUHAZ. Sepertinya mereka membiarkan pasukan Orange untuk menggunakan Franco sekali lagi, dan jawapan mereka adalah untuk mengambil Digi. Apa pandangan awak, Gideon?
Personally, it's tough. It's really tough to come up with like a proper answer, but I think so far Digi is like the one-stop-all solution to like all your CC problems. And I think Orange Esports had a really nice draft. The biggest problem is that Digi kind of counters all of them one way or another. So let's keep in mind that even though that Orange Esports had a really good draft, SUHAZ Esports just had the answer, and we're planning on bringing on Dairoth at the end of the day. They just needed some confirmation.
I mean, that Digi pick tu nampak memang ganggu teruk lah. Memang ganggu sangat. Walaupun Min sebentar tadi tak berapa banyak hook yang dapat dikenakan, tapi kalau dikenakan sekalipun, terkena dekat DS masih lagi ada time journey untuk elakkan diri. Kalau terkena dekat AJ pun, dia boleh selamatkan rakan-rakan dia. Tak kisahlah sesiapa sekalipun yang terkena hook, adanya DS untuk menyelamatkan keadaan. Lola, sekali lagi saya boleh hypercritical sikit. Bila dia main Pakito fighter, nampak dia cuba untuk pergi ke hadapan, tapi masih lagi kurang daripada sudut mekanik dia untuk menguasai hero Pakito ini dekat bahagian jungle tersebut.
Kalau dari segi draft, saya boleh kritikkan dekat sini pengambilan Brody di bahagian gold lane. Ya, seperti apa yang mereka lakukan sebentar tadi di game yang kedua. Mereka dah ada Franco, satu tarik, kemudian adanya Beatrix untuk burst dengan cepat. Tapi Brody bukanlah marksman yang boleh lakukan burst dengan cepat. Dia perlukan staking, lebih banyak staking, kemudian torn apart memory. Lagi banyak stack, baru lagi sakit. Jadi agak sedikit kurang kena lah combo yang dikeluarkan oleh Franco dan juga Brody. Untuk tahu dengan apa yang lebih detail lagi yang berlaku di game ketiga, kita akan lihat kepada post game start ini ketika dahulu. Damage dealer untuk pasukan SUHAZ 69,000 untuk AJ yang menggunakan Lilia. Dan Adin, tadi kita nampak di saat-saat akhir box gameplay dia memang luar kotak lah tadi.
Memang luar kotak. Dia nampak rakan-rakan dia tengah fight. Dia kata, okay guys, tak apa, ni saya habiskan game. Memang clear cut untuk dapatkan kristal tersebut. Tapi kenapa AJ boleh dapat keluarkan damage yang begitu besar? 69,000 kalau tak silap saya di situ, di mana 4 ahli pasukannya yang lain telah ganggu sebegitu banyak. Well, box saya tak boleh kira sangat sebab dia lebih kepada farming, tapi DACE, EV, dua hero ini dah mengganggu komposisi line up untuk Orange, yang membenarkan AJ masuk ke bahagian belakang, di mana dia lakukan clean up saja, damage burst demi burst yang boleh dilontarkan kepada Orange Esports. Dan Orange Esports pun tadi, caster pun dah ada sebut, diorang tak siapkan item defensif daripada sudut magic. Hanya Min saja yang menggunakan Radiant Armor sebagai salah satu item. Yang lain semua, Zeno pun tak sempat untuk lengkapkan item defense. Dan kerana itulah AJ sesuka hati saja dia burst and terus dapatkan kill yang begitu banyak tadi.
Kalau kita lihat betul pasukan Orange, setiap kali mereka dapat Pakito, gameplay mereka kurang agresif kat sini. Jadi apa pandangan awak, Gideon, tentang tu?
I do agree agree that it isn't exactly the most aggressive thing in the world, but I think that it's very forgivable for this round because basically what do you expect Lola to do? Everything that he does, he's either going to get pulled back and he's forced to go for an all-in. He cannot go in and out of fights like people would want to, right? And if, let's say, he got something like Lancelot, right? Maybe he can make the difference. Maybe he's able to get a perfect execution to stop the ace from getting so far ahead. But at the end of the day, the moment he goes in, he's going to get hit by the time reversal and he cannot get out. And the rest of his team want to play the traditional front to back, but SUHAZ Esports, they just want to play front to front. We want your front line to come into us, and we want to be able to disengage. And you can tell AJ, with the funny number, of course, just absolutely blowing up the front line. And as the back line catches up, they get caught in the AoE at the same time. So what can you really do? SUHAZ Esports just has the better draft.
Ya, mereka ada draft yang cantik. Dengan adanya Lilia sudah mampu untuk menghalang Pakito daripada kehadapan. Jadi kita akan lihatkan ketika ini MVP untuk game yang ketiga diberikan kepada AJ. Sepertinya kita tak tahu. Kita dah borak pasal AJ dan inilah dia MVP kita dengan match KDA 804, match kill participation 92%. Boleh katakan setiap kali pertarungan berlaku, dia akan berada berdekatan.
Ya, gol per minit pun tak dinafikan juga begitu banyak dengan itemization. Saya gemar Ice Queen 1 telah dilengkapkan dengan lebih awal, memberikan sedikit sebanyak kelemahan daripada sudut movement speed pihak lawan, di mana dia boleh kejar lagi pasukan pihak lawan. Enchanted Talisman, Genius Swan, Enchanted Talisman akan kurangkan lagi dia punya cooldown reduction, dan juga Genius Swan Magical Penetration ke arah pasukan pihak lawan. Lengkap itemization daripada AJ, lengkap drafting daripada pasukan SUHAZ Esports, dan game plan mereka dilaksanakan dengan begitu baik sekali. Macam mana Gideon ada cakap, mereka nak pasukan Orange masuk ke hadapan kerana diorang dah standby segala tools, mereka dah standby. Kalau ada crowd control, ada time journey. Kalau ada hero nak pergi ke backline nak kejar, ada time reverse pula daripada DA. So semuanya lengkap, all in dekat Digi tersebut.
Digi tu boleh dikatakan pick yang sangat baik untuk pasukan SUHAZ. Ya, agak sedikit kurang berbaloi kalau kita buka time journey untuk menghalang satu hook. Tapi kalau dah ada hook, kalau dah tumbuk di Pakito, sememangnya time journey sangat-sangat berbaloi. Jadi kita akan lihat highlight yang akan ditunjukkan dekat mana yang boleh dikatakan ultimate Digi yang berbaloi ketika ini, Adi.
Ya, kita lihat pada permulaan ini di mana pasukan SUHAZ tak berhenti. Mereka dapatkan momentum yang begitu baik ni. I mean, a bit of unfortunate lah dekat situ. Min dia dah try larikan diri tapi terkena time reverse. DS dia macam manja kali kau. Messi ni tarik balik ke bahagian belakang. Nak pergi mana, itulah kelebihannya ada pada Digi. Mungkin ada sedikit sebanyak orang kata benefit of good luck lah dekat situ bagi pendapat saya, Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think you can see how effective Digi is when it comes down to punishing their opponents for making plays. You make something too aggressive, we're going to hurt you. You play really, really passive, we can also hurt you as well. And moments like this, Eevee gets to walk away for free. Like he shouldn't. He should have 100% died there. AJ, he gets the kill on top of it all. All this is being set up by the ace. And it's super, super helpful. You walk under turret, you're not even scared because you know Diggy is able to save the day with his ultimate. And you can see time and time again how much pressure he is exerting without having to do anything yet.
Dan apa yang pasukan SUHAZ buat pun sebenarnya sangat-sangat baik, di mana mereka akan mengkucar-kacirkan formasi pasukan Orange. Dan inilah dia gameplay out of the box yang di mana berjaya untuk melakukan split pushing. Dia tak clearkan satu wave saja dekat bahagian tengah, dia bersihkan juga di bahagian bawah. Jadi maknanya ada 6 minion yang masuk di dalam kristal, memudahkan kerja box untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan kita akan lihatkan standing ketika ini untuk Group A. Berlaku sedikit perubahan di mana SUHAZ Esports melanjutkan ataupun mara satu anak tangga, dan Orange Esports masih lagi dengan belum ada kemenangan ketika ini, Gideon.
Yeah, I think for Orange Esports, they're showing a lot of potential. They're taking away games from some of the biggest teams here throughout Group A. That's good, but is it going to be enough as the weeks come by? Hopefully, by the end of this week, and more importantly, week number 4, they start to step things up.
Ya, hopefully pasukan Orange boleh dapatkan momentum lah daripada dapatkan poin-poin sedikit daripada SUHAZ, daripada pasukan Homeboys sendiri untuk melonjakkan diri mereka dengan minggu-minggu yang akan datang. Tapi Homeboys akan kelakar 4-0, tapi masih lagi dekat tangga yang bawah. Untuk match akan datang, I think Homeboys ada kemampuan lah untuk naikkan diri mereka. Mungkin tangga ketiga, mungkin tangga yang kedua.
Walaupun berada di bawah, tapi mereka punya performance, mereka punya prestasi sangat-sangat baik untuk pasukan Homeboys. Saya tak sabar untuk melihatkan game yang akan dimainkan oleh Homeboys selepas ini. Tim SMG masih lagi berada di bahagian atas, mengungguli tangga di bahagian Group A. MLBB, SUHAZ, Orange dan juga Homeboys ketika ini. Pasukan Orange Esports, mereka perlu lakukan sesuatu. Adakah di minggu yang keempat, transfer window akan dibawa masuk player-player yang berpengalaman ataupun player-player yang baru untuk menggantikan line up yang sedia ada ketika ini.
Wajib, sangat-sangat wajib untuk pasukan Orange gunakan peluang transfer window ini untuk membawa player-player baru, untuk membawa muka baru, wajah baru untuk mereka berikan satu impact yang besar. Lebih-lebih lagi dekat crucial role untuk Orange Esports adalah dekat bahagian jungle tersebut.
Oh, pemilihan jungler memang sangat-sangat berbahaya. Kalau hero pool kecil, agak sedikit sukar untuk draft bahagian jungler. Sebab assassin, boleh dikatakan sekarang ni semua assassin perlu di bank keluar. Lancelot, Haya, Fanny, boleh dikatakan fighter je yang tinggal. Saya tak faham kenapa player-player yang bermain jungler perlu usahakan untuk mengendalikan ataupun menggunakan Aulus sebenarnya, kerana Aulus boleh katakan meta yang sangat kuat ketika ini, Gideon.
Well, I think as of right now, Aulus is in a weirder position. I think he's very viable, and you have to build a team composition to kind of help him get through the early and mid stages of the game. And if you want to set up for big dives, that's a big plus point for Aulus in particular. But if we're talking about where the meta is going, early to mid game is generally where all the focus is being put on. Compositions like what we saw just now, Dairoth, insanely good at taking out Paquito, even though Paquito is known to be that early game jungler, the go-to early game jungler in fact.
Early game tapi di counter balik dengan penggunaan Dairot. Ya, boleh katakan hanya satu saja pasukan yang bawa Dairot jungler ketika ini, SUHAZ je kan yang bawa. Dan dua game yang mereka bawakan Dairot, mereka mendapatkan kemenangan. Boleh katakan mereka dah serasi untuk menggunakan meta tersebut, tapi mereka tak sering bawa sebab mungkin mereka takut akan dibaca. Jadi tukar sedikit dengan pengambilan seperti tadi Yin Sun Shin dan dua fighter. Apa pendapat awak ketika ini? Kita dah bertanya banyak kali, cuma saya nak tanya dengan pendapat yang terperinci sikit pada awak.
I think untuk dua fighter boleh dilaksanakan dengan begitu baik. Untuk pasukan SUHAZ tadi, mereka dah ada idea mereka tersendiri. Mereka nak bawa dua fighter sebab mereka nak counter balik dengan marksman yang dibawa masuk oleh pasukan Orange Esports. Tapi Orange Esports, again, permainan minda, counter against counter, dia letakkan Beatrice dekat bahagian lain. Secara overall, dua fighter punya komposisi lineup, you kena menang early game. You kena menang early game and then you nak look to snowball you punya lead tu supaya you boleh dapatkan kemenangan dengan cepat. Mungkin dalam minit yang ke 13, 14, mungkin terlampau awal, tapi I think itulah waktu-waktunya you nampak kena dapatkan kemenangan. Mungkin dah dapat pearl bagai turret and look untuk dapatkan crystal tersebut. Tapi kalau you tak dapat early game lead, kalau dua fighter, it's gonna be really hard lah.
Ya, dan kita tahu bagaimana Cho yang digunakan oleh SUHAZ sangat berbahaya. Cumanya di game yang kedua seperti tadi nampak yang kurang selesa sedikit. Jadi kita akan revise balik ataupun kita akan ulang lihat balik apa yang sebenarnya key to success pasukan SUHAZ Esports ketika ini. Yang pertama, all in on front to back komposisi di mana mereka berjaya untuk melakukan perkara tersebut walaupun tidak menjadi di game yang kedua, dan mereka kembali melaksanakannya dengan cemerlang di game yang terakhir. Separate the twins, dictate or disrupt OE's punya tempo, dan yang last kali adalah better late game execution kat sini, Gideon.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with just overall better late game execution, and more importantly, dictate or disrupt OE's tempo has been such a big play for them, because as for OE, it's very obvious what they want to do with a lot of the motions that they're making, and especially because they're looking at how the side laners are playing rather than the mid laner, because most of the time, if you can understand where Min wants to go, you know which side of the map they want to play for. But you can already see the behavior changes in the lanes itself. People like Lola as well. Oh, you're getting a little bit of help? I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive. The laner sees this, okay, something's wrong here. We're expecting an iron hook to happen. And that's why they became a little bit more readable during Game 3.
Yeah. Betul, I think setuju. I sangat suka point yang diberikan oleh Gideon tadi, di mana look into Min. Bila Min dapat hook, bila Min dapat setup, barulah yang lain akan gerak. Kalau Min tak dapat hook, kalau Min tak dapat setup yang cantik, Lola tak akan buat apa-apa sangat. Sonic pun tak akan bergerak dengan agresif. Man sendiri pun tak akan berani untuk melakukan dia punya own gameplay. So, untuk Orange Esports, kalau mereka nak perbaiki diri mereka, harus jangan terlampau bergantung dekat Min sangat. Sebab yes, ada beberapa game, kalau Min perform, it's good. Kalau Min tak perform, dia jadi masalah nanti.
Ya, betul-betul masalah yang besar untuk mereka ketika ini. Jadi, ini adalah game yang telah pun berakhir di mana SUHAZ Esports mendapatkan kemenangan. Game yang kedua lagi menarik. Kita ada pasukan RSG yang akan menentang pasukan GEEK FAM. GEEK FAM masih lagi belum mendapatkan sebarang kemenangan untuk mereka, agak sedikit berbahaya. Dan untuk pasukan RSG, prestasi yang meningkat, tetapi ada beberapa kalinya performance mereka ataupun prestasi mereka agak sedikit down sikit, kadang-kadang naik sangat juga.
Benar tak? I mean, inconsistency lawan dengan tim yang tak dapat menang lagi sekarang ni. Indian. Prediction ataupun early thoughts untuk game yang akan datang di sana?
Honestly, I think this should be a much better game for RSG overall. I think GEEK FAM is just not as polished as RSG as of yet. However, I think enough time has passed. I would say during week 1, for sure RSG. But now we're coming into week 3, and I think GEEK FAM has really understood the style of play that they have, and more importantly, the holes in their gameplay, that now it's a good time to be able to fix it all. And honestly, for me, whichever organization passes me the jersey first, that's the team I'm going for.
Wow,
I pun ikut Gideon juga sama.
Dia bagi macam ada satu benda yang Gideon dah pandai sekarang ni. Kita akan lihatkan selepas ini, selain kita bersukaria, kita akan belajar sesuatu dengan adanya MPL Learning, di mana anda ada pasukan manakah yang mempunyai purata masa permainan paling pendek musim ini, boleh katakan end dengan lebih pantas. Yang ada pertama Tim Karakal, Homeboys, dan yang ketiga Orange Esports. Anda berpeluang untuk memenangi random satu skin. Kalau tak silap saya, random elite skin. Elite skin tu sebenarnya mahal juga sebenarnya.
Tak, saya tengah fikir jawapan dia macam tim yang dah main tadi. Saya rasa tim yang main tadi
susah ni, susah.
Ada 2 tim je. Ada SUHAZ dengan ada lagi satu tim buah-buahan tu. So antara satu tu lah jawapan dia. So guys, jangan lupa untuk jawab tepat eja nama tim tu betul-betul supaya anda boleh dapatkan ganjaran lumayan. Jangan jadi macam Gideon. Dia jawab betul tapi dia tak letak all caps. Itu yang menjadi masalah dia. Gideon,
I'm just
all caps.
lazy, okay? The last time I spelt it, it was wrong, you know? Just make sure if you're...
Typo.
Typo. Don't talk about my dyslexia like that. That's just disrespectful. That's just, I don't want to hear it from you.
Okay.
I don't want to hear it from you.
Okey, sekarang ni mereka dua tengah bergaduh. Jadi kita nak lihat apa yang ada seterusnya di mana selepas ini. Kita ada satu lagi kempen yang akan dibawakan kepada anda semua. Ada lagi kempen iaitu hashtag Ini Gaya Kita bermula 14 Februari sampai 29 April 2022. Buat TikTok dan hashtag Ini Gaya Kita untuk memenangi reward ataupun ganjaran-ganjaran yang menarik kepada anda semua. Buat TikTok, buatlah apa-apa saja. Beri sokongan kepada tim, buat replay ataupun content analyst ke untuk berikan sedikit orang kata membuka minda penonton-penonton kita ya. Jadi kita juga perlu letak sekali. Kalau anda nak menang, jangan lupa untuk gunakan sound kita Rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
Lagu tu tak main tau, tapi dalam otak saya
dia dah boleh hafal.
Otak saya tengah main tau lagu tu. On replay dah sekarang ni.
Dia lagu tu mula-mula dengar tu macam catchy semua, tapi bila dengar lama-lama macam dah masuk, dah boleh hafal lah. Dah boleh hafal. Kita kat sini
Gideon on the way dengar lagu tu tau. Itu dia punya lagu nak hypekan diri dia sebenarnya.
Itu alam dia. I'm a rockstar.
That's what I fall asleep to every night. Every night.
Jadi itu yang berlaku di saya tadi. Kita akan berehat sebentar untuk melihatkan game yang kedua. Lebih panas game tersebut, RSG menentang pasukan GEEK FAM. Jadi terlebih dahulu kita akan berehat sementara dan jumpa anda selepas ini. Bye-bye.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree.
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go Muddles.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to muddles using Go Muddles and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Hey, hey, I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Hey, 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 I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, mah. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive. Taste the frostbite. Back off. The snow shall rain. Taste legendary. Taste my royal station. Taste my royal turret under attack. Imperial justice. Imperial justice. Leaving me. Taste leaving me. Taste my royal station. Killing spree. Imperial justice.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali lagi bersama saya Syamilo dan juga Sleepy Godzilla di dalam rancangan MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 di game yang kedua pada hari yang pertama minggu yang ketiga. Jadi kita sebelum berlangsung dengan lebih lanjut kita akan bacakan sikit, berikan penghargaan kepada sponsor-sponsor kita di mana kita akan dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, telefon pintar rasmi kita Samsung Galaxy A series dan juga jangan dilupakan raikan bersama Nescafe. Kami bukan berdua, kita berempat di mana sekali lagi kita ada Gideon dan juga Adin. Jadi Sleepy Godzilla. Jadi apa perasaan sebab ini kan first time dan kemudian nampak on stage, nampak player-player main semua dengan sebut nice. Alhamdulillah.
Aisyah bukan saja tengok player depan mata, tapi Aisyah buat TikTok bersama mereka sebentar tadi. Okey, tapi itulah tu. Bila masuk permainan, orang cakap permainan ni macam buang masa, tapi sebenarnya bila masuk tournament banyak benda yang kita boleh belajar daripada tournament ni sendiri. Sebab yalah kadang-kadang kita nak tengok macam mana dia gunakan hero, macam mana apa strategi dia, apa build dia kan, tapi itulah tu. Sebenarnya Aisyah punya favorite hero dalam Mobile Legends ni adalah saya adalah pengguna mage. Saya pengguna mage. Kadang-kadang kalau tiba-tiba akak pakailah Fanny, saya macam ada.
Boleh, tak ada masalah pakai emblem mage.
Tak salah, tak betul.
Tak salah tapi nasihatkan janganlah.
Nasihatkan janganlah. Dia kena tangan dia kena pantas sikit. Tapi kita nak bincang ketika ini game yang kedua akan berlaku di mana pasukan RSG menentang pasukan GEEK FAM. Terlebih dahulu kita akan tanya kepada Adin. Apa pendapat awak yang game kedua ini akan berlaku?
Game kedua GEEK FAM harus tingkatkan lagi prestasi diorang, belum lagi dapatkan kemenangan dan I think ini adalah minggu yang harus diorang buktikan bukan saja dekat diri mereka sendiri, malah dekat fans mereka, sebab kita tahu fans GEEK FAM ni memang sangat-sangat sayangkan GEEK FAM, and bila GEEK FAM tak perform diorang akan pinpoint everything. So I think untuk pasukan GEEK FAM, dapatkan momentum, dapatkan dia punya keyakinan diri balik untuk cuba lawan balik, nak fight balik dengan RSG, which saya tak rasa it's going to be an easy job lah sebenarnya.
Okay, kita nak tanya pula kepada Gideon. Kita nampak yang sememangnya daripada dulu lagi lah, season 8, kita nampak macam mana Amok, GEEK FAM pada awal-awal nampak macam biasa je, tapi lepas tu baru dia melakukan satu benda yang baru, satu benda yang mengejutkan. Untuk kali ni pasukan GEEK FAM, apa pendapat awak tentang Amok sendiri untuk mengendalikan tim GEEK FAM ketika ini?
Oh, you're asking me all the tough questions. I think Amox. Personally, I believe that Amox is one of those coaches who is extremely intelligent about the game. But I also think that he has a very interesting way of thinking of the game, which puts him at a lot of odds against a lot of some of the players who are more traditional or can't really see it from his point of view. I think what sets Amox apart is the fact that he's extremely dedicated to the game, more than a lot of people and a lot of coaches, because most would give up once they don't have the performances, but Amox trusts that the process is more important and that once you get the process done right, the results should easily come after.
Betul tu, boleh katakan Amok ni sebenarnya coach yang sangat berpengalaman. Dia tahu macam mana untuk mengendalikan tim GEEK FAM. Cuma kali ni apa pendapat, okey, saya akan tanya kepada Aisyah sendirilah kan. Soalan yang simple. Kalau kita main game, kalau kita tukar-tukar orang, adakah benda tu akan memberikan impak yang besar kepada tim ataupun itu sebenarnya perubahan tu bagus sebenarnya?
Dia ada pro and cons. Yes, pro-nya orang tak tahu apa strategi seterusnya.
Betul.
Sebab dia dah tukar-tukar, dia ni macam mana permainan dia, sebab dia tak ada background kan. Consnya ialah macam kita cakap masa awal tadi, chemistry. Dan dapat chemistry tu bukan senang guys, sebab mungkin akan memakan masa yang lebih.
Sebab pasal chemistry, sebab tu saya tak main Gideon. Tak ada chemistry.
Walaupun
dah lama saya main room, dia main jungle, malas. Tak tahu kenapa dia tak dapat retry semua tu. Gideon sebab tu lah tukar partner.
Ya, saya dapat rasakan chemistry tu tak ada. Sebab daripada tadi saya tengok Adin lemparkan selam nampak Gideon pun macam
nampak macam okey je.
Macam tengah bergaduh.
Patutlah sekarang dah berubah ni Macam sekarang saya nampak kalau online ni Gideon main rank, Adin dia main Magic Chess je, dia tak dapat.
Right. Everyone keeps telling me that, and I'm just saying, you know, talent. For some people just got it, you know.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move on. Tak apa. Ada rasa sakit kat sini, tapi tak apa. Kita move on.
Tapi Aisyah ada satu soalan lah kan. Sebab dalam satu tim, dia pelbagai umur.
Betul.
Okay, pelbagai umur. So ada satu tim tu dia ada yang tua sikit, ada yang terlampau muda.
Betul.
Jadi apa pandangan Adi dengan Gideon tentang perbezaan umur ni untuk membawa satu permainan?
Okay, kalau kita sebab pasal umur kan, macam Adi dengan Gideon, Adi lagi muda daripada Gideon. So kalau player muda ni, bakat dia lagi besar, bakat dia lagi hebat, tangan dia pantas dan kepintaran dia untuk fikir apa yang nak dilakukan tu lagi bijak. Nak dibandingkan dengan player yang berumur sikit, mungkin daripada skill set tak tinggi, tapi daripada segi IQ, pengalaman diorang tu tak dapat nak dinafikan. Sebab itulah Gideon best talent musim lepas, sebab dia ada talent yang besar, dia ada pengalaman yang besar. Tapi kalau nak dibandingkan ni, sebenarnya tak boleh nak kata muda lagi bagus, tua lagi bagus. Dia kena ada kesinambungan. Sebab tu saya kerjasama dengan Gideon sentiasa.
Okay, saya akan bagi peluang lah. Kita akan bagi peluang kepada Gideon untuk membalas. Sebab saya nampak dia dah ready dah nak cakap something Okay, Gideon. Ada apa nak cakap?
Don't worry about it. Most people are going to be thinking like, it's crazy, you know, sometimes you don't get the results that you're wanting to. Being older definitely gives you that experience. Being younger gives you the mechanics. But if we all look at Adin, it's just like he's going to be Chiku. But at the end of the day, you know, on the world stage, I could just be your Mobazane, you know?
Wow.
I could be slightly older. It's fine. I got the results.
Okay, fair enough.
Nampak sangat confident tau.
Tapi bagi pendapat Aisyah sendiri, umur tu sebenarnya tak ada masalah pun. Hanya untuk number. Sebab Aisyah ada tengok something, skill plus smart work. Skill. Kalau ada skill atau smart working, perform mesti hebat.
Jadi kita akan lihat ketika ini skill apa yang akan dibawa oleh kedua pasukan. Key to success terlebih dahulu untuk pasukan RSG MY, di mana respect dan juga memberikan target kepada Bepi. Yang kedua, playmaking hero untuk Morta Lalalala. Dan yang ketiga, secure TikTok hero pada awal-awal. Dan yang keempat, create space untuk Kuza Bonanza. Gideon?
Yeah, I think these are some really good points here. But most importantly, Kuza Bonanza, I mean, you got to give it to the man. Kuza is a really talented player, and if he's able to get that snowball, you know he's going to bring it all the way. But more importantly, when you are talking about Morta Lalala and as well as TikTok, I feel like it's like it needs to come to some degree of balance. TikTok really needs to get his early heroes, right? He plays late game heroes, you can see the drop-off point. But when you're talking about Mortal Lalala, he gets a little too aggressive sometimes. They need to come to some sort of balance to get that zen going for the team to really work.
Yeah, I agree apa yang Gideon cakap tu. Dan satu lagi, one point kalau boleh add on again, kita mungkin tak suka nak bring up this point, tapi Izakus Nami ataupun Zakus dengan Izanami tu Excuse me.
Yes.
Satu point yang kita kena bring it up sebab ini adalah dua combo yang bagi saya setakat ini, kalau diorang on the same page, diorang gerak dengan antara satu sama lain, boleh berikan satu impact yang besar kepada pasukan RSG MY dan juga boleh buka ruang tersebut untuk Kuza.
Ya, buka ruang untuk Kuza itu apa yang perlu pasukan RSG MY lakukan. Jadi kita akan lihat key to success untuk pasukan GEEK FAM, di mana yang pertama kita akan lihat ketika ini kontes Patrick Australian, dan 2, 3, 4 apa tu?
So untuk yang kedua, Dominus must dominate. Yang ketiga, active in map control. Yang keempat, set up gangs for burpee.
Okay. Minggu lepas saya dah banyak hypercritical dekat Dominus. Banyak kali saya hypercritical dekat dia. Dan sekali lagi bukan apa, saya nak tengok Dominus sebab kita tahu dia boleh perform dengan sangat-sangat baik. So untuk minggu kali ini, Dominus harus step up lagi dengan gameplay dia. Anda kata pakai Kadita, anda kata pakai Kaja sekalipun, dia kena dapatkan target-target. Dia kena dominate seperti mana key to success yang kita letakkan kat sini. Dan yang kedua adalah aktif dalam map control. Tak kisahlah saya Jin ke yang main Roma ataupun Nelby ke yang main Roma, setiap setup yang telah dilaksanakan ataupun setiap map opening yang telah dilakukan oleh kedua-dua Roma ini harus dimanfaatkan oleh Dominus, harus dimanfaatkan oleh Burpee supaya ganjaran yang boleh didapatkan tu lagi besar.
Ya, ganjaran yang lebih besar. Jadi yang keempat, setup gang untuk Burpee, berikan Burpee masa untuk farming dalam masa yang sama untuk datang war dan kemudian berikan impact yang besar. Dan untuk awak lagi dia, sepanjang lihat GEEK FAM bermain, apa yang awak nampak tentang Burpee ketika ini?
I think so far I do agree with Adine that Dominus overall, we need to see the Dominata side of him. He needs to be able to kind of control that map and more importantly so stay ahead of the curve. But I want to see Burpee flex. He is a talented young jungler right now. Who feels like he's limited to what he's capable of doing because people keep telling him, oh, you got to be a little bit more patient. Oh, you got to wait for the right opportunity. When I want to see him really let loose, drop the chains, and really like show off his biceps, really flex in the mirror, really dominate his opponents by showing how much better he is. And I think then that's where we can really start scaling how far they can go.
Maknanya walaupun rookie, dia tak takut untuk menunjukkan prestasi yang sebenar bagi membantu pasukan GEEK FAM untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Ya, tapi itu adalah apa yang untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Kita akan ada satu habuan untuk anda ataupun promosi kepada anda semua, di mana McDelivery akan memberikan sesuatu. Jangan lupa untuk membeli produk McDelivery, di mana RM RM50 secara minimum, dapat nugget. Kemudian dapat apa lagi tu?
Dia dapat skin.
Dapat skin.
Yes.
Macam mana nak dapatkan tu?
Masukkan saja MPL Rewards semasa anda membuat pembelian, ada voucher, gunakan, jangan dibazirkan ya kawan-kawan. Saya dah macam buat penceramahan ya. Tapi itulah tu, ada yang cakap match ini akan jadi lebih menarik dengan Mac Nugget yang percuma.
Adin, dia selalu beli. Kemudian dia tak isi MPL reward. Tu yang bermasalah. Sebab tu dia bergaduh dengan Gideon. Tanya, where is my nugget? Tak ada pun.
Gideon selalu ingatkan saya sebagai orang tua Gideon. Dia sentiasa ingat banyak perkara. So dia akan ingatkan saya untuk letakkan kod tu. Sebab tu kombinasi saya dengan Gideon nampak macam tak bagus. Tapi sebenarnya bagus.
Dia macam terbalik ke selalunya orang tu yang cakap tapi ni
sebab saya hormat kan. Kita hormat.
Betul. Kita
I remember it and then he types it in.
Okay guys,
jangan bergaduh. Kita akan melihat kepada Toin Cost ketika ini yang akan dilakukan untuk melihat siapa first pick, siapa second pick.
Ya, sekarang ni kita saksikan di mana coin toss. Kita invite kita punya Head of League Ops, Melina Lai. Dan di mana di belah kiri kita adalah Akim daripada RSG dan belah kanan kita GEEK FAM Amox. Jadi jom kita mulakan untuk coin toss, Head untuk RSG manakala Tails untuk GEEK FAM. Let's go. Siapa yang
Tails. Come on, GEEK FAM.
Draft pick yang pertama ataupun yang kedua itu pilihan mereka Tails. GEEK FAM.
Okay. Jadi untuk GEEK FAM dia akan memilih untuk mendapatkan first pick atau
first pick
untuk pasukan GEEK FAM terlebih dahulu.
Second pick. Sorry, saya
second pick.
Sebab jari nampak satu tapi sebenarnya dua kot.
Sebab dia naik terus atas game mana.
Dia macam terlupa tadi kan. Tapi sebenarnya jarang untuk Mox mendapatkan first pick second pick sebenarnya. Kali ini mereka mendapatkan second pick terlebih dahulu. Mungkin apa yang selalu orang memilih second pick adalah untuk draft counter.
Betul?
Yeah.
Counter kepada apa pemilihan hero RSG dan mungkin mereka nak buka peluang kemungkinan besar Yin akan dilepaskan dan GEEK FAM ada cara untuk counter hero tersebut.
Tolonglah Yin. Dia punya excited tu.
Betul jarang sekali orang pilih second pick kan. Tapi GEEK FAM ni memang orang cakap berani, satu langkah yang berani daripada GEEK FAM.
Sebab apa jatuh sebenarnya tadi? Sebab saya gerak. Saya nak tengok sebenarnya pasukan RSG bermain ni. Jadi kita akan lihat adakah perkara tersebut akan berlaku. Kita akan pass kepada Caster. Jadi Caster, take it away.
Thank you so much, Milo, Godzilla, as well as Adin for the interesting segment here as well. Gideon going to be joining in with us once again. My name is ICBB12 and he is getting Q. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast for MPL MY Season 9. Second series up on its way here in the third week for today. It is going to be between RSG versus GEEK FAM. Who's going to come on top? You've heard the panel. What do you guys let us know? What do you guys think about in the comments? But before that, shout out to our amazing sponsors, because without our sponsors, we will not have all this amazing setup. Our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partner in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Chart, EGG Network, and our co-organizer, ESI. Thank you so much for making this possible for us as well, and bringing us on in on the desk. And Gideon, you know, what are we going to be expecting coming from RSG as well? GEEK FAM, you did bring about the talented player Burpee. Do you think GEEK FAM has what it takes?
I honestly think GEEK FAM has a very good chance, but as of right now, after the performances we've seen so far, they don't have the best track record, which is fair, but things can change. I'm mostly excited to see RSG at this point, and we saw in the coin toss that GEEK FAM wanted to take second pick. They want to go on to the red side.
That's kind of interesting as well, and I don't exactly know why, but it seems like they have something in store for that. But before that, let's take a look at our players. This is RSG as well as GEEK FAM coming in.
RSG MY.
This is RSG MY. Izanami isn't playing today, but he's going to be replaced by Fenrir, a new face to join the lineup.
Yeah, and speaking of Asia as well, can he actually live up to the expectations of us? We know Mortalala can face up in the adversary. We've seen him perform through a couple of weeks, but this is going to be Fenrir's biggest challenge coming on the main stage. Does he have the nerves of steel, or does he not have it? However, on top of it all as well, Zakus has been showing that he is one of the top roamers here in Malaysia. Is this going to be the way where RSG is going to steamroll, or their opponents are going to be doing so?
Yep. Bringing out GEEK FAM, the next team to challenge them here today on the red side of the map. They want to be going out strong. Based on the stats, Nelby is performing above average as a roamer, plays the best as a babysitter for the gold lane.
Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna lie, LB has been doing very well as a supportive the babysitter support rather than an aggressive playstyle. Maybe this is gonna be the way that GEEK FAM is gonna be prioritizing on that. And maybe, you know, up to Amox's predictions as well, second pick is gonna be good for him as they secure LB's draft input from the get-go. However, Lil B as well has been experimenting with carry Moscow, but probably best to secure the trial and also test out his own MMs. So in the regular season, we are always talking about experimental phases, and GEEK FAM, they're the kings of experiments.
Absolutely. GEEK FAM isn't afraid to show off what new concoction Amox is ready to stir the pot up with. But let's have a look at the player stats. We all love stats here. Looking at it from RSG's perspective, Fenrir, very first time he's going to be up here, up on stage. He's got Zakus to back him up, but look at those numbers.
Yeah, the numbers so far coming from RSG has been really well centered as well, and currently they are in the top 3 for being one of the I would say pretty decent stats overall in the current league so far, but hopefully Fenrir is going to be able to keep it up. But I'm really looking forward to see whether or not Kuza is going to be flexing it out coming for RSG. Like, we know, we've talked about him, we've seen him throughout the previous season. This time is his moment to shine. We did catch a glimpse of it, but I want to see more from this. I had a little bit chat coming in from the manager coming from RSG as well. They said that, hey, we want to try Fenrir out, give him the experience to actually play in the main stage, and this is a great opportunity for him to actually flex it out.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for him to flex it out as well. I do want to see the junglers go head-to-head against each other because Kuza is not afraid of getting right into the enemy lines' face. But speaking of the enemy, speaking of who they're up against, let's bring out the stats for GEEK FAM. So far, currently, GEEK is the second worst in the early to mid-game transitions, losing on a lot of these objectives and skirmishes, and you can tell by their KDAs and overall average KP that it really does take a toll.
You know, it kind of makes sense considering that they like to respect respond to people's movements as well. And I not gonna lie, the stats don't lie. They are the worst in the early stage game. They tend to wait for people's mistakes and then hope to punish that. And I guess that's pretty much the same here coming from the drafts as well. Going for second pick, hoping that maybe RSG makes a mistake in the first phase and then hope to pick off counter picks. But based on the stats so far, I feel like the biggest contest here is going to be the Beatrix. And so far, we haven't seen a Beatrix first pick yet from most of these teams in the current regular season. Most of the time, it's going to be second phase rotation. Maybe in that case, GEEK FAM wants to prioritize that in the second pick.
I suppose I would make a big argument for Selena as well if Izanami was playing. But Fenrir, we're not too sure what's in his pool. It's expected of him to be able to play Selena, but how high of a level can he play it? How high can he play in terms of level for any other hero, in the matter of fact? This is going to be the proving ground, because if he can't beat Dominus and the Dominatus comes on through, it's going to be a rough game.
Yeah, he's going to be the dominator in that sense. And we've seen his Kadita in previous week to a point that people actually respected his Kadita to a point that it was first phase banned in the draft. So hopefully, we are going to see more of that Dominus. And Burpee as well is something that I'm really looking forward to as well. Up and coming rookie into the season. Hopefully things are going to go good. But let's take a look at the head-to-head stats between the comparison of both teams so far. RSG definitely going to be swinging a little bit more on their favor, whereas GEEK FAM has been extremely reactive.
Yeah, not only reactive, so having some of the longest games in the league. You can tell by the total damage delta. GEEK FAM's games drag on for so long sometimes that they're able to really rack up the numbers and compare over to RSG MY. But if we're talking about match win rate, they've got it in the bag. RSG MY, overall better stats like you mentioned. And I think this is something that GEEK FAM can actually topple or maybe even sour just a little bit.
Exactly, and on top of it all, most bans coming from both teams, not too crazy about it as well. We do see the Fanny Valentina from every single team, but I'm a little bit surprised that GEEK FAM, opted to actually have Cho picks more rather than their Beatrix, which is kind of surprising considering that, we know for a fact that Liu B has been an absolute monster at it in the previous seasons.
Really? I thought like RSG MY would be more surprising to you because of the OCD of how everything needs to be perfectly even. 63% all across the board, whether picks or bans.
Okay, maybe in that sense here, all the 5 games has been consistent, but that's the thing about RSG, right? They have one of the lowest hero pool, unique hero pools currently in the regular season, but why do you need to fix it when it's working out for you? You're winning games just by playing this amount of heroes. Why do you need more?
I think at the end of the day, it's about what is the bare minimum, right? Let's look at the talent predictions and see who's going for GEEK FAM this time. And it's going to be Nadine as well as Shamilo believing that GEEK FAM is going to take this game with the rest of us, believing that RSG will have the advantage here. It's a fair argument. I would think you would be a little bit more 50-50, but RSG just better performance in the past coming weeks.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Because Izanami's not going to be playing, I'm not exactly sure how Fenrir is going to be playing out, so I wouldn't be surprised that GEEK FAM is going to bounce back. But let's take a look at what the audience thinks. Oh, guys, you guys at home kind of, think similarly again from the past few games. It has been 50-50s, but still swaying on GEEK FAM's side a little bit more.
Hey, like Adine said, the GEEK FAM are super, super loyal to their boys up here on stage. And
once a GEEK, always a fan, brother.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Let's have a look here because this game is going to be extremely interesting. Guys, just a quick reminder to all of you, if you want to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang using the brand new smartphone with a sleek design, how about consider Samsung?
Yep, exactly. You can also get the awesome gaming experience with the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G for that awesome gaming experience. Do check it out because it is fantastic. Thank you so much, Samsung, for bringing this to the table. And of course, GEEK FAM. Now, let's talk a little bit more. Once a GEEK, always a fam. The fans do not disappoint when it comes to stepping out for all the votes. 20 seconds left. Are we going to expect more from them?
I know this is an expectation, but it's also a prediction here. Challenge here at the first match of the day, game 1 only, and it happens only 1 time per day. So you gotta like the post, and also make sure that you make your predictions weekly publicly on that post, and you stand a chance to win some prizes. Now, let's get into the draft.
Exactly. Now, coming to the drafts here, we have Valentina and Yves. Nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, I hope. But so far, okay, never mind. Kadita's gone. Dominus is not going to be Dominatus with this Kadita anytime soon.
Don't let him touch it. He's really good on it. It's really nasty. But once again, Geek Fam, I'm expecting the same bans here. Get rid of that Fanny.
Your team is
Yeah,
banned.
they just don't want to deal with the Fanny. Like, it's kind of no-brainer night to ban it. But I like how RSG is kind of adapted to this. But because of this Kadita ban, it is going to open things up. In this case, the land slot is something that is very comfortable for Kuza, so I'm pretty sure that maybe either the land slot or the Hayabusa is going to sneak through. But if that is the case, knowing the RSG, they do kind of play the glue in their favor. So Geek Fam, they have to choose between banning the land slot, banning the Hayabusa, or maybe even just letting it off slide and just ban off the glue from the get-go.
No, they're going to ban lands. They're going to ban lands.
They have to ban lands, right?
I don't think they have to ban lands.
Okay,
they could
maybe.
ban out Hayabusa if they want to, and if they know
yeah.
the correct counter pick. If they have a counter pick, to matter of fact, for Lancelot, which I think there are a couple, and it's about execution. Glue, highly unlikely because Mortalala likes to play the more damage-oriented fighters. There we go, Lance. And now it's time for the picks.
Yeah, they are going to open things up a little bit more. Like, in RSG's favor, I'm pretty sure that Kuza has a big variety pool as well. We kind of saw the link coming from the previous weeks as well. So the link was something that people kind of did not catch, was caught off guard. But here's a little bit more fun fact for you. Geek Fam posted a video yesterday taunting RSG once again because last season, RSG everyone expected RSG to win. Geek Fam completely dumpstered them, and they had the merry-go-round buff on their videos, caught on camera and recorded. And this is a sign. Like, Geek Fam, they're ready. They're out for blood.
PTSD moments. PTSD moments for sure. Hopefully the post-traumatic syndrome doesn't kick in for them here. Now, RSG, they're going to be locking in the Paquito first. I think this is overall really safe pick. I do think Geek Fam should be picking the Lilia up here. I'm not sure what else they're going to pair it with this time around. Could be the Beatrix, most likely going to be the Beatrix, but again, I can't hold my breath when it comes down to Geek Fam. They like to do what they want.
I feel like they should prioritize on the Beatrix as well as potentially the Lilia, and I feel like it might be them trying to secure Nelby's heroes as well, but looks like they are not going to go for the Lilia. They are going to prioritize on the Esmeralda instead. So in case the Phoveus gets picked up, they have a fall-by plan. Esmeralda, a safe pick overall in general, on the XP lane as well, and Mortalala has been an absolute monster in it, maybe for the fact that they just don't want him to play it. They just want him to play potentially his Lapu Lapu instead of the Esmeralda.
I suppose here, I do think it's going to be the Yuzong coming out from RSG if they really, really wanted to. But I think Mortalala is more than happy to just leave the options open. Raf, good pick here because it does mean that RSG most likely going to get a marksman down inside the gold lane. But I think at this point,
I feel like it's more of a counter, just a denial pick for Nelby rather than, you know, picking for the sake is good right now. If you think about it, Nelby has, like, he's a babysitter supporter rather than an aggressive supporter. And based on the track record, Nelby has pretty much won his games when he is playing a Rafaela.
Well, that's fair. That is fair. Dairoth gets picked up here.
Okay. Rafaela and Dairoth's pretty good. I like it. To a certain degree, but...
it's Dairoth jungle, isn't it?
Yeah, but I feel like it's kind of early to show it from the get-go.
Okay, so, okay. There's a number of ways we can look at it. We can think that it's Dairoth jungle, but then Paquito is just going to have a really lousy time against the Esmeralda. But if it's Dairoth EXP and then Paquito jungle, at the very least, you know, somebody is going to have a good time. We don't know whether Paquito's going to have a good time in the jungle, depending on what the support pick for Geek Fam is going to be. And it's going to be Cho, so even more reason for Dairoth to go into the EXP lane up against this Esmeralda.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a flex pick coming from RSG. So from Geek Fam side, is this... Yeah, this is pretty much going to be a tank show. So Nelby's going to be playing it, and not a big fan of it, but let's see the bans first. Let's see the bans for now.
I think the kick is always good.
Yeah, the kick is always good, but Nelby, I don't know. The
he's landed some good kicks.
Team is banning.
I think he's landed some good kicks overall. I don't think
you're doubting yourself, aren't you?
I'm not doubting myself. I'm confident he can land like a good kick or two.
We shall see.
But I think the important thing is just about positioning, right? I think that's where that's where you see Nelby like a little like awkward sometimes because he's not entirely sure where he needs to be at what times. He depends on the calls of his teammates, but he's definitely got the mechanics. Now, Geek Fam here, very smartly so, getting rid of the gold lane matchups. Definitely understandable. RSG, they're like, okay, we have two melees in our composition. Let's get rid of Lilia because she really slows down these big pushes when it comes down to fronts.
Yeah, he's going to force Dominus in a very awkward position. Considering that he does have the Kagura still available for him, he still has the Eve as well, forcing the Eve, sorry, not the Eve, maybe, Lunox as well. But that's the thing, if you think about it, most of the bans coming from RSG has been targeting towards Dominus. If not all of them, all 4 has been targeting Dominus. So that pretty much limits a lot of his mage pool. At the same time, RSG's mage pool is also going to be targeted as well because the Kimi is something that they do play themselves.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good read. GEEK FAM have done their research on TikTok so far, and I think there's still good matchups to be had. I think Brody is not too bad at the end of the day.
Okay.
Ideally, you don't want to play him. You want to play either Clint. Who else is available?
They banned the Ling instead. I'm a little bit surprised from this, but it is a good call. It is a good call considering that it might actually mess up RSG rotation. Their drafts isn't exactly great with dealing a lot with macro. They are a very momentum-based teamfight-oriented playstyle coming from RSG, but I'm a little bit worried here because most of the mages has been taken out. What is going to be up for grab? Barca, not a big fan of it. It has nerfed a little bit, but rotation-wise, it's still pretty okay. So I think playing it safe from GEEK FAM is going to be the way to go to, but what is RSG going to do with this matchup? Like, do they want to pick, I don't know, maybe a Lunox or something? Like, what's a good mage to do against Barca? Right now.
As of right now, I think Sicilian is bad.
Yeah, Sicilian's pretty good.
Sicilian's pretty good here as well. I mean, they are playing like a very fighter style with having one mark. I'm assuming one marksman in the back. You want to be able to kind of protect them, but Sicilian does have its ups and downs, but I feel like it's going to be the go-to. Bruno gets picked up for the side of RSG, but
Wait a minute.
Instead.
RSG, they don't have a mage. Like, except for Hylos and the Rafaela, they don't exactly have a lot of magic damage.
I think the Hylos is going to go into the EXP lane, which means that
is it
Dairoth mid?
What are the odds it's a jungle Hylos? Just to be trolly. I don't think so, right? I highly doubt it.
Would they do that to Kuza though?
So.
like, can you imagine having a talented jungler and be like, you know what? It's time to put you on tanks. That's like the worst feeling in the world. Unless it's like it's supposed to be off meta and you don't see it coming when a recent change is made.
No,
and then you see Chiku like whip out a Kai or something like that. Then
the reason why I feel like it should be a jungle Hylos is because they don't have magic, and the only way they can benefit out of it is if this Hylos gets so much level hit, he's gonna steamroll people by just running people's face. And I know it's asking a little bit too much, but based on the drafts here, RSG it's quite worrisome. I'm not gonna lie, it's so
what? Okay, hold on. Fenrir is gonna be the one who's been playing it's gonna be Raph mid lane. It's gonna be Raph mid lane. This is gonna be very interesting to see how this works out for RSG with such a not very unorthodox lineup. But hey, this is MPL, baby. The weirdest stuff always comes out on the pro stage.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, the drafts has been spammed. GEEK FAM has played this really well on second phase pick. Is this the Blue Celebrity curse, or is it going to be denied by GEEK FAM? The draft has been set. The Hylos being played by Zakus and as the tank role here with a no mage composition coming from RSG. Is it enough to shut down GEEK FAM, or will GEEK FAM remain supreme once again, bringing their famed Beatrix and Dominus's famous Farsa to clutch up the game? Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching RSG MY versus GEEK FAM.
It's time! Welcome to the land of Dawn with RSG on the blue side as we have GEEK FAM on the red, both in their respective colors here. It's going to be blue versus the reds once again. Red versus blue. Let's get this on off the ground. Wait, Fenrir? Okay, wait. What did he take? He took Avarice. That's such a greedy build.
Yeah, and at the same time, Zakus has gotten Vengeance instead of Revitalize. So,
it's super interesting. I really want to know. And the fact is, Zakus hit level 2 first, so that means Zakus didn't buy the Roam Boots.
Plot twist. It's a Mage Hylos with the Tank Emblem and Vengeance. Let's go.
I think he's going to go for Clock of Destiny's first item.
That's kind of standard, right? It is kind of standard.
But I don't know I don't know if he's gonna go for anything else after that.
Well, technically after the Clock of Destiny, he's pretty much done 50% of the job. So
that's 50% of the job.
But hopefully that is gonna transition really well. But they are gonna be playing Fenrir on the roaming item, so Zakas is gonna be the mage role coming from RSG MY. Izanami not playing is gonna, kind of mess up the chemistry a little bit. I did have a little bit of a talk with Ayman as well. He did mention that Fenrir does need that experience. Izanami is gonna be taking a little bit of a break. I hope he doesn't get swapped up, but this is gonna be the opportunity for Fenrir to kind of spread his wings a little bit. This is his, time to shine, man.
I mean, it's gonna be hard to take Izanami's place, but
oh yeah,
let's see what Fenrir's got here.
The bar is just set too high, isn't it?
I don't know if the bar is set too high here because we've definitely seen bigger shoes that needed to be filled in other teams. But now let's see the first engagement down on the bot side as we see RSG just banking in on this bottom, on this gold lane for TikTok to make sure he has a good time. You can see that Lil B wants to walk up, but it's like, what's with everybody coming to my lane?
Not exactly sure, but seems like RSG, they are going to try and focus the issue. Zaka is going to be forced to use his HP. Can they go for the next? The orange pathway has been suspended as well. Mortalala goes for a side. He catches Arts. Do they have the damage? Arts is going to survive this as Domis provides the cover with the feathered airstrike, but Zakas is slow. It's just a little bit too much. And now GEEK FAM, they have no way to deal with this high loss yet. So RSG is going to get a freebie despite losing the turtle.
Yep, and that's the big issue here. When you do take the Purify, you just lose that extra bit of mobility that in so many situations, why Flicker is considered better, especially if you have the eye for opportunity and fast fingers to do so. But in terms of Purify, it's only going to start benefiting him through the later stages of the game. For now, he needs the items to be able to kind of tank the damage, but that's going to be first blood bounty earned by RSG MY. GEEK FAM do take the first turtle.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Vengeance, but it kind of worked out because, because of the help of the Rafaela heals and sustain, he doesn't even need the Revitalize, so he's going to be able to tank through it at all. We saw a couple of damage return coming in, but it's not that big of a significance yet. But in towards the later stage game, hopefully it's going to get a little bit better. But as of yet, Mortalala actually going to be playing EXP lane like you called out as well. It is going to be on the Florida emblem for RSG MY.
Yep. Lethal Wanderer is going to be taken over by Dominus this time to make sure that he has some extra mana regeneration. Not giving it over to the jungler for the sake of lane control. Here comes GEEK FAM. They find the kick onto Kuza here. He's dead. Doesn't even have the opportunity to breathe. GEEK FAM make an incredibly good read here. I think they've really done their homework on RSG MY.
It's just so unfortunate. It's supposed to be Fenrir's job to actually face check the bushes, but he's a Rafaela. He's not exactly tanky. He can't exactly do that. And that's going to be Kuza paying the price. And that's a good catch coming from GEEK FAM. So well done to him.
Yep. I think, GEEK FAM has been studying the patterns for sure. Fenrir now gets locked. Oh, no. Saved by Zakas right at the bell here. Nelby could have gone for an initial kick, and Dominus would have been able to easily finish him off with a feathered airstrike. So, okay, good save from Zakas.
Yeah, this is gonna work. This is actually the worst time Kuza can ask for when he actually died, because he's pretty much idling for 20 seconds waiting for the buff to spawn, and as soon as it spawns, the turtle is gonna be up for grabs for GEEK FAM, and that is gonna be GEEK FAM taking the momentum. And we talked about how GEEK FAM kind of lose out the early stages rather early. This time they're just completely dominating it compared to RSG MY.
Yeah, it looks like RSG MY's strategy is just playing towards the goal lane. They don't care about this. Oh, the damage, he's dead.
Oh no, oh
goodbye,
no.
Goodbye, TikTok. Zakas is going to stand right in front of Lil B. Oh, the save from Zakas and Fenrir. Perfect chain CC onto Lil B as well as Nelby. The B brothers just got absolutely locked down there by a holy baptism in a simple Law and Order. Well done to RSG MY.
Oh, well done indeed. It's just unfortunate that Lil B was holding the wrong guns at the wrong time. He got off his sniper and also his shotgun. If he got his RSMGs, the Reina would have just shredded him then and there. So that's a little bit of a mistake. I want to say a mistake, a little bit of a mis-equipment right there. But overall in general, fortunately for RSG MY for that round.
Nah, fam. Well done, Fenrir. He managed to stun both of them, but once again, Nelby finds an initial kick onto Kuza here. He's going to walk with the rest of the team.
TikTok
so low, but Burpee takes him out so fast with the help of the quad shadows as well as the shurikens. Woo! Stacks up on that damage real quick, but you can see Arts, he is not having a fun time. Mortalala is absolutely dumpstering in this lane.
Yep, here comes the feather airstrike as well. Burpee doing an absolute chat to try and zone the fight. Mistakes made, it's okay. Great clutch from Fenrir. you know, you were able to save things once, but we've still got Burpee and it's 2-0. You talked about him flexing. This is him flexing right now.
Yeah, and Burpee has to just keep on doing that. He's a level up on Kuza after Kuza's unfortunate demise down on the bot side gold lane, walking through Tri-Brush. But other than that, Mortal La is having the time of his life, absolutely just bullying Arts throughout his lane, forcing him to use his Purify very early on, and more importantly so, how the mid lane has been able to kind of go even against GEEK FAM and even gaining priority in first rotation towards the gold lane.
Yeah, man, now they'll be looking for the catch. Zakus doesn't exactly have enough mana, so he needs to be a little bit careful because if he drops a little bit too much, he's going to be in trouble. Dominus getting stunned up, but there's just no follow-up for this. However, Mortal La getting a solo kill up top. Luby gets paid the price, and everyone from GEEK FAM has to back up. Now here comes the dive as well. They are calling in the cavalry. The Glorious Cavalry is going to slow Arts down, and it's going to be enough to kill him out. Nelby with the wave to Dragon is going to be kicking in the wrong direction, but they're still going to force the issue, and RSG MY comes up on top, and Zakus just completely slows them all down.
Yep, and they decide to back away this time, knowing that potentially Dominus is going to get his ultimate back up, and if you're too low, you're basically you're done. You're done. So they got no more battle spells. Half of them don't even have Flicker at this point in time, so it's better not to risk it. Wait until you're a little bit healthier. Kuza, about 50% HP, but TikTok back up to full. They should be able to get this turtle in their grass, and they so desperately needed this next turtle just to kind of make sure that they can catch up in terms of EXP.
Yeah, that was a big catch as well coming from RSG MY. Meanwhile, GEEK FAM, they have to concede to this fight. Zakus is getting a little bit too annoying in this scenario. Meanwhile, the top side, Lil B, they will trade a tier 1 up top. So a little bit consolation for Lil B and space as well, considering that he lost his 1v1 matchup. Zakus gonna continue to annoy Arts. Arts forced to back out. RSG, they are gonna look to trade another tier 2 as well. And likewise coming for GEEK FAM, they are mirroring each other.
Yep, they're going to be taking tier 2 for tier 2 here, despite the extra bit of resistance from it. Here we go, Arts trying to clear up that wave. Nah, doesn't get it in time. Will not get that extra protection. But Kuza does get the Bloodlust stack, so he will be a little bit more sustainable if GEEK FAM aren't able to burst him down first.
Oh, that is kind of crazy. Zakus now going to get caught up. He's going to get stunned up. He's super tanky. He's got Glorious Pathway. He's going to be A-okay, but GEEK FAM, they just don't want to overextend this situation. So Zakus is gotta be happy, but it's a big ultimate coming down. 55 seconds left before the Lord comes in, and GEEK FAM, they have to figure a way out to actually shut him down. And currently Zakus is just so tanky, but slowly but surely he is gonna slow down in terms of his magical damage.
Yeah, Lil B does miss the initial shot, but I think that's so far so good. Both teams are pretty dead even when it comes down to EXP and as well as gold at this point. In terms of EXP, Kuza now a level up on Burpee thanks to the help of Turtle, and also being able to get a couple of, being able to assist in a bunch of fights and hard farming while Burpee was nailing those kills. For the most part about it, I don't think anybody has any real advantage at this point. It's just going to be about TikTok scaling.
Yep, they are going to force the issue. Liu B getting completely dive. He forces the flicker. He's going to be A-okay. Nelby also going to be conceding. But Dominus, what are you thinking? He tried to snipe TikTok and he gets completely abandoned by GEEK FAM. Arts now going to be in that situation, but they just have no answer with this sustains. GEEK FAM, they completely dropped the ball on that. Now Lil B going to be going for the rain and trying to scare them off. But as of now, can they transition a little bit more for RSG MY from that catch?
Ooh, I don't think they can just yet. It's just one, and the death timers are relatively short for now. Dominus, I really thought TikTok was going to die there, or at the very least get his flicker out, but RSG MY, the reactions are really, really quick. Fenrir, on top of the fact that Kuza turned around so fast to stop that Feathered Airstrike.
Oh, Dominance Eyes finally up on GEEK FAM. They needed this item to actually deal with the heals coming from RSG MY, considering that Nelby went for the Anti-Kira's first instead, but here comes the dive coming in. Arts, he needs to start a fight. Feathered Airstrike catches and on Zakus, he will slow them down. Mortalala gonna be stranded, forces the flicker out, and that's gonna be the full disengage coming from RSG MY. Meanwhile, that's happening. Burpee steals the purple buff right under the noses of RSG MY.
That feels bad. That feels bad because now GEEK FAM have full priority over the turtle, just macroing RSG MY out. And Zakus and Fenrir will walk up, realizing what the situation that's going on. But the rest of RSG, GEEK FAM, they're backing up. This is going to be a full fight.
Oh my goodness, RSG, they are going to force the issue. Looks like they're conceding the Lord. Can they get the Rainer? No, he completely misses the bar. GEEK FAM, they're going to wait for the dive as well. Glorious Power, we're going to try and snipe this fight as well. Who's going to get the Lord? And Siu! Oh my goodness! They got the Lord from RSG MY, but they are gonna lose members left, right, front, and center. And GEEK FAM, they are gonna wipe them out. What a play coming in. However, it's not over yet because RSG MY, they survived with the thanks of getting the Lord.
Yep, now Burpee is making his way over to start getting rid of that Lord. They trade 3 members for 1 on GEEK FAM's side, but they most importantly lost out on that Lord. RSG, was it worth it? And now Arts, he's gonna die.
Oh!
Yes, he ends up dying as Morta Lalala is able to get his ult off just in time. The Abyssal Strike works out. Burpee solos the Lord, and now we have Nelby run up to topside to clear it up. Back to dead even on either side.
That is the turning point that GEEK FAM has been eyeing for. Like, we were waiting, hey, where's the dominance ice? And ever since Arts brought it up, it looks so much easier for them to actually fight that. RSG MY, they may have won the Retribution War, but they overcommitted that stage. So that was a little bit asking too far-fetched as well. And on top of it all, look at the items coming from GEEK FAM. They're not building into magical defense. Everything is just physical defense, physical defense, physical defense. Okay, maybe Arts is going to build the Oracle a little bit just to deal with the Hylos a little bit better, but overall in general, they don't need a lot of it.
No, they don't. They just need to stack armor at that point, and that's one of the biggest compromises that RSG MY have. However, if we're looking at TikTok, it doesn't matter how much armor you have. His crits alone is on top of the true damage he gets from the Endless Battle and the empowered auto attacks is kind of brutal. So keep an eye on... Oh, what a snipe.
What is that damage? Fenrir is going to get caught out. That is going to be his downfall. And GEEK FAM, they are going to go give chase. Arts is looking to not let them off the hook. Kusa is going to try and recall back under the bushes. I don't think GEEK FAM sees him. He's going to be A-okay. Zakas, however, going to be stranded as the rest of GEEK FAM runs him over. So that's going to be his downfall. And GEEK FAM finds a very, very easy 2K.
This 2K lead now feeling good for the side of GEEK FAM as now they will start pressing their attack and turning this into a siege for RSG MY. They have no access to their jungle, and so far, as you can tell, Burpee has been doing so great on the split push. Farsa, like last season and the season before, absolutely destroying anybody sitting under the turret. The siege is so difficult to break.
Exactly, on top of it all, Arts is just so tanky, and RSG MY, they don't have a real answer to shut him down except for Mortal La. And currently with the Dreadnought armor on top of Arts, they don't exactly, you know, he doesn't even need to buy the full anti-Cuirass. He's just good enough. The Dreadnought armor is good value for money as of yet. And currently Zakas, he's getting chinked away. He's gonna try and secure the purple buff, but GEEK FAM, I'm pretty sure they're not letting this slide. Or are they? They are. Oh, okay.
I don't think it's gonna I don't think it's gonna matter too much. You know, Kuza still is able to get his purple buff without any issues whatsoever. I think it's important to remember that he still has retribution. So worst comes to worst, he just uses his retribution. Doesn't really need to worry about it too much.
Yeah, I guess for now. But RSG, they seem to be at a loss right now as they need Zakas to try and open things up. The Lord is going to be up for grab, and GEEK FAM, they are going to try and force the issue. But no, Fenrir, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He has to flicker out there. Arts is going to try and go for the catch. They catch on the goose, and the render comes in. And everyone from GEEK FAM actually almost winning the fight as RSG gets completely scared off. Zakas trying his best, but his damage is just not too great as GEEK FAM completely shuts him off. TikTok is still alive, but is it going to be enough? Because GEEK FAM, they want more. They trade 2 for 2. But overall in general, it's still a big W as, you know, for GEEK FAM as Burpee still has the full lot control right now.
Yep, with full lord control, it's like, okay, sure, yes, but RSG MY, they can't really contest at this point. They're 2 down, but Kuza, Mortalala, and TikTok up against the amount of range and the lockdown that we're getting for the side of GEEK FAM. Like, Burpee can buy more than enough time compared to all 3 members of RSG MY. So, at this point, RSG just has to concede it.
Yeah, I guess. And on top of it all, interesting pickup coming from Nelby, going for the Twilight armor instead of more defense. So it seems like he just doesn't want to get one shot. He's looking to going for the backline pickoffs, and so far he's 1-8. His positioning has been really spot on, but Burpee 6-0-1. Pretty much untouchable from RSG MY. They don't have an answer to catch the Hayabusa, and he's just split pushing throughout the entirety of the map.
Yeah.
They don't even care about him.
I mean, they can't really do much because because they're trying to protect TikTok for as much as possible, but TikTok's receiving damage from things that are outside of his control. But look at that, yeah, he's gonna kill him. Wave of the World does come out as well, and they've already secured that first kill on towards Arts, and they try and launch another attack again with the help of the Glorious Pathway.
Okay, I did not expect that amount of damage. It might be the debuffs coming from Mortal Lala, but TikTok is starting to hurt, so I was definitely caught off guard. Like, Arts should not be dead then and there. And now Burpee, he's gonna get a 1v1 kill, and he's gonna kill off Guza, and that is gonna be his downfall. Great 1v1 takedown coming from him.
Yep, good 1v1. Now TikTok down to 50% of his HP. So far, Lilby has been doing a great job just sniping him and isolating him as a target. But TikTok, as long as he has something to auto-attack, he has something to heal off of, he is going to be alright as GEEK FAM slowly creep their way in towards their orange side of the jungle. Ooh, the snipe isn't coming through. Oh, wait, that was one hit of the feathered airstrike.
Oh, that was so close as well. TikTok, he cannot afford to drop the ball for RSG MY if he wants to keep things alive, because he is the true carry for the team. Mortalala is gonna make sure that everyone from GEEK FAM is gonna get debuff, and GEEK FAM, they just need to, you know, tank through this, and if they get the kill on those TikTok, game's over for them. But on the contrary, Nelby, oh, he's in prime position, but looks like he's gonna back off as Fenrir does scout him out.
Yep. Now remember, there is still a bit of fog of war there, so even though we can see everything, the players might not necessarily be able to make the same connections. They don't have observer vision so far. But now, GEEK FAM, with the information that they have at hand, know that they're somewhere along the bottom side of the map, and they are being really precautious. As we see, once we make it into the 17th minute of the game, pretty much both teams are at full build.
Yeah, and Brute Force Breastplate coming up on Arts is gonna give him a little bit more mobility to deal with the high-low slow. So hopefully that is gonna be a little bit better to actually tank up the damage coming from TikTok. But as of yet, this is gonna be set up. Zaka's gonna be in some trouble. Here comes the chain stun up, but looks like GEEK FAM, they just don't want to aim the tank. The tank is kind of not their priority right now.
Yeah, they got bigger fish to deal with 7 more seconds coming up on the Lord timer. It just means that GEEK FAM wants to take priority, wants to bait RSG MY into a fight. That's why they're not showing it, and that's why they are not making any crazy moves.
Yeah, they're playing it safe here. Dominus is going to review himself, but looks like GEEK FAM is going to try and bait the Lord. Arts is going to go and face check this. Zach is taking a little bit too much. Nelby waiting for the right moment to strike. Holding his final take of Chikundo, hoping to catch potentially TikTok. Hasn't exactly shown his cards, but as of yet, Arts is making sure they do not make any sort of concealed movement. But in this case, Fenrir doesn't even have it at all, so not going to be expecting that too much. Arts is going to scare them off with the Falling Star Moon, but the minions from the bottom side is going to be pushed in, so that is going to be an opportunity for GEEK FAM to take the Lord.
Yeah, and even Mortalala had to face off against Burpee all by himself. He had to use his Flicker, which is a really important spell. But now, Lord is evolved, and RSG now getting on top of Nelby so far. Feathered Airstrike comes through, but they quickly kite towards the left side as they fall in towards Arts' Falling Star Moon. Beautifully played by Lilby. And there you go, a legendary from Burpee who catches off TikTok in the back line. The Assassin strikes again.
That is huge as well. Lilby was able to catch all of RSG at the furthest tick of the Rainer to completely shut them out, and because of this, RSG MY, they've lost the tank, they've lost TikTok, and this is not looking good. The Lord is going to be pushing from middle side. TikTok's 20 seconds on the sidelines, and GEEK FAM is going to be knocking on towards the doors of RSG MY. This might be it.
Yep, now they're looking for the throat. They already find Mortalala straight away. Dominatus is on the line. GG. Well played, GEEK FAM.
Well done indeed, coming in from GEEK FAM. A very convincing game one. And it seems like the fans kind of think otherwise, and our casters, our predictions are kind of going to be thrown out the window for game one. But all things considered, well done to GEEK FAM of drafting in that game.
It's a 1-0. Well played to them. They had a good draft that can scale towards the later stages of the game, and it looks like RSG just banked too much on trying to make sure that TikTok was going to win at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well played, GEEK FAM.
Yeah, that was a very, very interesting play as well. But nevertheless, well done towards GEEK FAM. And RSG MY, seems like Fenrir's first appearance didn't exactly go too well for him. And on top of it all, I can see the perspectives coming from RSG MY.
Yep.
No magic, no problem. We've got Deer debuffs with the Bruno crits. It's going to be a lot of damage. We kind of saw Arts completely get destroyed. But if both of these guys are separated apart, they mean nothing. And we saw, like, every single time GEEK FAM wins this fight, it's because Mortalala and TikTok are separated and they just completely walk over them.
Well, I mean, I don't think they're...
I mean, when they are separate, that's when it's the biggest issue, right? But I think Burpee did a really good job at like kind of pulling that pressure apart and like really tightening the rope around their necks slowly, and eventually it choked them out once they just couldn't get enough income to hold them back. And especially when it comes down to wave priority, just Burpee doing a much better job macro-wise. Geek Fam macroly played that sound.
Yeah, I really like how Burpee was playing that game as well. He played the Hayabusa so well, and the RG, they just had no answer. No mage, no catch potential to deal with Hayabusa. Overall, in 5v5 fights, I feel like they could have won it pretty well, but considering the decisions that Geek Fam has been playing throughout the fight, it wasn't the cleanest coming from Geek Fam. There were a lot of moments where they kind of lost the fight, even though RSG should technically be losing most of these fights. But what definitely caught me surprised was the Dirov pickup coming from Mortalala and the crits coming in later on, which we are going to be seeing through the recap later on in the replays. But now, let's talk about items real quick. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, looking at the items so far, you can definitely tell that Mortalala realized that like after his first two, after his items, he can't really do too much, so he has to start stacking up on some important armor items to kind of still be relevant and still be able to give these debuffs to allow TikTok to start shredding through the members of Geek Fam. Although I do wish that TikTok would actually go for a possibly third or fourth item Winds of Nature rather than going for something like the Scarlet Phantom. Mainly because it's just not that great, and I know that it does give him that almost 100% crit rate. You need to be able to dodge that physical damage coming out a little bit.
Like, I like the idea of just playing the Dirov thing with the TikTok, with the crit Bruno from the Glass Cannon build. But that's the thing, right? That's the beauty. They were hoping that Rafaela as well as Hylos is going to be able to zone out the members coming from Geek Fam. And I agree from your point of view as well. What if Burpee decides to focus on TikTok instead of Mortalala? Then the Winds of Nature would be needed. But fortunately for them, that did not happen, but still, they lost the game. Which is unfortunate.
It is unfortunate, but you know, a lot is being attributed to the draft, and we get the idea that RSG MY was going for. It just was not enough at the end of the day, especially with the scaling that Geek Fam has with someone like Dominus playing on Farsa. You could just see that he always had access to the backline.
Here's a little bit of fun fact. On the contrary as well, talking about debuffs, Liu Bei actually opting to go for Blade of Heptasis as well as the Malefic Raw for more debuff, which is kind of interesting, which we don't see too much about it. But before that, let's take a look at the MVP for that match. The man, the myth, the new rookie upcoming from Geek Fam. It is going to be Burpee with an 8-0-2 on that Hayabusa.
Solid gameplay from it all across the board. He's able to even greed out for a Blade of Despair for that added bit of damage to guarantee that TikTok had no options of surviving the moment he popped that ult on with multiple stacks. 4 at the bare minimum, but man, this is what I wanted to see from Burpee. I wanted to see, well, yes and no. I want to see Burpee really show off his mechanics, which he did, but I want to see a little bit more aggression from him, right? Because this was a macroly sound play. It's not like he had to join fights all the time. He had to make sure he was getting something across the map, and the whole team was aware of the situation. I want to see him get into the middle of the fight. I want to see him really start showing how deep his mechanics can go and how precise he can be.
Wow. Basically, you're trying to say he used Burpee as the bait and see whether or not he gets out of this.
I want to see Burpee
right?
1v1 Kuza.
Well, he technically kind of did in some of the replays, but well, you know, Kuza wasn't playing.
If you're telling me
okay, hold on. Let me rebuttal that, okay? Kuza wasn't playing the, you know, a hero that is very easy, you know, high mobility in that regards.
I mean,
Paquito versus Hayabusa. Obviously, the Paquito is not going to be able to outrun an Hayabusa.
Sure, fair enough. Let's look at the highlights here and talk about it a little bit more, because I think it becomes very evident that like Paquito is just there for an added layer of pushing power and peeling power, for RSG, while Geek Fam just really didn't care about it, because this first mistake here at Tribrush was very telegraphed, knowing how Kuza likes to steal away camps from their opponent. He likes to go through the sides.
Yeah, Burpee, you know, I definitely agree. Like, that's kind of like the new meta-ish for most junglers as well. Like, after you're going for the purple buff and then going for orange buff, you kind of don't exactly want to run all the way back to the other side of the map to actually farm. So just go in for the enemy, and that's a good read coming from Geek Fam. But this is a play I want to talk about as well, because this fight right here, RSG, they forced the issue, they got the Lord, but Geek Fam was just completely outplaying them in a sense where they just forced RSG in a very awkward situation and they just slowly picked them apart, which is very nice.
Yeah. mean, just look at that. Every single time they just fall into Lil B's ult, and then when he gets it off, the damage has already been done half the time, and the rest of the members can easily start just shredding them down one by one, and I think that's the biggest problem here, right? Burpee, he says hello to Kuza. Kuza just literally has no counterplay at this point of time. Burpee just dashes back out. He's got the damage. I do really wish to see like a Lancelot versus Paquito, or maybe like a Ling Lancelot situation again. Those are always fun to watch.
Yeah, this was a big play coming from Lil B as well. His Rainier just completely shut them out. He had the Blade of Fantasies and the Malefic Roll, which kind of gave the full debuff, which kind of allowed Burpee to get a little bit more value damage, which is stacking with his Malefic Roll. So I like this idea coming from GEEK FAM, but the thing here is that when it comes to draft, when it comes to items here, we talk about plays and everything, but I feel like from the get-go, RSG has been put in a very, very disadvantaged position based off the drafts because they just didn't have enough magic damage.
100%, no, for sure. I think, I wouldn't say it's because of just, the fact they didn't have magic damage. It's just the overall strategy that they provided didn't really give them a lot of outs, right? It didn't give them a lot of secondary game plans. It's all on TikTok. TikTok lives. If he dies, that is what's gonna predetermine the fight.
Exactly, and on top of it all, based on the itemizations as well from GEEK FAM, they're just so tanky. They've got defense as well.
Esmeralda.
Yeah, Esmeralda. Even with the Dreadnought armor, I was really shocked that Arth was got one-shotted, but it's because of the fact that they had TikTok and also the Dyroth. So it makes a lot of sense why you can actually one-shot even though having a lot of defense. But once you separate these two elements, where's the damage coming from?
Yeah,
like, you need some sort of other damage to actually compensate, not just one marksman hitting everything.
Exactly, and then it makes the items a little bit tougher to actually build around. You have to spend a lot more gold in actually transitioning. You can't just dumpster all, you can't just like put all your points into one place, and that's the hardest part, right? Now, it looks like the players are going to be setting up here on stage. If you look right behind us, I think that's going to be GEEK FAM walking up, and RSG looks to be ready to go. So we're going to be jumping into the draft real soon. What are some of the adaptations you're expecting to see? A little bit more traditional coming out for the side of RSG, or you think they're going to try it again except on the red side?
They need Izanami.
They need Izanami? I think, Fenrir did pretty decent though.
Okay, I feel like, I kind of agree that Fenrir kind of did decent as well, but that's the thing. When we are talking about this stage game, you need to win. And you know who's a winner right now? You guys watching at home, because we've hit 500 shares, and that is gonna be, we're gonna be giving us some amazing goals. Be sure to redeem it right now, right below on the screen. And thank you so much for achieving that, because after this we have one more milestone. That's gonna be the 1,000 share milestone. So be sure to start sharing, and we'll be giving more rewards for you guys.
It's not just the 1,000. Don't forget, it's 800 as well. We gotta have a little bit of. So there's more to farm from the MPL MY, and with that, a new code has been given to you guys. Let's all celebrate with Nescafe here. If you guys feel like, oh man, these games are getting long, GEEK FAM, they really know how to drag things out. You're absolutely right, but with Nescafe, it's going to be a little bit easier to get to the end to see that result when the play is made. Scan the QR code down below and get yourself a little bit of a discount for some of your favorite flavors.
Exactly, 30% off on with no minimum spending, up to maximum 20 ringgit for each purchases. So be sure to use that code right now, right there, before it's gone. It's pretty much gone. Don't worry. You can always scroll back, record it, put it in your brain, and then go subscribe. But of course, now let's talk about the recap again, in case you guys are just tuning in. The reason why we were I'm being very hypocritical about this is that they just don't have the mage. And look at this, the damage output coming from Fenrir as well as Zakus. Both of them are arguably the only magical damage output coming from RSG MY. Both combined could not beat Dominus at all. Dominus is like 110,000.
Yep, you cannot compare the scaling damage that Dominus has. But as you can see, Fenrir, imagine being a support, but still topping the charts in terms of damage.
Compared to Mortal Lala and TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of surprising, but he's a support. He's supposed to harass people and get free damage regardless.
Yeah, I mean, he did, and he was doing a phenomenal job. So much so that the rest of his teammates weren't really playing the game. The PvP aspect of it seemed to be very minimal. And honestly, well done to GEEK FAM for now, but I'm excited to see what else that they have in store for us. I'm curious to see whether, like, this time around, RSG is going to be like, yo, that draft kind of sucks. Maybe this time we're going to go back on the blue side again, right? And when we're on the blue side again, we're going to bring out the stuff that we've done before.
Well, looks like blue supremacy is not going to be played in this regards, considering that GEEK FAM, they chose second pick for a reason, and they responded really well. So I like it for now, but overall in general, let's talk about the damage output. Lil B Dominus, their AoE damage is just ridiculously high compared to RSG MY, and I don't know, like, based on the range-wise, Kuza couldn't exactly do too much. Paquito isn't exactly the type of hero that has very extensive range compared to GEEK FAM, where you have this Beatrix who just snipes you from afar. You have this Farsa who just shoots you from afar with the feathered airstrike, and Paquito, you just can't get into it without making mistakes. And if you do not get the full combo, Paquito is pretty much no way out.
Yeah, I think the important fact is that he doesn't have the range. The gap closing coming in from Paquito, the further their opponent is and the more abilities you use, the less damage you're directly putting upon them. So when you are playing Paquito, you're looking to pick people off by playing bush tactics, but so far, GEEK FAM, again, solid game one when it comes down to the macro. Let's see whether this draft is going to be different. RSG, once again, selecting to be first pick on the blue side, GEEK FAM on the red.
Yeah. This time from side RSG, there is going to be heavy emphasis on towards Fenrir, whether or not can he pull to the table. But based on the drops from game 1, RSG MY, they pretty much banned off 5 mage rolls just to target dominance, which kind of also limited their drafts as well. Because GEEK FAM, they picked the Farsa, pretty much the only, I wouldn't say the only, more like the most presentable mage left compared to the rest. Like, I was hoping maybe a Lunox or maybe, I don't know, maybe a Veil would be really nice, but they just didn't go for it. I was a little bit surprised with that.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is RSG themselves were banning out the mages, so it really did limit down onto the pool. Now,
it kind of backfired for them as well.
To a degree. They could have gotten Lilia like way earlier before banning in the second phase, but yeah, it's fair. It's fine. Valentina gets banned out for the side of RSG.
Triple mages again?
This is interesting. The fact that RSG is banning out the Valentina does kind of tell us something about their lineup.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like GEEK FAM, they still go for second pick again. You know, considering that first game they've got second pick, second game they're going second pick again.
No, GEEK FAM is the one who chose to be on second pick in game number 1. RSG, since they lost, they get to choose which side they want to be on. They decided, I want to be back on blue side.
All right. Thank you for the little info there. Tips coming from Gideon.
No worries. Now GEEK FAM here. Ban out... No, they don't want to ban out Selena. They can leave that open, but what... Do they
want to let that off?
I don't think so. Personally, I don't necessarily think so, but I don't think Dominus minds either way.
Oh, fair enough. But it looks like they are going to ban the Matilda. Selena's going to be up for grabs. RSG, first pick. Is Fenrir going to play the Selena, or will Dominus get it for himself? Because I'm pretty sure Dominus wants it. Looks like no, they will prioritize the Paquito again from RSG MY. All right.
It's a good way because Mortalalala is able to play Paquito, and if you want to flex it into the jungle, very doable. But let's see what GEEK FAM have in store here. Have they kind of cracked open and figured out the overall chemistry and ingredients of this RSG strategy? Or is RSG going to do the same thing all over again? Because Fenrir was listed as a roamer. GEEK FAM, Beatrix, as well as Cho, similar to game number 1. We're going to be seeing it once again.
Yeah, hopefully things are going to be a little bit better. Nelby did play pretty well as well. It's not the cleanest Cho so far, but he got the job done in game number 1. Hopefully things are going to be a little better, but I'm looking forward to see how RSG responds to this again, because this is identical drops coming from GEEK FAM from game 1. And they know that this is coming. How will they do with this Beatrix? Like, they let off their Popo and Koopa Bex. They let off their Brody pick from game number 1. And I feel like they should just pick it up from the get-go.
They honestly should. Personally, I do think so as well, but it's up to them, man. It's up to them. There's a lot of optimal things that I would like to see. Just doesn't come to fruition.
Wait, what?
Please pick Popo and Koopa. Please pick Popo and Koopa. No, instead they're gonna go for Aulus instead. Okay, so they revealed the fact that Kuza just wants to farm this time around. Mortalalala is going to be the one playing the Paquito, and they've also showed a support. So I guess they want Nelby to be playing on this Cho.
Yeah, I guess they might have him there, but I remember for a fact that Esmeralda was first phase pick coming from GEEK FAM, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it again. Considering that RSG has the trend to actually ban off most of the mages, so getting the safety net for in terms of magical prowesses here, Esmeralda is a good pickup from GEEK FAM. But for RSG side, I'm worried again. It feels like they're still keeping up Fenrir's hero option up for grabs in terms of mage department. But looks like GEEK FAM, they will secure the 4-star from the get-go. Alright, so they are going to be banning off all the mages from next phase from GEEK FAM.
Yep, adds up. They're probably going to ban out like Selena,
Lilia. I don't know.
Actually, no. I think if they ban out the Lilia, that's fine. But I also think that GEEK FAM is most likely going to ban out the Lilia and get rid of the Popo and Koopa. Yeah, that adds up. Popo,
Yeah,
Koopa,
okay,
sure.
okay. That's okay. It's the same, but okay.
Oh yeah, Kimmy as well. I keep forgetting about the second phase of
TikTok
TikTok.
plays Kimmy, right?
Yeah, because not a lot of people play Kimmy these days. We don't get to see it too often, but you know, TikTok is one of those guys who's still capable of playing it. Ling gets banned out for the side of RSG. I'm guessing RSG is also going to ban out Hayabusa.
Would you say that because of this Kimi ban from game 1, RSG kind of messed up their draft? Initially, they wanted this Kimi as well, but this time, 2 times in a row, GEEK FAM kind of smells it out, and RSG is put in a situation where, oh no, what do we play? Are we going to force the issue again?
I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, I feel like GEEK FAM is really prepared this week for this matchup against RSG. Out of all the people that they played so far, it feels like now is the time that Almox is like, okay, time to bring out some of that secret sauce.
Yeah, I wouldn't be saying secret sauce because GEEK FAM, they definitely taunted RSG MY in yesterday's post, and this time they are gonna do it exactly same because if RSG is picking up the heroes similarly to game 1, things are not gonna look good for them. They need some sort of mage, but this time they will ban the Ling, they will ban the Hayabusa. What is Burpee gonna be playing? Is he gonna be playing the Roger? Is he playing Yushin Sin?
Well, gets locked in, and it's going to be Glue this time for the side of GEEK FAM for now. Okay, it doesn't really tell us much, in matter of fact. Doesn't really tell us anything. We don't know who the jungle is yet for the side of GEEK FAM, but it feels like it's going to be a marksman. Just the oddest feeling, you know?
Yeah.
Roger might not be the way to go.
I think Yishun Sin is not bad. The Feather Asher combo with the Mountain Shocker is not that bad as well. They've got a lot of decent AoE, but considering that they've already got a Beatrix, they don't exactly need a very strong jungler. They could still fall back to a plan where, hey, let's go fight a jungler back to these days. But it's still a little bit far-fetched considering RSG right now. Their biggest concern right now is what mage are they going to play? Or are they just going to stick with no mages at all? Because it seems like that's going to be the case. No mages again. This is kind of worrisome. What is going on? Like, 2 games in a row, they don't need mages.
I don't mind. I actually really don't mind this because on the last game, they were hoping that, you know, Mortalalala was able to kind of open up that space for them, but he wasn't, especially with the matchup. Especially since he wasn't able to kind of spill his lead into the enemy jungle, and Kuza just wasn't able to get the important kills with Paquito. But now with Aulus, there's a little bit of a secondary win condition here, right? Clint doesn't exactly skill the hardest in the world, but he will get the job done. Very similarly to Brody. Most importantly, the fact is this gold lane matchup for TikTok is highly in Clint's favor.
All right. I'm looking to see how it goes. But looks like the Roger will be the final pickup coming from GEEK FAM. That's going to be Burpee playing on that as they do have 2 late game cores for themselves. Likewise coming from RSG MY. However, RSG MY, even though they do not have mages, they've got a lot, and I mean a lot of crowd control AoE controls. So if our GEEK FAM is going to be able to dodge the initial wombo combos, they're going to be all good. But if they do not, they're going to be in for some serious pain.
Let's see how much pain that they're going to be in with 3 more seconds. They're going to get ready to enter the land of Dawn. Let's break down these compositions once again as we move on. Game 2 of this best of 3 match between RSG and GEEK FAM.
Yup, base. We are going to be heading into the tunnel of the land of Dawn with RSG MY bringing the second game once again, this time bringing the Lolita with a no mage composition. Is it going to work this time, considering that they failed first time? But GEEK FAM, they're going for comfort picks. They've got the glue. They've got Dominus playing on the far side again. Will he be able to completely bully RSG MY? Let's find out because we are heading into game number 2 between RSG MY versus GEEK FAM.
Let's get into it. RSG is going to be it all clad in blue on the blue side up against GEEK FAM, dressed in red on the red side. Let's see how they're going to play this out one more time as they bank it all on TikTok, as well as their side laner, plus their jungler to make the difference.
Well, Kuza not going to be opting to go for the Demon Slayer. He is going to go for the Killing Spree instead to farm. So that's a little bit of a worrisome, but it's still all in all, he is going to be the fallback plan for the team. Can he do so? Meanwhile, GEEK FAM, they are going to be setting up an ambush, potentially catching Kuza. Looks like not going to happen as Kuza is going to be farming his way.
Yep, he just doesn't care. He's just like, Lethal Water or whatever, you can have it. I don't really mind, but we are going to send Mortalalala down to kind of give you that illusion, to buy that extra little bit of time
for Kuza to make his way over down towards the bottom side of his jungle. And now he's going to be slightly ahead in terms of clear speed.
I guess in that sense as well. And it's just not worth it to contest Little Wanderer, right? Considering that Aulus doesn't exactly do much in the early stages. You just want to make sure that he hits like level 12 as quickly as possible. However, skirmishes is bound to happen. Fender is going to try and keep Zekas out of life. I'm not exactly sure how this Lolita is going to be able to do too much in this situation, considering that RSG MY is looking to play the passive defensive game strategy from the get-go.
Yep, Kuza's able to get the river crab just in time as Burpee having a pretty much exact same thing. But notice how Kuza decides to walk up towards his side of the jungle, not making the same mistake in walking in towards Tribrush when Nelby and Lilby would have been waiting for him, expecting it to happen. But now they're going to try and punish Roger instead.
Yep, that's going to be set up coming in. Mortalala a little bit close to 4. If the KO punch landed, maybe Kuza could have set up for a kill, but they are going to focus on the turtle instead. So RG, they are eyeing for this, but as of now, I don't think they should contest this. Arts is going to be there to zone them out. RG, they are going to concede this, so GEEK FAM will get full free reign on the turtle.
Yep, they can't really do much about this, but then again, RSG MY, they don't really mind it. They're not going to commit fully to the skirmish, but they just need to delay it for as long as possible. But immediately, Mortalalala is getting attacked here, and Zach is trying to block as much as he can. But Arts, getting so close, but he should be able to kill Mortalalala at the end of the day.
The heals!
Oh, the heals from Fenrir keep him alive, and now Arts, one more, he's going to turn around. Oh, he's still alive! Fenrir saves the day as Mortalalala is at 0.1% of HP remaining. That is a top 10 feels bad mode.
On top of it all, while the entire turtle was getting contested, RSG MY was actually making space for Kuza, who's secretly stealing the purple buff on the other side of the jungle, which is stealing it away from GEEK FAM, and GEEK FAM did not realize that at all. So that is still a semi-win for RSG MY, but the turtle is still in Burpee's favor.
Yep, I mean, Kuza, really smart decisions, reminding me so much about Linkeza and how he generally plays the Aulus. It's all about that farm. Lose out on turtle, doesn't really matter. I could still walk into your jungle and steal away your farm as long as my team buys me that extra few seconds for when the purple buff spawns.
Yeah, that was a big W for him. But GEEK FAM now, however, they are not expecting this aggression. They are going to try and secure the farm for Kuza. Meanwhile, Burpee is going to find a kill on Mortalala instead. As long as Kuza doesn't die, he's all good. In this case, GEEK FAM, they don't exactly have an answer to counter him yet.
Yeah, that's going to be first blood bounty achieved by GEEK FAM. But this is awfully a tough game for Mortalalala, right?
Yeah.
Because now he's going to be struggling. By the time he gets back into lane, Arts has already got an EXP lead on him, and he should already lose like, what, 1 or 2 minions by now?
Yeah, 4 minutes of the game, and the gold lane coming from Lilby is just completely in his favor. He's just casually sniping the turret. And TikTok is going to be forced to try and get a salvation out of this. Nelby going to get stunned up, but where's the follow-up? Not going to happen. And once again, RSG MY has to play defensively until Kuza comes online. It's going to be a long game. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be extremely draggy and defensively coming from RSG MY.
Yeah, that's what it feels like too. Unyielding Fury has already been popped by Aulus here as Roger is able to pull away the Bugbear into his side of the jungle. Mortalalala so deep into enemy lines. Flickers on out of there, gets a jab through, but he's still going to get kicked by Nelby, and immediately Arts is there to follow up. He gets pushed so close to safety just to taunt him before taking his life.
Yeah, this is the big W that GEEK FAM is. They can go aggressive, and right now, Burpee is not in this vicinity. I'm surprised that RSG still tries to force the issue, but that's going to be an easy turtle in GEEK FAM's favor once again. Nothing that RSG can do. Zakas is just being there, trying to harass, but on the contrary, if you think about it in the overall macro sense, Kuza and TikTok has been left uncontested to a certain degree. But this time, they are going to force the issue with Lilby. Here comes the Unyielding Fury, but it's not going to do too much. Here comes the kick coming from the side. They almost take a Fenrir, but a big holy baptism from RSG. They take them all down, and that is huge coming in from RSG.
And double wins across the map. Mortalalala survives an initial dive on the top side from Arts as well as Burpee. Arts ends up dying. Nelby and Lilby get chain CC to the ground for what looks to be a potential disaster to potential victory. Oh, Mortalala is dead here, isn't he?
Is he? Is
No,
he
no,
dead?
he's gonna try.
Yep. No.
He does get the heavy left hand here, and Burpee doesn't want to go further than that, knowing that his KO strike is coming back off of cooldown. Now, once again, the purple buff is going to be threatened as Nelby and the help of Dominus will try their best to zone them off to make sure Roger is able to pick it up at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's going to be the first mistake that GEEK FAM kind of made. They lost both side of lanes. They need to find a way to get some sort of farm. And currently, even though they've got a Roger, they're supposed to play a little bit aggressive. But to my surprise, RSG, they're just, you know, waiting for the leg gate. They've got a big clear picture. No mage, no problem. We've got Kuza. And currently, you know, you can see every single time this is happening, TikTok is farming the other side of the map, and Kuza is also farming the other side of the map. They just don't want to, you know, stick together.
No, there's no need for them to stick together, and I think the fact that they've unlocked TikTok here, they've already broken the bottom side. Now RSG MY is making the first moves, and they want to make sure that they control the mid lane by rotating the jungler through mid, while also sending Fenrir back and forth between TikTok and as well as the mid lane to help wherever he can. Zakas, on the other hand, he's kind of got the free reign, but mainly he's sitting around the borderlines of the river to keep tabs on where GEEK FAM is.
I think when it comes to this kind of situation, his job is very, very important in the sense where his shield is going to be solely focused on the Rainer coming from Lilby. As long as he doesn't pop, I do not pop the shield. He needs to block the initial burst. However, here comes Nelby. Looking for a setup. Unfortunately, they will not commit. Turtle is going to be out for grabs. Kuza is level 10. And this time, here comes a big ultimate coming in. He does catch on towards Nelby, and that's going to be his downfall as well. He tries to escape, and he will survive with 1 HP. But RSG, they're forcing the flicker, and they won't get the kill. That was a big catch from RSG MY.
Double flicker. Even TikTok utilizing his most valuable spell on him. That flicker means that he's going to be highly dependent on the rest of the team to protect him from here on out. Here we go with the red team starting to push in. GEEK FAM finds Zakis and Mortalala, but it really doesn't matter here as Kuza looking so far ahead of the curve. The full level onto Burpee right now. Oh, this is not looking good for GEEK FAM.
Yeah, Rainer going to be clearing the minions. They'll be looking for the setup once again. But RSG, they look a little bit more confident for game 1. Who needs mages? And, you know, all they got to do is just crit their way through. And GEEK FAM, they're going to try and protect the middle turret as much as they can. War Axe up on Burpee, but so far we haven't seen a lot of aggression coming from him. So it's kind of worrisome for GEEK FAM considering that they have a very, very strong opening start. But seems to me RSG is just too good at dodging fights.
I think at this point of time, GEEK FAM need to wait for RSG to make a mistake, right? Because it really comes down to these big ultimates from RSG MY. If GEEK FAM plays it slow, and honestly, slow enough like this is all they want to do. They just need to harass, get out of the situation, and not give away these kills. They already have to use 3 ults to kind of cut their way through. Look at topside. Burpee, if he was Hayabusa, would have been able to get the push and kind of really start punishing RSG MY for sticking so close together.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Lilby is just getting completely bullied from Zakas. Look at him. Zakas is just so confident. He knows that his shield is going to protect him against the Beatrix. And because of that, they are going to be able to trade out tier 2s and GEEK FAM on full retreat once again. And economy somehow just swinging in RSG's favor. And I'm not going to lie, this is something that I did not expect as well coming from RSG, but it's doing so well for them.
How far can it go, though? How far can it go? Because it feels like both sides are kind of just letting loose a little, and now RSG, they're looking for that big killing blow. The Lord has finally spawned here, and if GEEK FAM is able to steal it away, that's going to be huge. But Mortalala is holding on his own, pulling TikTok and Fenrir to his aid, while GEEK FAM's Lilby and Arts hold around the purple buff area, but Dominus looks for an opportunity. No, can't even get in. RSG play it nicely. Berserker's Fury bought by Kuza. Lord falls into their hands too.
What is this defense coming from RSG MY? It seems like GEEK FAM, they just have no answer. And even on Mortalala, they was able to catch him off guard. But somehow Mortalala is just so tanky. Like, what is the items that you have? Like, what's making him so tanky?
I guess that's what happens when you eat rice every other day. I don't know. It's tough to... I don't know what's going on with him at this point in time, but it's working out, and he's got to keep on doing it. GEEK FAM can only play defensively, especially to protect the mid lane for as long as possible, but that 5k gold lead in their favor, 10 minutes into the game, it looks good for RSG MY, but they need to get an inhibitor to get a 100% guarantee that they win.
Yeah, hopefully things are going to be better for them. But GEEK FAM, as of yet, they have to figure out the game plan. Lilby needs to get some form. The Lord is going to be pushing in. But he's only level 11 compared to TikTok's level 12. Kusa's level 14. Burpee's level 13. He's not that far off, but somehow GEEK FAM, they just can't find pickoffs. And RSG, they just do too much somehow.
Yeah, they just stick as a death ball. They stick as a death ball, and now the fact that they have a lead, they have pressure that GEEK FAM can't really contest. And whenever they want to walk up, they either get picked off or they get chain CC to the ground. Unless they engage all at the same time, and even then, there are still cons to going in together, especially, let's say, if it's a tight corner, like walking into the jungle, for an example, where the corridors are very narrow, more people are going to get affected by this.
Yeah, definitely. And somehow they're just playing it slow. They're hoping to drag this as late as possible. And when that happens, hopefully Lilby is going to be able to carry the game. But as of now, Zakus' priority is make sure that Lilby doesn't get those kind of opportunities. He's been sniping his way through, but every time Zakus is there to just soak up the damage, and that's something that GEEK FAM doesn't need. But seems like this is going to be the bait. Burpee is going to back up, but the rest of RSG, are they going to come in? Looks like it might be a bait as well. Here comes a big rocket, connects with Zakus, and he's going to get melted down, but somehow they return the favor as Unyielding Fury completely bullies them off. Double kill for RSG MY.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Arts was not able to get into split form, but it's a 2-for-1 trade so far, and they still have a Beatrix who is able to clear off these waves fast. Great high ground defense. That's all they can bank on. But if Arts was able to get the split off, I think that fight would have definitely been more GEEK FAM favored.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, just got completely obliterated. The Unyielding Fury just completely choked them up. And I'm not gonna lie, I felt like GEEK FAM should have won that a little bit better. Like, Dominus did his damage, Burpee tried his best, but the defense coming in from RSG MY, before Zakus died, he managed to pop the Shua on. Even though the Reyna did a decent amount of damage, but it's just enough to actually let RSG MY survive a little bit tick out of that fight.
Yep. And now back to the stalemate that we love and know GEEK FAM for. They've built up the wall, and it's going to be a long time before we see the end of this game unless RSG MY can crack GEEK FAM open, really get under their skin, and make them go for a desperation play, which I don't think they're going to do.
Yeah, Genius 1 up on Dominus. Hopefully that is going to be enough for GEEK FAM, but RSG, they're just getting the Lord for absolutely free. Nothing GEEK FAM can do in this situation, and surprise, surprise, plot twist. That's the beauty of watching MPL, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen. Who would have thought? RSG just getting such a huge lead in this situation right now. But now, once again, GEEK FAM, they want to secure the orange buff, but seems like the orange buff will reveal the positions of RSG MY. So that's going to be a free orange buff for Kusa.
Yep, and there's nothing he can do about it. They just have to, give it on over. It's part of the collateral damage from losing their mid turret. And now GEEK FAM have to suffer the consequences as RSG MY 8K above GEEK FAM. And oh man, I think this game is getting close to being over. But then again, we are talking about GEEK FAM here.
Yeah, can they do it though? I don't know. Anything can happen, but at the same time, Arts, he needs to be taking a lot of damage away from RSG MY. He needs to be able to soak a lot of this damage, and RSG MY, they're just not letting this slide. And look at this, RSG full objectives, focusing on that. Here comes the big chop as well. Numenon Blast doesn't connect, but instead, he's gonna whiff. He gets completely died from the backlines, but Nelby instead gets a 5-man stun, but it's not gonna be enough damage as the rest of RSG MY completely comes about, crits his way through, and they are gonna look to close the game as RSG MY bounces back, tying the series, going 1-1 against GEEK FAM. No mage, no problem, my friends.
2-1 is going to be the final scoreline of today because RSG and GEEK FAM refuse to give each other simple spaces, man. Only one of them is going to walk away a victor, but so far the score is 1-1. RSG tie it up.
Oh my goodness, I did not expect that at all. What a game coming from RSG MY. Beautiful discipline with the honors. GEEK FAM had no answer to that. And I don't know, this is something that definitely caught me off guard. I totally did not expect it at all. I wasn't a big fan of the draft coming from RSG, but somehow they managed to pull it off. Is it just because it's Aulus?
I do think to a certain degree, yes, it is because of Aulus. It gives them a secondary win condition, but more importantly, it gives them a disengage tool, a very versatile tool. The Unyielding Fury is so powerful when it comes down to, oh, I need to get out of a situation. If they're going to press their advance, I want to make them pay for it. If they're in need of a dive, oh, I can set it up without having to put anybody at risk first.
The moment they touch it, they get a little bit of a slow. It's so easy to land your CC as chill.
Yeah, it's kind of scary considering how the ways they actually play this well. Like in my mind, GEEK FAM has so much opportunity to actually invade and try and contest RSG MY, but it feels like they didn't do that. Is it because of the drafts? Is it because like Zakas as well as Fender is just extremely hard to actually go through as a barricade with the Lolita? And I feel like wave clear wise is not that bad for GEEK FAM. So I was a little bit surprised that RSG MY is just getting away with so much free farm throughout the entirety of the map, especially coming from TikTok as well as Kuza.
No, I absolutely agree. And here's my biggest issue. The fact is that Nelby was roaming around the map so much that he honestly should have focused on making sure that Dominus, him and Dominus clear up that lane super quick at the cost of Nelby. Just a little bit of HP from Nelby. Yes, they're going to lose that war of attrition, but just having priority in that control is so important. And what's infuriating about this composition from RSG is the fact that Zakas and Fenrir both very clearly strong roamers with two different styles working in tandem with each other. Man, is it hard to get past them.
Yeah, it's so defensive coming from Fenrir and Zakas. Like, normally we kind of expect Zakas to be extremely aggressive in this kind of plays. Try invade, try and isolate the fights. But in this scenario, against Nelby knowing to be a babysitter kind of playstyle role, you know what? Two can play at this game. If you're not going to be aggressive, we're going to play safe. And it kind of paid off because Kuza was just getting free farm all the way through. He's 4-0-7 and he's been hitting some serious numbers as well. I'm looking forward to see the damage later on when we have a recap during for Game 3. But the replay-wise, I feel like TikTok and Kuza was just completely untouched throughout the entire of that fight. And multiple times, Nelby, he tried to go back lines, but it just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, it really didn't. And even Dominus realized that like every single time he drops down his ult, somebody is gonna stop it, whether it be Zakas, Fenrir, or even Kuza. But let's look at the MVP from RSG's side. It is going to be TikTok on that Clint.
Oh, I was expecting a little bit more. I was expecting maybe Kuza was going to get it, but TikTok, he definitely deserved it as well. He's farming his way through. He's 6-0-5. His Clint has been dishing out some serious damage on the sides, farming uncontested as well. He was getting free damage throughout the entirety of the fight. He's not afraid to actually push forward in most of the situations because of the protection of Zakas. So overall in general, full glass cannon build coming from him. Doesn't even need defensive either, just completely destroying out the competition. And it makes a lot of sense why he go for this build. We talked about the balance between magical damage, but 2 games in a row, RSG MY has done this. And it is a very greedy build, but it's kind of a necessary cost right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting all their eggs in just like 2 baskets, whether it be Aulis or when it comes down to the range with the help of TikTok on this Clint. Somebody has to succeed, and they have to take the greediest build and trust their teammates enough to protect them. At the end of the day, it works out, and it frustrates me so much because what the heck do? You get locked down for 0.5 seconds. Next thing you know, you get hit by the charge. You get hit by the Wrath Holy Baptism as well. It's just a never-ending cycle of getting locked down by something.
Yeah, let's quickly take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series in this particular match. You can see GEEK FAM, they had a very clear objective. They were winning off all their early engagements, and normally GEEK FAM shouldn't be able to win all these fights. We know that they have one of the lowest stats to actually win their early ignition, and they were just doing this very well. But it all kind of messed up ever since this fight here, where they actually lost both Nelby and Lilby, and everyone from GEEK FAM seemed a little bit lost on what they needed to do as well. And on top of it all, Lilby kind of panicked his Rainer as well, didn't exactly hit a lot, and RSG MY just completely steamrolled GEEK FAM in most of this fight, which is something that should not happen at all.
Yeah, it really shouldn't, and I think RSG just knew how to play the composition a little bit better when it came down to picking and choosing where their fights was. And when you have a lead like this, it's so easy to kind of just like rush their way through. Like, look at Kuza, he didn't care. He just ran it down to get his opponents because of the fat lead he had in his bag. So
yeah,
at this point of time, let's see. So far, there is no blue side supremacy on either side, but there has been adaptations, which really has changed it up on GEEK FAM's side.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I feel like based on the composition as well, maybe Aulos should be categorized as the Aulos level, where late game, not many marksmen can actually deal with him. And you saw the amount of crits he's been dishing out as well. He just chunked them out so quickly, and that was something that I did not expect as well, even though GEEK FAM was building full physical defense into that.
Yeah, I mean, most people aren't ready for it, but with I think there needs to be adaptations on either side. Number one, split pushing would have been really, really good against this composition. So having something like Hayabusa would have made all the difference, and you can now see the value of Hayabusa in game number one on Burpee for GEEK FAM.
Yeah, I can see the adaptations as well. Like limiting out Burpee's heroes is going to be great, but however, let's find out whether or not will they bounce back, because game 3 is going to be coming later on, and we're going to be going in towards a break right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you right after this break.
The sweet adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill! What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush.
Don't fear. Orange Sport is always on time.
Let's create some miracles! You have slain an enemy! Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill!
Cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Ha! Ha! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Taste legendary! Taste my royal station! Taste my royal turret is under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Taste me!
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat
And we're back, and we got more MLBB action to show you guys here today as the stage has been lit up and the teams are ready to go. My name is GEEK. This is ICBaby12 watching the English broadcast. Thank you to all and everybody who is in the chat watching live for the MPL MY Season 9 Week 3 Day number 1. And so far, these games are going the length. With that being said, we have to do a quick shout out to our sponsors who made it all happen here. Starting off with our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, EGG Network, and as well as ESI. I swallowed my tongue there for half a second.
Don't worry, I got you, man. Thank you guys so much, for actually making things happen as well. Because without these sponsors, we would not have all this amazing setup. However, plot twist coming in here into the final game of the day. GEEK FAM and also RSG making the comeback in game number 2 with a unexpected drops coming in from me. Not a personal favorite for mine. 2 games in a row they played a no mage composition. They failed first game, but second game they pulled the big W, something that I did not expect. But let's take a look at the damage real quick right here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the damage so far, relatively low numbers all across the board here, but you can definitely tell where it mattered the most. Because at the end of the day, GEEK FAM, their composition, very standard when it comes to having mages. You know, Farsa, that's fine, but just look at the bans coming out from either side.
Yeah, well, the bans here coming from RSG, they are targeted towards Dominus hero pool straight from the get-go. They've kind of limited their mage pool all the way through. But what's really surprising for me is like 2 games in a row, they just don't want to play mages. And second game, they somehow managed to get away. The damage isn't that big significant compared to what I was expecting. Game 1, GEEK FAM has like huge amount of damage coming from Dominus, but this game, he didn't exactly do too much, maybe for the fact that he's constantly getting zoned out by both Mortal Lala, Kuza, as well as Fenrir, where they constantly set up their targets and making sure that he doesn't go out of control.
Yeah, no, see, that's the thing, right? It's all about baiting out that response. And I think for either side, I'm not the biggest fan of the no mage composition coming in for the side of RSG, and I think there are a couple of weaknesses to be had with the comp. But if it works out, it works out. And so far, they forced it 2 times already. First one, okay, we can't deal with the split push. Let's make sure we don't deal with it in the second phase. Now, I think with GEEK FAM, I don't know if they're gonna go 3 for 3 with the no mage composition from RSG. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Are they really gonna force it? Because if they manage to do that, that will be a big slap into GEEK FAM's face. Because I've never seen it happen in like a big playoff stage. But for this to actually happen in my face in game number 2, it was a big slap for me already. Like, I'm pretty sure RSG fans is gonna like, hey, IC baby, you suck. No mage, so what? You think they can't win? And that's the beauty about MPL, right? Anything can happen, and yeah, I deserve it, probably.
I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. I think, number one, the draft adaptation is that they're going to drop Matilda entirely from the bans. They're like, there's no point, because the Holy Baptism is more powerful of a spell than the Circling Eagle at the end of the day. And I don't know how RSG is going to pivot if Matilda goes through, so that's the big question here from either side. Once again, GEEK FAM choose to be on the red side. Now show your support for either side.
Yo, RSG has been playing full blue and GEEK FAM full red for all 3 games. Stay loyal, stay blue, stay red, in that sense. I like the loyalty, but bans-wise, RSG, I feel like they're just gonna stick it the way they true. Full ban on mages. And GEEK FAM, it feels like, do they want to prioritize on Dominus Hero from the get-go? Do they just want to, force Fenrir to play something else rather than Rafaela? Or do they want to prioritize on their Rafaela for Nelby now, finally?
Personally, I think it's fine. I think RSG, the way that they've been banning so far has been right. I think GEEK FAM is the one that needs to adapt for this upcoming one. RSG did a great job and adapted in game number 2. And if they stick to it, they might get punished, but they have to keep an open mind here. It's going to be the Valentina ban here, and this is where it's punishable. Drop the Matilda, ban out the Raph, and we'll see how this game goes.
Do they want to drop the Matilda?
Yeah, what is RSG gonna do with a no mage composition and switch out Rafa Matilda?
It's the mind games. It's the mind games. Okay, I did it the first game. I did it the second game. Third game doesn't necessarily mean that I will do that. However, Selena is up for grabs. So, surprise, surprise. Selena was kind of ignored in game 2-ish. And I wasn't expecting that to happen, but maybe it's a good time for GEEK FAM to actually pick it up. Like, if they continue the trend, I know like this is probably a big brain moment from RSG. That finally, okay, Matilda's gone, like you said, but are they gonna finally pick the mage for RSG, or are they gonna start off with Paquito again first pick?
Paquito.
Your team is
No.
Oh, finally mage, ish.
Okay.
Mage-ish.
So they go for Esme this time round. I guess they're expecting GEEK FAM to adapt and utilize maybe a Uranus, potentially pick up the Paquito instead, give it over to them, give more options to GEEK FAM in hopes that they kind of make a blunder during the drafting phase. Let's see how Amox actually deals with this as he's looking around and getting some suggestions from the team. He's got his notebook out, and I do really want to have a look at that notebook one day. I did see it, like during the cameras as they were panning over, I was really hoping to see what exactly was written in it.
Okay, based on the stats here, it makes kind of a lot of sense for why GEEK FAM kind of going to be picking the Paquito, because the stats we have currently right now, RSG's top pick has been Paquito and Beatrix, both giving them 63% win rate before this entire series. So GEEK FAM, they are going to take into account, deny those two picks away from RSG MY. And I'm not going to lie, you know, Lil B, he's been playing the Beatrix for what, 3 games in a row right now, and I feel like the Paquito 2 games in a row for RSG, this is going to force Mortalala to play something else, but at the same time, Esmeralda isn't out of his comfort zone at all.
Yeah, it isn't out of his comfort zone, and I'm surprised that GEEK FAM was like, you know what, we'll play a bad matchup. I don't think we care too much. We just want to be able to kind of peel as many people off of this Beatrix as possible. And now we get to see the Cho, we get to see the Raf from the side of RSG. Again, Raf, just a very crucial part of this composition. However, they're not going to have this big AoE stun with the Numenon Blast and Lolita. They're going to be switching it out for Cho, which begs the question, what does Nelby play?
Like, I feel like this time, you know, seeing the Lolita in play coming from game number 2, I feel like GEEK FAM, they are a little bit worried in that sense. It's not exactly a great counter, but it was enough to actually mess up the full Rainer's combo coming for the Beatrix. However, Selena still up for grabs, does Dominus, wants to play it and just give up Forza. Ban it off later on.
It's either Selena or Lilia here for GEEK FAM.
Oh yeah, I feel like Lilia's pretty good.
Lilia's also really, really good. Well, let's see, with 8 more seconds here, what is going to be the adaptation from GEEK FAM? Have they switched it up? Nope.
Oh, finally.
Going to get locked in with an 83% win rate only for the 6 times it's already been picked. Selena.
39 times this hero has been banned throughout the entire MPL 3 weeks so far, and finally we are going to see the Dominus Selena, and this is a great pickup. And but all things considered, the heroes that can actually mess up the arrow, it is going to be the Lolita. So they might be a little bit worried for that sense, but GEEK FAM, they are going to respect the Aulus. They might ban the Kimi again if they decide to go for it. But RSG, once again, they are going to make sure that there is no split push potential. However, Hayabusa is still up for grabs, and I feel like RSG is going to make sure they ban it later on.
Yeah, I think RSG is definitely going to be banning the Hayabusa, and GEEK FAM at this point, do they ban out the Yishin Shin?
I don't think so.
Wait, let me just have a quick look around to see what's being banned so far. The Ling is already gone. Aulus Fanny already gone. Lancelot already gone as well, which leaves Hayabusa. It leaves Marksman, Kimi. Okay,
yeah,
they're still sticking to their... It's just the one adaptation of the ban so far. And then RSG is going to be the one to ban out the Hayabusa. Alright, okay. I think that's fine. I really hope that GEEK FAM don't fall into the trap of going for a Marksman. Roger might be a problem.
I don't think the Roger should be in the hands of GEEK FAM. Like, Roger from RSG side would be really nice, but for GEEK FAM side, I feel like they should play it a little bit safer. The Roger didn't exactly do too much from Burpee. Maybe go for something that is a little bit more comfortable Yishun Sin would be really nice.
Saber jungle.
Yeah, I would like that. Saber jungle is pretty nice.
He's going to get invaded so often, it's not going to be funny. But they lock in the Uranus here.
No.
All right,
You
so it's going to be
predicted this.
Paquito. It's going to be Paquito going into the jungle. I think that's fair because
I was expecting maybe a Thamos pickup, considering that it is arts we're talking about.
True, but I think Uranus is a little bit better
Yeah.
because eventually Uranus will outscale the Esmeralda, and more importantly, so I think GEEK FAM is respecting the fact that Kuza is capable of playing Yin in the jungle, but the only condition that they can play Yin is if GEEK FAM pick a marksman as a jungler.
Oh yeah! Now that you mention it, I think during the SEA Games, right? Like,
Yeah, SEA Game qualifiers.
Kuza did bring up the Yin, and ever since then, we haven't seen a single Yin game coming into his MPL.
Exactly.
At all.
How many marksmen do you see?
Oh! No way! No way! Help me!
Care. He doesn't care at all.
No way!
He's like, whatever. I want to play in. I'm gonna do it. And then Carry gets picked up for the side of RSG.
Oh my!
Why Carry? I guess they just want to cut through Uranus.
Let's go! Let's go! I'm looking forward to see the first Yin game in MPL MY Season 9.
I'm not.
Excluding SEA Games, but I want to see what's he got. Like, come on. No mage, no problem. We've got Yin right now.
It's tough. Like, I still think this is going to be a pretty tough game for RSG, but they cannot make mistakes. And I think it's all going to come down to who gets that first initial snowball.
Okay.
Whoever wins that first interaction will have power.
Let's talk about heroes that can actually evade this Yin. None of GEEK FAM can actually... Okay, maybe except for Selena, but if he gets chained up, they are going to just die. And I feel like this is going to be a hard matchup for GEEK FAM if whoever gets, so-called domain expand into Yin's territory.
Oh, man. The name of it all is called It's My Turn. It's called My Turn. My Turn. And it's just really boring name, and that's why I like calling it domain expansion. But man, this is... this is a tough one. This is a toughie. Both sides, really interesting compositions so far, but let's find out whether it's going to be enough.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the draft has been set. They've brought in the Yin, the known Yin coming from Kuza, coming from RSG MY. Is this gonna work out? I'm looking forward to see whether or not it is gonna happen. However, GEEK FAM, they are sticking to their comfort picks, but this time they are gonna bring in the Selena as well into the picture with the Forza to play into the combo. So all things considered, this is going to be the decider match for RSG MY versus GEEK FAM. Who's going to come up on top? Witness this, because this is the final game for today.
All right, let's get the show on the road. In the comment section, show us your support. You team red or you team blue? RSG on the blue side with GEEK FAM on the red. Only one of these colors is walking away with a 2-1 victory. Let's find out who.
Yep, and on top of it all, interesting pickup coming from Kuza. Instead of going for the Demon Slayer or even the Killing Spree, he's opted to go for High and Dry. He's hoping to win his 1v1 matchups in the domain expansion.
Why is Mortalala? Oh my goodness, Mortalala is huge, but Zach is instantly going on.
Oh, Dominus!
He's going to get first blood straight away. Quick pickup from Fenrir. A wasted flicker, but here comes Burpee to say hello, but it doesn't matter. Mortalala is just so big right now, and Zach is going to taunt him in front of his face. One bad interaction might just seal the deal for this game.
Oh, the confidence coming from Zakas. 2 games in a row, he's played extremely defensive. It's nice to see him on the aggressive side, because this time, GEEK FAM, they felt it. And Dominus going down from the first blood means RSG MY is going to give you guys the first blood bounty.
First blood bounty. Claim it while you still can. Now Zakas, well, he is going to, bring the camps close together so he can take both of them out at the same time. Very smart micro mechanics to kind of make sure that he speeds up his clear. Because right now, let's remember, Burpee was getting harassed out of his jungle after and got chased down, forcing him to recall, which is not good. He is clearly a level down, and now he's going to be really, really slow to hit his level 4. Burpee now only getting 50% of the way. Zakas should be able to get out of here. I say should.
No arrow. No.
Dead.
Yep, he's dead. Like you can see Nelby just taunting him as well. Here's my arrow, brother, and he gets completely obliterated.
Yeah.
So I like how Zakas is very confident in the situation. He's not afraid to just make sure he slows down the tempo. As long as Kuza is ahead of Burpee, Kuza is going to be able to cause a lot of trouble. And I think this Yin is going to be the tempo setter for the team.
Here.
And can he?
I
don't think
yeah,
he's gonna
he
risk
can
it.
kill him. I think Kuza can actually just 1v1 him right now, but he's got bigger things to remember. Instead of just going for the kill, he has to remember that he won't be able to survive it afterwards with his team not there. So he'd rather not risk it for now. Focus on what's important, which is going to be these neutral objectives. And that's where GEEK FAM is going to start rounding up the troops to fight for.
Yeah, and as of now, GEEK FAM, they are gonna play this.
Oh, they don't care.
No, but Mortalala, he's gonna, you know, look at him. He's just winning his fight against Uranus in early game.
I mean, it's the early game. I think that's fine. But Arts, he's still slightly ahead in terms of EXP. But look down on bot side and where the majority of RSG members are. They don't care about this turtle. They're like, whatever, you can have it as long as carry gets ahead. TikTok is the main win condition for the team.
Yeah, I see. That's gonna be the way for now. But as of yet, Zakos is gonna be trying to open things up for TikTok. TikTok is gonna try and roam in favor with Yin. So this is kind of surprising considering that we are gonna expect a little bit more farm oriented coming from RG, but looks like considering that carry does have the fate wheels coming in, it is, you know, pretty earlier timings compared to other marksmen.
Yeah, I think they're trying to supercharge TikTok, giving him as much farm wherever he is. If he's already cleared bottom side, if there's still anything available, he'll go top side. Nah, he's not dead. Don't worry about it. Fenrir also has Flicker just in case. So, I mean, if Lil B wants to go for a combo, he better be able to hit it quick.
Oh,
another arrow! TikTok, he can't die like this. Not when LB can do something about it. But you can see Kuza and Zakas already in position to turn things around.
And Burpee as well is going to get caught out. Here comes the wave of the dragon. They catch him on it. Here comes the IME as well. As Kuza going to caught him off guard. And do they get the win? Yes, they do not. Burpee just one-shots him and Kuza loses the fight. As RSG MY, they just lose 2 from the get-go.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure Burpee was not stunned initially when he was in the domain, in Kuza's domain. And therefore, Kuza couldn't get a clean combination. But so far, Nelby's doing a great job with these Abyssal Arrows. And TikTok, he's so close to dying. Oh no, he misses. He didn't have enough range, and now Zakas is going to get fire under the turret here. Oh boy.
Wait, is he going to survive? Yes. No, he's going to force the issue. RSG, they're not letting him off go. He gets chased up, but he somehow survives. He's going to try and force the issue, GEEK FAM. However, not going to be committing to this fight. Nelby does not have the mana to contest this, but overall in general, GEEK FAM got a big fat W.
Oh, huge W in a matter of fact. It's RSG. You can see that Kuza now getting a little hesitant to actually deal with Burpee so far, but he does see Dominus. He sees Burpee rotating towards him. He doesn't want to deal with it. Look at that. The 1v1 power of Burpee is just way too good.
Yeah, Kuza cannot afford to drop his health so low. He needs to win his 1v1 matchup, and currently Burpee is just, you know, happy about this. Like, this Paquito against the Yin is not that bad of a matchup for him.
Exactly. That's why I said that I do prefer Yin on condition that the enemy
is a
marksman. And this is why you want the enemy to be a marksman, because marksmen are generally a lot squishier, and you can see just the 1v1 strength of Paquito alone is making it so hard. Holy Baptism comes out, but does it matter? Absolutely not.
Exactly. Just no follow-up whatsoever. Fenrir doesn't have the mana to fight this, but Zakas is going to go for the kick. Where's the setup? Kuza is going to look for the stun as well, but looks like Kuza, he's not looking for Burpee. He's hoping to catch the support, but he's going to get chunked away as he needs to back off. Oh, GEEK FAM is so prepared for this Yin. Zakas goes in for the harassment, but there's just nothing they can do about this situation. The arrow, oh no, from the sides, Nelby. They're gonna go for the snipe and they take him out. Oh, what a snipe coming from Lilby.
That was great. That was some smooth moves coming out of the boys here of GEEK FAM. Well played, well played. Now GEEK FAM in full control over this game as Kuza has lost his lead and now the momentum is in GEEK FAM's favor.
Yep, and as of yet, RSG MY, they have to play this a little bit slow. They need to find an opportunity for Kuza to actually set up a couple of kills, but currently Nelby is just being an absolute chat. He lands the arrow, he scares off Fenrir, but Nelby now needs to back out as Zakas tries to go and harass Mortalala, looking for the catcher, and Nelby might actually pay his price. He makes a run for it. Mortalala is looking to run him down, and he's gonna get the kill. However, on the sides as well, GEEK FAM is looking to get a couple more kills, but RSG MY, they get the full engage and back out of the fight.
Beautiful play as RSG looks for a way to return and come back into it with the help of Mortalala. And TikTok, he's got to be very, very careful because all he needs to do is scale. Nelby will go for the Calamity Reaper and he's got Dire Hit as a blessing. So if you get low, he will destroy you.
Yep. And as of yet, you know, it is going to be a little bit of a slow pace here. RSG MY, they are going to try and farm up a little bit up on TikTok. However, GEEK FAM, they're looking to put out their aggression. Nelby has been hitting his arrows really, really well. And hopefully it's going to happen as well. Arrow comes in, doesn't connect. RSG, they are going to back out. Kuza looking for to get a couple farm. He sees Dominus, but Zakas, doesn't have the flicker to actually engage this fight. Feather Airstrike gonna bully him out. Oh my goodness, Kuza not having a good time as RSG MY will secure the tier 1 on top. Zaka's gonna get chipped away. He's taking a little bit too much damage and he's gonna pay the price, and that's gonna be killing spree for Lil B.
He should have considered using the Way of the Dragon there, but it's fine. So far, RSG losing one or two members. Kuza should be able to get on out of there, and I think Kuza wants to get on top of Lil B. The problem is that right now, Yin's ult is super short. Like, you gotta be right in front of somebody's face to be able to get in range. So it's very dangerous as a Yin to get into the middle of the fight, especially when the team is deathballed, unless you are able to kind of blindside them and look for a flank or hop over a wall. Bush tactics, maybe.
Yep, and now here comes the arrow again. Mortal Lala is gonna purify out of that situation. He's gonna be A-okay. He's gonna try to stall a little bit more time, but so far Kuza hasn't had a great time with all these engagements. GEEK FAM are just so concerned of their distance between him. And every time they scout out Kuza, they just make sure that there's going to be someone scaring him off. Arrow? Oh my goodness, that arrow was unintended, but Zakas just walked into it.
100 to 1000 IQ arrow? I don't know, possibly, but it's some good moves. That means we do see that Nelby is starting to read the movements of RSG, and especially for Zakas a little bit more. And the better he gets used to it, the better it is for the team. Now Zakas, he does get the third hit of Jeet Kune Do onto Dominus, but he didn't want to go for the engagement. Not entirely sure why, mainly because he does have Purify, so he has to be careful of that. Zakas immediately gonna get punished here. Oh, the snipe! He got read like a book. Even Lil B has got him in his broker. It's so tough. He cannot move anywhere forward, and now Nelby is going to continue to pepper them from afar.
Yeah, that was a big catch as well. Like, GEEK FAM is just making sure that they outrange RSG MY on all fronts, and because of this, RSG, they just can't get into the face, and Lil B doing a fantastic job, and another crit comes in. Mortal Lala taking a little bit too much. He needs to make a run for it, and look at Dominus. He's going to try and scare him off, and that is going to be RSG MY on full retreat. As GEEK FAM fans, whoo la la, that is a sick play from Lil B.
Really, really sick play here. Now Kuza is going to try and catch up as, Burpee is 2 levels above him right now. And Burpee confidently is going to take this Lord away, sacrificing the bottom side of his purple jungle. They gotta do something here. And RSG MY, they don't want to fall back. 5k gold lead for the side of GEEK FAM.
Yep, and as of yet, the Lord is going to be secure for GEEK FAM. We haven't seen too much coming from Kuza yet. He finally has his Demon Hunter sword, but so far he's been farming very, very patiently here. Kind of mirrors Game 2 when he was playing the Aulus, pretty low-key into this game. 10 minutes game so far. Let's take a quick look at the items.
Yup. War Axe, Demon Hunter Sword, and we see TikTok, he's only got 2 full items. This battle does begin. Feather Airstrike does come through, no stuns. Able to connect just yet as Mortal La manages to forget the falling star. In the middle, bait out some important spells, but now they're forced to retreat straight away. They can't afford to get hit by literally any of the abilities from GEEK FAM if they want to survive.
Yep, and you can see on the sides as well, Kuza is going to be 1v1 against the Lord, so that's going to be a big W. Meanwhile, Ars is going to try and capitalize on the situation. However, GEEK FAM, they're winning all lanes. They are taking the 6k lead against RSG MY. Arrow comes in once again. Not gonna happen. Lil B gonna try and look for a fight as well. Mortal Lala, ooh, gets crit from Lil B once again. And just like that, RSG MY, they have to go for a full-fledged, but GEEK FAM, they are just sending it to RSG MY in a bit. But now, oh, the damage comes in. They take down Kuza. The jungler is out. And just like that, GEEK FAM, they completely shut them down. And Lil B is looking for a kill. Unstoppable for Lil B. Oh my goodness, 5-0-2. Can he get more? RSG now looking to salvage the situation to catch Burpee. But do they have the damage? No, they do not. Zakas will pay the price. And somehow, he survives it all. Burpee is going to die. Another one from GEEK FAM. That is crazy.
The momentum. They've done it. GEEK FAM find their victory in this season. There you go. The signature. Well done. Nelby and Lil B snipe their way to the top.
My goodness, what a snipe coming in from GEEK FAM. Like, Lil B has been popping off in game number 3. He didn't do too well in Game 1, Game 2, but Game 3, he was just popping off over and over again. The snipes, you can see the taunts. Lil B has got them in his sights.
Oh, the moment the camera's on, that's the moment they've been waiting for. GG, well played to GEEK FAM. Beautiful game being played here. 2-1 victory in their favor. Mic check for GEEK FAM.
Don't pick macam ni, aku tak boleh ke depan tu sebenarnya. Aku tak boleh nak assistance tu. Ada Hylos dengan ni.
Kita COVID, kita main kiting dua belakang, dia orang rata tu sumpah.
Okey. Ini. Tun sangat ni. Tak. Dah mati. Nice.
Bro, sabar bro.
Guys.
Mantap.
Ini lain.
Nya.
Nice.
Berapa lari yang betul? Jakit. Boleh tu. Dah all out skill lu. Serius. Tapi aku tak boleh ikut. Tak ada. Hold. Tak benar kau dah cut. Nak gini Roger ni. Nak kita one lot ah. Aku fat. Aku fat. Lot tu. Aku dah clear guys. Aku boleh set up tu. Nak lawan ke? Boleh lawan. Sumpah aku boleh set up. Dapat. Nak ke? Ya, ni tengok aku ni aku. Dah masuk. Nice. Ni, Nelby.
Dia tahu kita tak ada retry ya. Aku dekat belakang.
Santai, hero.
Nah.
Jinlo.
Aku ada. Itu tak ada flicker Ocao. Aku ada dua guys.
Boleh.
Ni tak ada skill.
Bantai.
Nice.
Ambil mid. Ni sumpah tu.
Kau dah tiau.
Ini dorang tak ada Chow ni tak ada spell lagi tau.
Diorang tak ada wave clear tu.
Dorang tak. Kick. Careful.
Titok. Aku tahu.
Nice.
Mantap.
Nice.
Aku dah sampai.
Aku nanti.
Hai, selamat datang kembali lagi bersama saya Sleepy Godzillas di interview session dengan pemenang kita untuk match yang kedua iaitu GEEK FAM bersama saya Arts. Hello Arts.
Hello.
Jadi sebenarnya tadi Aisyah macam Arts ni orang Melayu ke apa kan? Sebab tadi Aisyah tanya boleh cakap Melayu tak? Alright. So, soalan yang pertama kepada Arts. Apakah perasaan GEEK FAM finally dapat kemenangan yang pertama pada musim yang ke-9 ni?
Sebenarnya happy. Sebab first menang kan. Sebab kita orang tak pernah lagi lose streak sampai 3 kali. Even every season pun ni memang the worst season lah untuk start ni kali ni, season ni.
Ya, itulah orang cakap kan. Sebab bila kita dah kalah tapi tiba-tiba kemenangan diperolehi di dalam tangan, mesti happy. Tapi yang penting bagusnya tentang GEEK FAM ni, mereka tidak berputus asa. Itu yang kita mahukan, semangat dalam sukan e-sport. Tapi soalan yang kedua untuk anda, prestasi GEEK FAM kurang memuaskan setakat ini. Apa yang perlu ditingkatkan sebenarnya?
Sebenarnya kita orang banyak blunder je. Kita orang banyak macam mana? Kita orang kalah atas diri kita orang sendiri. Bukannya kita orang kalah dekat enemy. Kita orang kalah atas diri kita orang sendiri, mistake kita orang sendiri. So kita orang dah perbaiki sikit benda tu.
Jadi kiranya selepas setiap permainan you guys akan berbincang dan macam counter balik apa yang mistake yang you guys buat semasa permainan. Begitu?
Betul.
Ya, itulah salah satu cara di mana kadang-kadang kita tak kalah dengan enemy, tapi sebenarnya kita kalah dengan diri sendiri, di mana apa kekurangan kita itulah yang kita boleh buat improvise. Itu yang diterapkan daripada GEEK FAM. Soalan yang ketiga ni rasanya agak sensitif sikit, tapi harap Arts berikan sedikit details. Jadi apa pendapat Arts tentang draft yang dipilih oleh RSG?
Apa dia?
Draft pick yang dipilih oleh RSG.
Sebab draft, rasanya dorang main draft ni sebab dorang tak masukkan player dorang yang betul, which is Zanami tu. So kita orang dah boleh agak dorang punya draft. So kita orang pun why not kita orang main bersama je.
Senang untuk prediction. Itu orang cakap mentality dah ready. Jadi diorang pun macam kita tengok GEEK FAM kiranya dah bersedia dari segi mental. Sebab apa, dia tengok je dah sama. Jadi kita buat benda ni sama je lah kan. Jadi kira senang untuk counter balik. Jadi apa yang nak cakap kepada fans-fans setelah mendapat kemenangan yang pertama?
Okay, untuk fans yang kat luar sana, teruskan sokong kita orang sebab kita orang akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk buat yang terbaik untuk season kali ini. Terima kasih.
Ya, once a geek, always a fam. Itulah daripada Arts, dan tanya sekali lagi kepada GEEK FAM. Tapi sekarang ini kita akan kembali balik ke Poll Show untuk teruskan program MPL.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali lagi bersama saya Syamilo, dan juga kali ini kita ada Gideon dan juga Adin untuk membincangkan apa yang berlaku sebenarnya di game yang terakhir ketiga tadi. Saya tertarik apa yang Wow.
Saya ada satu ni nak cakap sekarang ni.
Kenapa?
Lil B.
Itu je.
Panjang kali dia. Kelak. Memang I think dia bermanja je dengan semua orang sebentar tadi. Dia bermanja dengan Renner dia sebentar tadi. Tak payah jarak dekat, jarak jauh. Sebab yelah social distancing kan.
Awak tadi kata nak buat yang depan tu je. Yang tambah yang ujung-ujung tu dah
macam excited kan.
Tapi excited sebenarnya. Ini adalah kemenangan yang pertama untuk pasukan GEEK FAM. Dan kemenangan yang bergaya. Sniper daripada Lil B. Sangat-sangat berbisa.
I mean, that's not the only thing. Let's pull up the item build real quick and we can talk about it because it was all about just landing skill shots. It was just, so good from Nelby and as well as Lil B. Let's not forget about, Dominus, who, didn't have as much fun at the end of the day. But Lil B, huge plays come from him. And just the momentum that was built up by GEEK FAM after landing skill shot after skill shot, just well done to them.
Ya, kalau kita lihat kat sini, Adin, kita sangat teruja sebenarnya Yin dilepaskan. Dan Yin berjaya untuk didapatkan oleh pasukan RSG sendiri. Untuk pendapat awak sendiri, Adin, dengan adanya Kuza yang menggunakan Yin, kenapa dia tak boleh nak menyerlah sangat di game ketika ini?
Okay, yang pertamanya kita lihat Yin ni hero yang gemar untuk orang kata buy one ataupun nak solo 1v1, tetapi dia perlukan item terlebih dahulu. Dia perlu siapkan item-item yang penting supaya dia boleh dapatkan damage yang lebih besar. Ada seketika tadi dia menggunakan My Turn, iaitu ultimate-nya ke atas Burpee. Dua-dua hilang. And then Burpee yang keluar sebagai the juara. Walaupun masa dalam tu. So kita nampak dekat situ sendiri Yin tak cukup lagi item ataupun Kuza tak cukup lagi item nak menandingi ketahanan yang ada pada Burpee, yang ada pada Pakito ini. So kita lihat bagaimana Kuza perlu diberikan masa sedikit dan itulah yang digantungkan kepada Zakus, Fenrir, TikTok dan juga Motalala untuk bagi ruang itu kepada Kuza supaya diorang dapatkan, supaya Kuza dapatkan item, manakala yang empat lain tu cuba cari pick off yang lain. Tapi that's the problem. You cari pick off, you sendiri yang kena pick off. Sama ada dengan Renner punya apathy, iaitu ultimate daripada Lil B sendiri, ataupun daripada Abyssal Arrow yang dikeluarkan oleh Nelby. Berkali-kali kena.
Yep, saya ada satu soalan nak berikan kepada Gideon ketika ini. Yep, kalau kita lihat daripada segi drafting RSG sendiri, Yin hero di bahagian late game, Esmeralda pun scaling hero, begitu juga dengan carry. Jadi apa pendapat awak tentang drafting yang ditunjukkan oleh pasukan RSG ni?
I think the biggest problems here, and I think it will be most evident once we see the post-game stats, is the fact is that, Kuza basically can't play the game, right? In a lot of these conditions, Kuza's main objective was to shut down Burpee by getting that level lead. Once he hits level 4, if Burpee is level 3, that's the perfect opportunity to beat him. Because once Burpee hits level 4 and they're on the same playing ground, overall Burpee's stats, just the stats alone from Pakito, generally the best 1v1 hero in the game.
No, I mean, sekarang ni caster BM tadi, I tak sure you dengar ke tak, diorang excited sangat dapat Kuza, dapatkan Yin. Tapi tengok damage Yin 3,000.
He got rolled. Kuza got rolled. Let's be honest, we cannot change the fact that Yin got rolled here, and Lil B should have been his main priority target the moment he hit level 4. And that was the big mistake. The fact that Kuza gave up his level lead over to Burpee, it's just a slow and painful death at that point. And the fact that both Lil B and Nelby were just popping off and playing off of that momentum, there's nothing else that they could do. Even Motalala is trying to hold Arts back, but Arts is like, I don't care. I'm going to run past you, and I'm going to go on top of Fenrir, get on top of TikTok, and create that space.
Dan kalau kita lihat kan ketika ini, Lil B bermain Beatrix 3 game berturut-turut. Dan untuk awak, Adin, adakah sepatutnya kalau berhadapan dengan GEEK FAM, hero ini sebenarnya perlu diberikan perhatian? Sebab saya rasa dalam masa yang bermain tadi, setengah ataupun kesemuanya digunakan oleh Lil B adalah sniper.
Ya, I think bukan saja lawan GEEK FAM. Overall, mana-mana team sekalipun, I think Beatrix antara hero yang still sangat-sangat kuat. Walaupun di nerf, dengan adanya 4 jenis weapon, 4 jenis attack range yang boleh kita katakan, memberikan impact yang besar ke atas pasukan pihak lawan. You nak the split push, tak ada masalah. You nak dia attack daripada jarak jauh pun tak ada masalah. Jarak dekat, semuanya ada di dalam Beatrix bundle lah, boleh saya katakan. Dan Lil B, perfect gameplay daripada sebentar tadi. GEEK FAM, game ketiga menunjukkan high level mechanics daripada dia punya sniper Lil B, daripada Abyssal Arrow. Semua skill shot di hit 100%. And I mean, untuk RSG, you nak buat apa? Kalau you dah terkena semua skill shot ni, apa lagi yang you boleh buat sebenarnya?
Boleh kata ada 2 sniper dekat pasukan GEEK FAM. Satu daripada Lil B, satu lagi daripada Abyssal Arrow yang dilakukan oleh Nelby. Sangat-sangat berbahaya. Jadi untuk tahu siapakah MVP kita untuk game yang terakhir ketika ini, iaitu diberikan kepada Lil B. Satu sniper berjaya untuk dapatkan 1 kill. 503 match KDA, match kill participation 80%, match goal per minute 813 dengan spell flicker untuk bergerak dengan lebih agresif ataupun untuk melarikan diri dengan lebih mudah, dan juga kita akan bagi kepada Adin apa in-game item yang telah pun disiapkan. Dilby.
Satu in-game item yang telah disebut oleh Cortex sendiri yang sebentar tadi, iaitu Blade of Despair, yang menyebabkan dia the first ataupun second kill yang dia dapatkan daripada ultimate dia ke atas pasukan pihak lawan, iaitu RSG. So, I ingatkan dia siapkan Blade of the Heptasis terlebih dahulu, tetapi tidak. Blade of Despair first item dah mencukupi sebenarnya damage untuk dia guna pakai. Tak kisahlah 4-4 jenis weapon untuk berikan kesakitan. And then Wind of Nature, andai kata dia dikejar, andai kata dia ditangkap oleh Yin menggunakan Titan, dia still ada peluang untuk selamatkan diri di dalam domain Yin tersebut.
Boleh dikatakan Lilby kebanyakan hero marksman yang digunakan dan Beatrix yang paling selesa. Untuk pendapat awak, Gideon, perlu tak diberikan respect ban kepada Beatrix pasukan Geek Fam?
Nope, I don't think so. Personally, I do think there are really good lane matchups that people just don't generally abuse it harder. Because if you look in the highlights here, let's talk about how the supports play such a big and important role in kind of controlling how this lane goes, right? The fact is, carry should almost never beat Beatrix in lane. There's pretty much no way for him to beat him in lane. In terms of kit, he has to get Fenrir to help him out. And as soon as you get a situation like this where Lil B is like, oh, you just gave me 2 free kills, 1 assist, 1 free kill, I basically can do whatever I want in this lane. And every single time I dominate TikTok, you're going to have to send another member down here to deal with me. So I think when it comes down to the draft, RSG should consider TikTok getting something along the lines of Clint or even Popo and Koopa. Ideally, Popo and Koopa.
Jadi boleh dikatakan banyak lagi hero marksman yang boleh digunakan. Dan untuk awak, Adin, sepertinya pasukan RSG langsung tak boleh nak pergi ke hadapan. Apa yang mereka lakukan, boleh katakan semuanya salah.
Bro. Dia bukan tak boleh pergi ke depan. Dia dah pergi ke depan.
Tapi tak boleh.
Pergi ke depan ada je roadblock. Pergi ke depan adanya Abyssal Arrow. Pergi ke depan adanya Renner Apathy daripada Lilby. Tapi apa kata kita lihat kedudukan kumpulan terkini dengan kemenangan yang telah dimiliki oleh pasukan Geek Fam masih lagi di tangga yang kelima. Tetapi poin yang sama, bekas juara di antara Todak dan juga Geek Fam, mereka duduk di tangga keempat kelima tapi share 4 mata yang sama.
Ya, 4 mata yang sama. Dan di bahagian atas nombor 1 iaitu pasukan Red Esports, nombor 2 kita ada tim Karakal di mana masih lagi dengan 100% kemenangan. RSG walaupun tewas hari ini, tapi boleh dikatakan ini adalah line up yang mereka ingin keluarkan, iaitu tidak mahu masuk Izanami. Kurang membuahkan hasil, dan Todak begitu juga dengan Geek Fam berkongsi mata yang sama. Dan untuk awak, Gideon, seperti yang kita tahu, grup B memang grup yang paling sukar untuk kita jangkakan siapa yang akan mara kepada peringkat seterusnya. Dan apa lagi yang awak boleh katakan dalam grup ini?
Honestly, this is the best group so far. I mean, some of the best teams are here, and it looks like the teams that we had some doubts about, Geek Fam as well as Red Esports, are really starting to step up their game and showing that they are competitors in their own right. And I wouldn't have expected it to look like this so far, but you know what? It's only week 3. It's only going to change and it's only going to get better.
Ya, betul-betul. Jadi, adakah perubahan akan berlaku di mana kita tahu week 3 dan juga week 4, maaf saya, week 4 adalah merupakan di mana transfer window akan terjadi. Pasukan Geek Fam, sepertinya line up ini lebih selesa untuk digunakan. Nelby bermain Roma dan juga Lilby bermain di bahagian god lane. Nampak yang berpi selesa untuk melakukan farming. Jadi, adakah pasukan Geek Fam akan membawa masuk player-player yang baru seperti mungkin yang kita nampak sebelum ni, Expedia, Win, untuk bermain?
I think tak ada masalah untuk kalau Geek Fam membuat keputusan untuk bawa masukkan player, sebab lagi banyak sumber ataupun sources yang you ada lagi bagus sebenarnya, sebab dia boleh tukarkan sedikit sebanyak corak permainan you. Tetapi untuk tukar corak permainan di penghujung season mungkin agak berbahaya, tetapi again, tak ada masalah kalau you ada extra spare players yang you boleh bawa masuk in case you perlukan lah.
Boleh katakan preparation tu sangat penting untuk pasukan-pasukan. Jadi kalau untuk pasukan Geek Fam juga, ini adalah line up yang lebih boleh katakan sempurna untuk digunakan oleh mereka dan membawa kepada kemenangan yang pertama. Untuk Gideon sendiri, pasukan RSG, line up yang dibawa masuk adalah untuk meletakkan 2 hero yang sepatutnya bermain Roma di bahagian tengah. Adakah itu perkara yang baik untuk dicuba sekarang?
That's a tough one to answer. I think yes and no. There are situations that do call for it, but personally, I don't believe it's the best strategy in the world because it gives you no outs. You don't have the. I mean, yes, you have the depth, and I can hyper protect my carries, but so far the meta is not requiring you to go deep, but instead go wide. It's dependent on how well you can manage your lanes and how much pressure you're able to kind of control from it. So, if you are giving up control, or let's say you're up against a matchup where you can force the enemy mid laners to not clear the lane first, then I think it's all right. I think it's fair and you should give it a shot.
Pasukan GEEK FAM ketika tadi menunjukkan prestasi yang baik. Begitu juga dengan pasukan RSG. Mereka ingin cuba untuk melakukan draft yang berbeza. Cumanya mungkin agak sedikit kurang berkesan kerana ini adalah penting untuk GEEK FAM. Mereka perlu dapatkan mata mereka untuk memastikan yang ada peluang mereka untuk layakkan ke playoff, dan ini adalah peluang yang berjaya untuk diambil oleh pasukan GEEK FAM sendiri. Adakah boleh katakan selepas ni cabaran GEEK FAM akan menjadi lebih sukar untuk mereka?
Definitely, untuk minggu-minggu yang akan datang, matches-matches yang akan datang, ia bukan jadi lebih mudah, dia akan jadi lebih sukar untuk pasukan GEEK FAM untuk dapatkan poin-poin yang mereka telah hilang. Tetapi untuk kemenangan pada hari ini, it's a good foundation lah untuk mereka build up. Diorang dah nampak line up yang kekal, yang line up yang boleh kekal konsisten untuk minggu-minggu yang akan datang. Hopefully, diorang boleh kembangkan lagi drafting mereka, sebab di game yang pertama sampai game yang ketiga, kita nampak hero yang sama saja digunakan oleh Dominus. Lil B juga pakai hero yang lebih kurang sama saja. So, hopefully dekat minggu-minggu yang akan datang, GEEK FAM improvekan lagi daripada segi hero pool mereka. Tapi RSG, untuk mereka saya rasa okey je. I think it's a good time untuk diorang test untuk meta diorang, drafting diorang, walaupun tertewas tadi.
Ya, betul. Jadi kita akan lihatkan ketika ini key to success pasukan GEEK FAM. Bagaimana mereka berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan hari ini. Yang pertama, kontes Beatrix ataupun Ben Selena. Dan ketika ini di game yang ketiga, mereka dapat dua-dua. Betul. Mereka dapat Beatrix, mereka dapat Selena. Boleh katakan kalau tak ada 2, 3, 4 tu mereka dah menang dah.
Betul. I mean, Beatrix dengan Selena tadi dapatkan tu satu perkara, and execute the game plan dengan begitu baik. Dominus step up today, I think, walaupun ada game yang kedua ada orang kata isu sedikit, tetapi overall gameplay Dominus pada hari ini sangat-sangat memuaskan. Per 10 saya boleh bagi about 7 ataupun 8 Gideon.
Yeah, I do think that Dominus did play a strong game, number one. I'll give him that. But in terms of active map control, that's where we got to see a lot of it during games 2 and 3 in particular. Game 1 is like map control. It's like, okay, what can we do? We made a mistake and now we can't recover from it. But games 2 and 3 is where we see GEEK FAM really take the initiative, saying, hey, we may be behind, but if we take control, we can really punish their composition. Because RSG, what kind of a composition can't be punished?
Ya, tapi sebelum itu kan, active map control tu sebab diorang dapatkan Selena. If diorang tak dapatkan Selena, mungkin akan ada isu. So, untuk GEEK FAM perlu go back to the drawing board untuk hero apa yang lagi diorang boleh dapat untuk buka map lagi.
Maksud mereka mungkin adalah untuk menguasai map, dan boleh dikatakan Cho yang digunakan oleh Lil B juga bermain dengan sangat baik dan membawa impak yang besar kepada pasukan GEEK FAM. Secara jujurnya, pasukan GEEK FAM hari ini semua player memberikan kerjasama yang sangat baik. Berpi juga kali ini nampak sangat selesa untuk bermain dalam line up di ketiga ini. Nel B bermain di bahagian Roma, Lil B bermain di bahagian golin, seperti yang apa yang saya katakan sebentar tadi. Dan boleh katakan, adakah perubahan role akan membawa kepada pasukan GEEK FAM agak sedikit kurang selesa untuk bermain ketika ini? Jadi, Gideon, adakah line up ini perlu dikekalkan?
I think, especially for GEEK FAM, it's understandable if they keep their lineup as it is, because so far this is the lineup that they've been playing throughout the entirety of last year, and only now we are seeing that the only enemies that they have is themselves, and that's something that they can actually overcome.
Ya, betul. Jadi untuk tahu apa yang berlaku pada esok hari, di mana ada lebih banyak permainan yang akan disajikan kepada anda. Jadi ayo kita akan lihatkan apa yang akan berlaku esok. Siapa yang akan bermain, iaitu di game yang pertama SMG menentang pasukan SUHAZ, manakala game yang kedua Orange Esports akan berhadapan dengan pasukan MLBB, dan game yang terakhir, ini game yang paling ditunggu-tunggu oleh orang ramai, Karakal menentang pasukan Todak. Dan untuk Adin, match mana yang awak rasa paling nak tengok lah?
Awak sendiri pun dah jawab soalan tersebut.
Betul tak? Walaupun bukan orange lah.
Ya, walaupun bukan orange, saya tetap nak tengok pasukan Karakal dengan pasukan Todak, sebab saya rasa ini adalah salah satu ujian sebenar untuk pasukan Karakal. Kalau pasukan Todak dah kembali ke tahap kesihatan yang sebenar, Yums boleh main. Saya rasa ini adalah true test untuk pasukan Karakal. Tapi tak boleh dinafikan, SUHAZ kita kena tengok performance diorang hari ini sangat-sangat baik. Boleh ke tak mereka teruskan lagi momentum mereka lawan dengan SMG. Orange dengan MLBB, Orange masih lagi banyak perkara yang harus diperbaiki. So, untuk early prediction, mungkin MLB kalau dia dapatkan momentum, I think diorang boleh dapat kemenangan.
Sebut pasal prediction, saya nak tanya Gideon. Untuk prediksi awak pada awal inilah, pada hari ini, esok siapa? Apakah yang akan berlaku untuk kesemua 6 pasukan?
SMG, MLB, and then the last one depends whether Yums is playing, or whether the rumors are true that they're bringing Chiku back this time round for Todak. I would say overall Karakal
yang akan memenangkan kita. Saya setuju dengan apa yang Gideon katakan sebenarnya, sebab Karakal merupakan hero pula team.
Karakal hero. Team. Wah, kalau hero masuk dia Aulus lah.
Aulus, Alucard, itu memang hero-hero dia. Tapi kita katakan team all star. Kita ada Link Eza dekat jungler, kita juga ada Lolias dekat bahagian golin. Kita ada juga orang-orang yang bertuah di mana announcement ataupun pengumuman kepada anda semua siapa yang menang. Kalau nampak nama dia kat sini, ada nama Rock Lee. Rock Lee.
Dahsyat.
Rock Lee tu bukan.
Saya tahu awak nak sebut apa.
Saya tahu. Awak tahu kan?
Dia macam Chow jugalah.
Ya, dia macam Chow.
Macam Chow jugalah.
Baju dia warna hijau.
Betul.
Dia yang menang kan? Dan yang menang ya Rock Lee. Mungkin cikgu dia tak menang. Mike Guy mungkin dia tak join, mungkin dia tak terpilih. Dia nampak macam I can't.
Tak tahulah dia dapat apa kan. Mungkin dapat bandage boleh bandage
ke boleh kata the way of the dragon. Jadi itulah dia yang akan berlaku. Jadi untuk esok kita akan ada banyak lagi perkara yang menarik untuk dibawakan kepada anda. Jadi akhir sekali MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 dikuasai oleh Munton dan dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery dan juga telefon pintar rasmi Samsung Galaxy A series dan juga jangan dilupakan raikan bersama Nescafe. Ditaja oleh Official Gaming Chair, Secret Lab, rakan-rakan isukan TikTok Live, Esports Chat, EGG Network dan juga dengan kerjasama ESI. Tanpa mereka Din, kita tak boleh melaksanakan program ini dengan baik. Jadi sampai di situ saja untuk hari yang pertama minggu yang ketiga. Kita akan kembali balik pada esok hari di hari yang kedua. Jadi jangan ke mana. Bye-bye.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang.